To the real founding members of the Smith College Relief Unit, heroes all. Margaret Ashley, class of 1914. Marion Bennett, class of 1906. Elizabeth H. Bliss, class of 1908. Marjorie Lee Carr, class of 1909. Anne M. Chapin, class of 1904. Elizabeth M. Dana, class of 1904. Ruth Gaines, class of 1901. Harriet Boyd Hawes, class of 1892. Catherine B. Hooper, class of 1911. Ruth Jocelyn, class of 1912. Maud Kelly. Alice E. Levins, class of 1903. Millicent V. Lewis, class of 1907. Lucy O. Mather, class of 1888. Alice Weld Talent, class of 1897. Frances W. Valentine, class of 1902. Marie L. Wolfs, class of 1908. Margaret G. Wood, class of 1912. Chapter 1. Dear Ma and Dad, I know this may come as some surprise, but I've decided to leave my position at Miss Cleary's to join the Smith College expedition to France. Dear Ma and Dad, I hope the boys are well. I have some exciting news to share. I've signed up with the Smith College Relief Unit. We're a group of alumni who mean to sail for France to bring aid to French villagers. I've resigned my position at... Dear Ma and Dad, you may have read in the news about the Smith College Relief Unit. Dear Ma, would it be all right if I joined you all for dinner next Sunday? I'll be in town and would very much like to see everyone. Your loving daughter, Katie. Miss Catherine Moran, class of 1911, to her mother, Mrs. Frances Shaughnessy. July 1917. New York. It was a very long way down to the wharf from the deck of the SS Rochambeau. Kate hadn't expected the boat to be quite so large. When Mrs. Rutherford had informed them that a packet boat would be carrying the Smith unit across the Atlantic to France, she had pictured a cross between the Staten Island ferry and one of the barges that chugged along the East River, something squat and rectangular and human-sized. Not this behemoth of a ship, taller than a townhouse, giant smokestacks punctuating the sky, crowded with war workers of all description. American ambulance men exchanged war stories with French aviators. Journalists jostled aid workers. Kate felt smaller than small in the midst of it, among all these laughing, shouting groups, families hugging, mothers kissing their sons one last time, champagne corks, of all things, popping, baskets of fruits and bouquets of flowers piled into the arms of overworked porters, already staggering under piles of trunks and bandboxes and goodness only knows what else. It felt more like Smith graduation than an embarkation. Well, she hadn't really expected them to come, had she? Her mother had made her disapproval clear. "Have you run mad?" was a phrase that didn't leave itself open to much misinterpretation. There were lifeboats all around, swung out in the ready position in case of need. On the walls, strongly worded notices forbade such dangerous activities as smoking after blackout once they reached the war zone. Blackout. War zone. Maybe her mother was right. Maybe she had run mad. Blame the day. That July day that had been hotter than hot, her room in the boarding house sweltering, the stupider-than-usual student who had come to her for tutoring in French, the sweat dripping down the back of her neck making her itchy and irritable. At that moment, any place in the world had seemed preferable to where she was, to that horrible, stultifying room that stank of cabbage, the brainless debutantes she had elected to teach in what had been meant to be a temporary position, but had become 6 years of mindless drudgery. Kate hadn't cared terribly much about the cause itself, but the idea that someone would pay her way, there were funds, Emmy assured her, it wouldn't be charity, nothing like charity, to go abroad had seemed too good a chance to miss. "We need you, Kate," Emmy had pleaded, and she'd allowed herself to be persuaded, less from charity than from desperation. Desperation to be anywhere other than where she was. She knew it was madness in her mother's eyes. Here she was, with a good position, a respectable position, a teacher at a private girls' school. She would never have to scrub floors and empty chamber pots as her mother had, never have to wear a white cap and lower her eyes and curtsy to her betters as they swept past her, making dark prints on a floor she had just cleaned. She had gone off to Smith, and look what had happened. Her mother hadn't said that, not precisely, but it was there between them, there in all the things they never said. There in Kate's clothes, her accent, the way her dad, not her father, always her dad, the man her mother had married when she was 9, kind, always kind, but not her father, never her father, called her our college girl. They were proud, yes, but also wary. She'd become a thing apart. Or maybe she always had been. Kate was the one relic of her mother's first marriage. You could stick a ring in a drawer, but flesh and blood was harder to hide, especially flesh and blood that was old enough to remember and to mind that her past was being scrubbed away like chalk from a board. The early years, when her father had driven the cart for the brewery and come home smelling of beer and horse to tell long stories in his heavily accented English. And after that, the lean years, when she and her mother had been all in all to each other, sharing a bed in the one-room apartment where the radiators never worked and the water came out brown, where her mother scrubbed the stairs in exchange for the roof over their heads, where they ate bread and dripping for supper and pretended it was all they wanted. It had been hard, but they had been together. They had been themselves. But then had come Frank Shaughnessy, member of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, one of Brooklyn's finest, a good man, a steady man, a policeman. Her mother had put cotton gloves over her reddened hands. There had been meat in the stew and sweet-smelling things in the kitchen and 4 little brothers, one after the other, each louder than the last. Kate had spent more and more time in the local library, reading her way around the shelves as the light shifted with her, the first one there after school, the last one out at dusk. Her parents might blame Smith for making her a stranger, but it had all happened long before Smith. She'd been a shadow on the edge of their life well before she'd won the scholarship that took her to Northampton. The one time Kate tried to go back, after Smith, after that summer with Emmy in Newport, well, suffice it to say, it hadn't been a success. It wasn't that there hadn't been room for her. They'd made room, even though it was tight in that 2-family house with her 4 brothers all crammed into one room. But they hadn't known what to do with her, or she with them. The men her stepfather had brought home to meet her, boys from the force or the sons of friends, had called her Miss and treated her like someone's maiden aunt. Or they'd been defensive, belligerent, as though daring her to look down on them. No, it hadn't been a success. That was when Kate had found the job at Miss Cleary's School for Young Ladies, which hadn't been a success either, but had at least paid a wage, because if there was one thing that month at home had taught her, it was that she couldn't go home again, not really. But she hadn't anywhere else to go either. "Oh, hello. Are you one of us?" A woman bumped into Kate and gave her a long look up and down. Given that she was wearing the same distinctive uniform, Kate rather thought the question answered itself. "You weren't at the luncheon, were you? I would have known you then. I'm Maud Randolph, class of '09. Kate held out her hand. "Kate Moran, class of 11. "Moran? Do you mean Warren?" "No, Moran." It was really Moranchik, but the gatekeepers at Ellis Island, confounded by her father's excess of consonants, had, in a stroke, turned him from Yuri Moranchik to Jerry Moran. He had made a most unconvincing Jerry Moran. Kate had been only 5 when he had died, but she could still remember his thick bohemian accent, the way he pronounced his B's as P's. "I know some Warrens in Montclair," offered Maud. "Why weren't you at the luncheon? Everyone was meant to be at the luncheon." Kate felt as though she'd been caught sneaking in after curfew. "I was a late addition. Emmy Van Alden told me you were short a chauffeur, and, well, here we are." "Van Alden?" Maud, who had been looking over her shoulder, searching for more interesting prey, turned her full attention back on Kate at the sound of that magic name. "Oh, you drive? So does my friend Liza. I don't, but I'm rather a dab hand at French, so I imagine we'll get by. Liza, come meet Miss Warren." "Moran," said Kate, without much hope. Straightening her hat, Maud asked, with false casualness, "Do you know them well, the Van Aldens?" "A bit." Kate had stayed with them for that one summer in Newport, in the house she had learned to call a cottage, even though it was anything but. It was the summer she had learned to drive, the summer she had learned, painfully, just how little she would ever belong to their world. "Emmy and I roomed together at Smith. Of course, my family knows her family. Well, slightly. Not to speak to, really, but we move in the same circles. My father's law firm handles some of their legal work." Maud flapped an arm at another girl who was attempting to press a large bouquet on an already overladen porter. "Have you met Liza Shaw? Liza, come meet—" "Catherine Moran," said Kate, resigned to repeating her name for the foreseeable future. It felt like freshman year all over again, milling about, trying to keep track of people's names, liking some people on sight, and disliking others. "Class of 11. "Liza Shaw, class of 09. Hurrying up to them, Liza said breathlessly, "Maud, there's another bouquet for you, from Harry. I've had them put it in the cabin." "That's 2 bouquets from Harry," said Maud with satisfaction, "and a basket of fruit. Although those pears are so terribly hard, I don't know what he thinks we mean to do with them. Fling them at submarines?" Liza swiped at a lock of blonde hair that clung damply to her cheek. She had a Dutch doll sort of prettiness, all red cheeks and slightly bulging blue eyes. "Well, yes, but if we leave them out to ripen—" "Where? Have you seen the cabin yet? I swear the Black Hole of Calcutta has nothing on it." To Kate, she said, "Are you rooming with Miss Van Alden?" "Yes, and with a Miss Cooper. I haven't met her yet. Class of 14. She seems nice enough. You really ought to have gone to the luncheon, you know. It was terribly inspiring." "We're going to have a killing time," put in Liza. "I mean, it seems like a very good group." "Except that doctor woman." Maud gave an exaggerated shudder. "So mannish. Have you met them yet? There are 2 of them, a senior doctor and a junior one. The junior one's all right, at least her hat was very pretty, but the older one, I half expected her to try to worm me on the spot. I swear I saw castor oil and carbolic in her eyes." "We met them all at the luncheon," put in Liza helpfully. "Yes, I got that." Kate was beginning to feel as though she'd turned up at an examination, having missed the first month of classes. She hated coming in at a disadvantage. She hadn't even known there had been a luncheon. Emmy had come to beg her to join after the unit had already been assembled, to fill a gap made by someone's leaving. She was, as usual, an add-on, an afterthought. "What made you decide to join up?" Maud waved her hand in a way calculated to show the engagement ring placed carefully over her glove. "Oh, Harry's unit is sure to be sent to France. Harry and I were just engaged this spring, and I heard they're not giving wives passes anymore, so this way I get over there on my own. And it's only for 6 months, so how bad can it be? With any luck, we'll have some time in Paris before we go wherever it is we're going. I promised my mother I'd shop for my trousseau." "Won't they be rather short of everything?" "It's Paris," said Maud, as though that explained everything. "Oh, is that your old nanny come to see you off? That woman over there? She seems to be trying to get your attention." "Where?" Following Maud's careless gesture, Kate saw a familiar hat at the base of the gangplank, her mother's very best hat, the one she wore to baptisms and wakes. Her mother was trying to push her way through the mass of humanity streaming down and away from the boat. A porter stopped her, pointing her away. "Poor thing. That was the last whistle. Didn't you hear it? They'll never let her on now. Still, it was sweet of her, wasn't it? Maud's voice buzzed in Kate's ear. Kate rose on her tiptoes and tried to wave, but her mother was remonstrating with the porter and didn't see that Kate had seen her. She'd come despite it all, and they were turning her away. They never do realize we've grown up, do they, these old nannies? Mine still comes from time to time and tries to wipe the cookie crumbs off my face. The porter was quite firm. Kate's mother shrugged and turned, looking back over her shoulder at the boat. Could she see her? Or was Kate too small a speck, way up high on deck? If she could just get down to the gangplank. Kate looked distractedly at Maud. Would you excuse me? I must... They're putting the gangplank up now. Oh dear, look at that frantic man. Like a picture of the guilty swain, don't you think? But that collar, and did you ever see such a gaudy bouquet? I wonder who it could be for. Not that it matters now. He's too late, poor man. Too late. Kate strained to see through the crowd, to try to catch one last glimpse. It was a scrum down there, all the visitors who had been shooed off the boat milling about, getting in each other's way. Her mother, never tall, was impossible to spot, was probably already halfway back to the L. Had she come to give Kate her blessing? Kate would never know now. She craned her neck, but it was hopeless. She could have wept with frustration. Why did it always have to be this way? Always just missing each other? "Oh, there's Harry!" announced Maud, waving wildly. To Kate, she said graciously, "I'm sorry you missed your nanny." That wasn't my nanny. Kate opened her mouth to say it. She meant to, truly. But Maud poked Kate in the arm, hard. "Oh, there's your friend, Miss Van Alden. Yoo-hoo! Miss Van Alden! So good to see you." Kate bit her lip, knowing she should say something, should correct Maud, but Emmy was already upon them, dispensing goodwill and dropped hairpins with equal abandon.
"Oh, how nice to see you again, Miss... isn't it lovely to be here?"
Kate could tell Emmy hadn't the slightest idea who Maud was, but Kate knew Emmy would never hurt Maud's feelings by saying so.
"Kate!"
Emmy folded Kate in a hug that smelled like their room at Smith, lavender sachets and cocoa powder and Pear's soap.
"You're here. You'll have to come see our cabin. I've given you the bed by the window, but the steward tells me it will be awfully hot with all the portholes closed, so we might want to sleep on deck tonight."
Emmy's hair, that indeterminate color between blonde and brown that looks gray in the wrong light, was already frizzing out of its pins, frothing around her face. She shook the strands out of her eyes, like a horse shaking its mane. "You're losing your pins," said Kate, sticking one back in for her.
"I know,"
said Emmy ruefully.
"I expect I'll be entirely shed of them by the time we get to France and have to wear my hair in a long tail, and all the Frenchmen will make mock of me."
"Mock mothers from their sons, mock castles down," said Kate, without thinking, slipping back years in a moment. They'd put on Henry V together their junior year, bit parts both, but the dialogue had become part of their personal lexicon. Any use of the word mock meant an immediate recitation of the tennis ball speech. "What are you on about?" demanded Maud.
"It was our junior play,"
offered Emmy in her conciliatory way.
"Henry V, the tennis ball speech."
"A very long time ago," said Kate, before Maud could ask her if she played tennis. It felt like a different lifetime, back when she and Emmy had been inseparable, back when Kate still thought she was one of them, could be one of them, back before Newport. "How do you like the latest charity case?" So long ago, but those casual words still stung. Maud asked Emmy, just a little too avidly, "Did your people come to see you off?"
"My father and 3 of my brothers came. That's why I was so long, Kate, or I would have found you sooner."
Emmy was unconsciously twisting her handkerchief between her fingers, as she used to at Smith when she had to do a recitation.
"My mother wasn't able. There were so many meetings, you know how it is, so many committees. But she sent a basket, all full of woolens and wooden toys for the children, and my father brought sherry and crackers." What kind of crackers?
Asked Liza with interest.
DeWitt's, I think, said Emmy. There's also a 20-pound box of Bailey's candy and some other things. My father said he'd rather thought we would need them, off in no man's land. He was only joking, of course.
We're hardly going into the trenches, protested Maud.
Oh, no, he means it as a joke, really. He says he feels quite small in the face of our nerve.
Emmy paused, looking a bit uncertain.
And it is marvelous, isn't it, to be going abroad and doing something about this horrible war?
Or about one's trousseau, thought Kate, but didn't say it. Emmy had assured her that there had been an extensive vetting process for applicants, including a written questionnaire, reference letters, and a doctor's note. Perhaps Maud had been a mistake. Or perhaps the mistake was Kate's, letting herself get swept up in one of Emmy's schemes after all these years when she was old enough to know better. Debutante nonsense, her mother called it. Good enough for those that don't have to worry about getting their living. But this was work, too. She might not be paid for it, not exactly, but the unit was covering her room and board, and how else was she ever to see France, even if France at war?
But I nearly forgot.
Emmy gave her head a little shake, losing another pin in the process.
Mrs. Rutherford asked me to help gather everyone together. We're to meet in the saloon. I'm meant to be chivying everyone. Shall we?
We haven't much choice, have we? Said Kate. Unless we mean to swim to shore. She'd meant it as a joke, but it came out a little flat. Maud looked at her just a little too hard, with those bright eyes that saw too much.
I didn't bring my bathing costume, said Emmy, bravely making a joke of it. And I don't think this uniform would hold up awfully well in the water, do you?
Kate grimaced at her uniform. I don't know. It seems pretty indestructible.
Just like us.
Emmy grabbed Kate's hand, just a little too hard.
Let's go before we miss anything.
Did you know nearly everyone on the boat is concerned with the war in some way? Maud angled in between Emmy and Kate as they hurried to the saloon. I hear there's a whole unit of ambulance men on the boat, and also one of engineers.
Don't forget the aviators,
added Liza, puffing along behind them.
Did you know Nick Peniston's gone for an aviator?
Said Emmy to Kate. Really? Said Kate, as though she hadn't seen the articles in the papers. Millionaire's son takes to the sky, as if she hadn't stared at the grainy features half indistinguishable in the newsprint, cursing herself for a fool. He'd been kind to her, that was all. Sometimes the girl who got to go to the ball wasn't Cinderella at all. Sometimes, when midnight chimed, the prince didn't bother to give chase. She wasn't a princess in disguise. As far as the people in Emmy's world were concerned, she was just another Bridget, Irish, Catholic, and poor. The president of Andover is here, too, said Maud importantly. We met him in Montclair last year, didn't we, Liza? He's frightfully nice. Do you know him? And there's Dr. Dennison of Boston College, and the president of a university somewhere in Oregon, goodness only knows, but they say he's up for the presidency of Smith, so I suppose we oughtn't to dismiss him. Oh, there are the ambulance men. Hello! Those two tall ones seem rather nice. As Maud waggled her fingers at them, one of the ambulance men elbowed his friend, pointing to them. What are those? Women, Hank, drawled the second man, taking a slug from a flask with Harvard's Veritas emblazoned on it and handing it to his friend. They're women. No, but what are they doing here? The second man shrugged. They tell me it's a unit from Smith College. College girls? Hank choked on whatever was in the flask and had to be pounded on the back. Do you think they'll send a platoon from Radcliffe? I'd like one from Gimbel's, quipped the second man, snagging the flask. Kate felt two patches of color high in her cheeks. She resisted the urge to stamp on their feet in passing. Harvard men, said Emmy, whose family had all gone to Yale. They think we're a joke. It would help if she didn't feel so much like a joke. The uniforms, which had been designed especially for the Smith unit, were a cross between the military and the archaeological, crammed with pockets wherever a pocket could be put, an embarrassing display of utility. Kate's was too big on her, which made it even worse. It had been tailored for the girl who had left, who had been built on hardier lines. Kate was, like her mother, short and small-boned. Easy to overlook.
"We just have to show them otherwise, then," said Emmy bravely. "That's what my mother would say."
And when Mrs. Livingston Van Alden spoke, people listened. If they didn't, she chained herself to railings, or invited senators to tea and harangued them, or both. Neither of these skills seemed quite applicable to their current situation. Mrs. Rutherford's voice boomed out over the crowd. "Smith unit, to me!" The founder of their unit was 5 feet tall in her buttoned boots, but there wasn't anything else small about her. Her voice made the smokestacks shake. She was an archaeologist by profession, which was probably why, thought Kate, their uniforms looked suspiciously like the chosen attire of that much-photographed archaeologist Amelia Peabody Emerson. Mrs. Rutherford waved an umbrella in their general direction, using it as a prod to herd the slower women into the saloon. "Everyone here? Good." Kate knew there were only 18 in the unit, but the room felt very full of gray uniforms, with their symbolic touch of French blue. Some of the faces looked vaguely familiar, but hairstyles and clothing changed, and features blurred over a decade's distance. Except one. One woman she would have known anywhere. Kate stopped where she was, her hand on Emmy's arm. "You didn't tell me your cousin would be here."
"Didn't I?" said Emmy vaguely. "She's a doctor now, you know."
"No, I didn't know." The one in the pretty hat, Maud had said. It wasn't pretty, that wasn't the word for it. It was elegant. Julia couldn't be anything but elegant if she tried. It was in her bones, her bearing. The fair hair that looked so drab on Emmy was golden on Julia. Julia had the same long bones, but not the buck teeth. Put her in a toga, and she'd fit right in on any cameo or group of classical statuary, perfectly carved of marble, and just about as warm. Kate had never been quite sure whether Julia deliberately set out to make her feel like a worm, or whether that was merely a byproduct. Julia, sitting next to Nick on the stairs in Newport, her golden head next to his. "How do you like the latest charity case?" Kate tried to smile at her, but succeeded only in producing a grimace. On the plus side, Julia looked just about as delighted to see her as she was to see Julia. Those bluer-than-blue eyes narrowed. She looked like a cat who had discovered she'd been given tainted cream. Kate could feel the boat moving beneath her and stilled a tiny flare of panic. 6 months. She'd signed up for 6 months of this. Mrs. Rutherford stepped into the center of the room, blotting out Julia's perfect countenance. Instinctively, the women all fanned out around her, creating a circle, private conversations ceasing. "Welcome, girls, welcome. Welcome to our floating home for the next fortnight as we set out on our grand endeavor." One of the girls started to clap, and then flushed when she realized no one else was doing the same. Mrs. Rutherford smiled kindly at her. "Well may you applaud. You have all, by virtue of your very presence, signaled your courage and your kindness, your willingness to sacrifice your own convenience to the good of others." Her voice dropped, and she looked around the room, her eyes meeting those of each woman in turn. "There have been many who have asked me how I can leave my own children to the care of others while we travel abroad on our great work, but all is well with my children. There are other children with whom all is not well, and they too are precious in the sight of God." It felt like sacrilege to breathe. Outside the room, the noises of the ship went on, but inside the saloon, all was hushed expectancy. "There are women and children in France who have been forgotten, women and children who need us. You ask me what we can do, and I tell you, everything. If they need food, we will help them plant it. If they need shelter, we will find the means to put it over their heads. We will build schools for their children and find beds for the weary. But most of all, the most valuable gift we bring is letting them know they have not been forgotten. As the men wage war, as the guns fire, we remember. We remember them. We remember they are not just statistics, so many left homeless, so many lost. They are people like us, like our families, and we remember them. Kate could feel the words like an electric current running through her. She could feel herself standing straighter. Mrs. Rutherford seemed to speak directly to each one of them. You have it in you to make children smile again. You have it in you to mete out goodness to those who for the past 3 years have known only cruelty. Look inside yourself and know that you have it in you to make all the difference to those who have been abandoned by the world, who have lost their families, their homes, their hope. You are their hope. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. Mrs. Rutherford smiled at them, a crooked, sisterly smile. I won't mislead you. Our path is not without pitfalls. We are on probation, all of us. They doubt us, just as they once doubted that women were worthy of an education. An excited murmur ran around the room. The Red Cross didn't believe we would be worth the bother. The American Fund for French Wounded has sponsored us, but only for a time. We must earn our welcome. It falls to us, to each and every one of us, to prove them wrong and show them that there is nothing that an American college girl cannot do. Hear, hear, cried the girl who had clapped, and this time no one reproved her. Kate found herself alarmingly inclined to cheer. She knew it was all rhetoric. It was all rhetoric, wasn't it? There hadn't been a word of specifics in it, but she still felt like standing up and charging the barricades. Inspiring, Maud had called their director. Well, she was right in that. Kate felt like the snake once the charmer had got through with it. It made her wary. Emmy didn't seem to have any such reserve. Isn't she wonderful? She whispered. On the other side of the room, Julia's beautiful face was still and watchful. Now, back to the practicalities, said Mrs. Rutherford. We are almost all present. Our agriculturalist, Miss Lewes, has responsibilities at the Department of Agriculture, which will keep her through the fall. She will be joining us as soon as she can get away. Agriculturalist? Echoed Liza. To help us with the chickens, said Mrs. Rutherford briskly. We have an addition to our group since we last met. Miss Moran, if you would make yourself known. Reluctantly, Kate stepped forward. Miss Moran is a member of the class of 1911. She is to be one of our chauffeurs. She is also an accomplished teacher of French. Mrs. Rutherford looked blandly around the group. I know there are those among you who could use some reacquaintance with the language. Miss Moran, if you would be so kind as to offer a daily French lesson during our time in transit, your efforts would be much appreciated. Of course, murmured Kate, since that was what one said, even though she would rather stab herself in the eye with a pocket knife than teach French to anyone ever again. Emmy beamed as though she'd just done something rather clever. You know our doctors, of course, Dr. Ava Stringfellow. A middle-aged woman with a strong-featured face and a pair of expressive eyebrows stood up and gave a half-bow. And Dr. Julia Prine. Please do try not to fall ill. Their services are not meant for us, but for the people we go to serve. A couple of the women chuckled. Kate didn't think Mrs. Rutherford had been joking. I have a little gift for you. Reaching into one of her multitudinous pockets, Mrs. Rutherford drew out something that jangled and clanked. It resolved itself into a series of chains, each with a metal tag at the end of it. Miss Baldwin, Miss Cooper, Miss Dawlish, Miss England, Miss Ledbetter, Miss Mills, Miss Moran. The tag was warm from Mrs. Rutherford's pocket. Kate ran the ball of her thumb against the lightly incised words, the cuts still rough in the metal. K. Moran, SCRU. On the other side, Rue Scribe, Paris.
Miss Patton, Miss Prine, pardon me, Dr. Prine, Miss Randolph, Miss Shaw, Miss Van Alden. Ah, and here is mine.
Mrs. Rutherford fitted her own tag over her head, tucking it neatly beneath her collar.
You must wear your badge at all times. They are not the most beautiful of ornaments, but they are necessary.
But why?
Asked Miss Cooper, the girl who had clapped, looking up from her tag. From the other side of the room, Julia spoke for the first time. "They're to identify our bodies," said Julia in her hard, beautiful voice. "When the ship goes down." Chapter 2.
Dear Mother, don't you like the life preservers all over the stationery? It's quite different from the last time we crossed to France together. All the talk is of submarines and lifeboats. But there's really nothing to worry about, they say, so long as we follow the regulations and don't do anything foolish. They've given us tags to hang around our necks with our names on them. Mine says E. Van Alden, SCRU. It's merely a precaution, of course. It makes us feel quite military.
Miss Emmeline Van Alden, class of 1911, to her mother, Mrs. Livingston Van Alden. August 1917. Packet boat SS Rochambeau, somewhere in the Atlantic. Miss Cooper dropped her tag. Everyone stared at Julia, who just shrugged. "Don't kill the messenger. It is what it is." Emmy jumped up, her own tag clutched in her hand.
Well, I think it's rather fun to have a keepsake of our time together, a memento.
Some of the women smiled back, some didn't. "No one is drowning," said Kate flatly, not out of conviction, but because if Julia said the sky was blue, Kate would claim it was purple. Emmy had forgotten what it was like, mediating between the two of them, or maybe she simply hadn't wanted to remember. "There are lifeboats in plenty, and these lovely, bulky life jackets with which they've provided us."
Ah, yes, that's another thing. You need your papers for the lifeboats.
Mrs. Rutherford rustled about among her pile of papers, producing thin slips, which she proceeded to distribute.
You are each assigned to a place in a lifeboat. Please do try to remember to keep your papers on you. You will need to show it to take your seat.
What happens if we haven't our passes or run to the wrong boat?
Asked Miss Cooper, looking worried. "I don't know about you," said Maud, "but if the boat is going down, I'm climbing aboard the nearest lifeboat and asking questions later."
"There's really no need for that sort of thing," said Mrs. Rutherford. "As long as everyone follows the protocols, there shouldn't be any confusion."
"But wouldn't the ship be tilting?"
asked Miss Cooper, twisting the chain of her tag around and around her fingers.
"What if you couldn't get to your lifeboat?"
"I'm sure it's all moot," said Emmy soothingly, looking to Kate to back her up.
"They have to think of these things, but really we're not at all the sort of ship the Germans want, are we? And they do seem to have thought of everything, haven't they? I'm sure we'll be safe as...
One can be in enemy-infested waters," said Julia. Miss Cooper gave a tremulous smile.
"You make it sound like mice."
"Mice have their good points," put in Miss Dawlish, 07, the kindergarten teacher. Emmy had been seated next to her at the luncheon and liked her immediately. She had a pleasantly freckled face, her ginger hair braided around and around like a crown. "We made pets of them in our classroom. The children built a little cage for them." Maud wafted that aside. "Mice, perhaps, but not Germans. Do you know they say they give you 500 francs and a croix de guerre if you shoot one? I, for one, mean to get a revolver and pot as many as I can."
"Mice?"
asked Miss Cooper. "No, Germans," said Maud, rolling her eyes at Liza. They seemed to have rather departed from the high tone of a moment before. Emmy looked to Mrs. Rutherford, wondering when she would take charge, but Mrs. Rutherford was busy with her notes, shuffling through a pile of lists and papers, unconcerned by the sniping among her recruits. In desperation, Emmy clapped her hands together.
Has anyone thought of getting a concert together? A charity concert?
Charity concerts were one thing she knew how to do. As she knew better than anyone, the best way not to think was to keep as busy as possible.
We could hold one for the other passengers. There are an awful lot of people on the ship, aren't there? We could have a concert to raise money for the French wounded. It wouldn't need to be anything elaborate, just a few airs and recitations. Kate, remember Henry V? You could do the St. Crispin's Day speech. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers.
Wouldn't it be band of sisters? Said Kate wryly, but at least she'd stopped glowering at Julia. Ugh, said Maud. You aren't going to ask us each to do a turn, are you? It would be too embarrassing.
Oh no, we wouldn't want to take over the program. Just organize it,
said Emmy, improvising madly, feeling the mood of the room lightening. There was nothing like a concert for pulling people together. The others were perking up nicely, everyone starting to think what they knew, what they could do.
We could ask those nice Harvard men to sing glees. Maybe you might ask them? I'm sure they would listen to you.
If you think it would be useful, said Maud, but Emmy could tell she was itching to get out there and put her persuasive powers to use. Emmy looked around the circle of women. She didn't know them yet as individuals, but they felt familiar anyway. Familiar as Smith women, familiar as all the committee women and settlement house volunteers with whom she had worked over the years, women who had helped her drape bunting and serve hot meals and put on comic operettas. She felt a surge of warmth for them all.
There must be other people on the boat with all sorts of talents. We could put out an open call for performers.
It will have to be before we enter the war zone, Mrs. Rutherford cautioned, looking up from her notes. Once we cross that line, there'll be no more music after dark. That will be a week from now.
We could call it One Last Night of Music,
suggested Miss Cooper, and then looked alarmed at her own words.
I mean, not the last night of music forever, just the last night of music on the ship.
Yes. Ava, if you would come with me.
Mrs. Rutherford gathered up her files, gesturing to Dr. Stringfellow, who served as assistant director of the unit as well as their primary medical authority.
And Dr. Prine?
Emmy felt her tension lighten as Julia turned to go. She loved Julia, she did. They were first cousins, practically the same age, except that Julia had been born 6 months earlier, first in that as she was in everything. Emmy had always suspected that she bored and frustrated Julia, but it was hard to tell. Julia kept herself to herself, twisting back her emotions as tightly and adroitly as she did the golden coil of hair at the back of her head, not a strand out of place. Julia's mother, Aunt May, was just the same way. Emmy had always been a little terrified of Aunt May, who lived an exotic, continental existence, returning to New York every so often to drop Julia at the rambling brownstone on East 34th Street to be a sister for Emmeline. And they were sisters, of sorts. Sisters who loved each other, even when they didn't understand each other very well, which was most of the time. Feeling guilty, Emmy called softly,
You will sing at the concert, won't you, Julia? No one has a voice like yours.
Her cousin gave her a curt nod of acknowledgement before following Dr. Stringfellow out of the room. Emmy could feel Kate looking at her.
She means well.
Said Kate, which was Kate's way of disagreeing entirely.
Come,
said Emmy, hooking her arm through Kate's, feeling obscurely cheered. She knew that of old. It had been 6 years, but Kate was still the same Kate, and there was something reassuring in that. They said blood was thicker than water, but she had always felt more at home with Kate than with Julia, even if Julia came of the same Knickerbocker stock, and Kate from what her father called those people.
I'll show you our cabin. Don't expect terribly much. It really is pretty dire.
It can't be worse than my room in Boston, said Kate, as Emmy pushed open the door.
I thought it was a very nice room,
lied Emmy, groping her way through the darkness until she bumped into a berth, sitting down with a thump that made the springs squeak. The portholes had been boarded over, casting the cabin into permanent gloom. It was a dreadful room, said Kate, and suddenly they were both laughing, as if they were 18 again and not 28 and on their way to a war zone. Be grateful it was, or I'd never have agreed to come.
I'm so glad you did, said Emmy honestly. It makes it all feel less...
Mad, suggested Kate, lowering herself carefully onto her own berth.
Daunting,
said Emmy. They were quiet for a moment, the dark room close around them. Why didn't you ever visit? Emmy wanted to ask. Why didn't you write? They had never stopped being friends. They had simply stopped being friends who saw one another. She had known Kate was busy, that Kate had to get her own living, but she couldn't help feeling a bit hurt all the same. Her mother would have been so happy to help, to give Kate a job as her own secretary. They might have gone on as they had been. But of course, all things changed. Emmy knew that. It had been an impulse that had taken her to Kate's boarding house in Boston. They needed a woman who could drive and who spoke French, and Kate could do both. But that wasn't the real reason. The truth was that she'd wanted Kate there because she'd felt in some obscure way that if Kate were with her, nothing would seem quite so large or terrifying. Kate would make everything all right, just as she had back in their days at Smith, when nothing was so bad it couldn't be cured with hot cocoa brewed on a gas ring.
Do you remember the cocoa parties we used to have?
I doubt there'll be much cocoa in France, said Kate quietly.
You're probably right.
Of course Kate was right. She was simply making a statement. It wasn't a rejection. It was Emmy's own sensitivity that made it feel like one.
I heard someone asking the steward for white sugar. He shrugged and said, "C'est la guerre."
I imagine la guerre covers a multitude of things, said Kate. Emmy heard the springs squeak as Kate reached up to lift the heavy knot of her hair off the back of her neck. I take it back. It is even hotter in here than in my room in Boston.
One of the ambulance men was telling me that everyone sleeps on deck, offered Emmy. He said pushing 2 deck chairs together makes an adequate sort of bed.
Kate grabbed 2 blankets and handed one to Emmy. Let's hope it doesn't rain. It did, of course. Not that night, but the next. The 10 members of the Smith unit who had elected to sleep on deck woke to a deluge and wound up taking themselves, dripping and shivering, into the marble-floored entry hall of the ship, huddling together for warmth.
Have you noticed,
said Miss Cooper in a small voice, hugging her knees to her chest,
that our uniforms smell when they're wet? They do say the war zone is awfully rainy. I imagine we'll get used to it, said Emmy hopefully.
And it saves us having to wash our hair, said Kate dryly, loosing the tie of her braid to fan out the long, wet strands. Emmy had always envied Kate's hair, a thick, rich chestnut, not all indistinct and flyaway like hers. Kate's hair stayed where she put it. Have you thought of the lunacy of us all, sitting here shivering when we all have perfectly good beds waiting for us below?
Yes, but it's easier to escape from on deck.
Liza struggled to a sitting position, kicking her legs free of her sodden blanket.
You know they say that the most dangerous time is just at dawn, when the sea is quiet and the submarines can see us, but we can't see them.
Lovely, said Kate.
But the ships shouldn't list quite so quickly because all the portholes are closed,
said Liza importantly, thumping the never-sink vest she was using as a pillow.
So that should give us more time to get to the boats.
Oh, for heaven's sake. The blanket-wrapped lump that was Maud flopped over. If you can't all be quiet, we might as well go and smother in our cabins. At least that will be a quick death.
Must we talk about death, please?
Asked Miss Cooper in a small voice.
Nobody is dying,
said Emmy soothingly. But it was a lie, of course, and they all knew it. In France, 10 days away, 6 days away, 4 days away, men were dying by the thousands, dying every day, dying in mud and blood and unimaginable agony. And they were going there. They had chosen to go there. What had made sense on a spring afternoon in Boston made much less sense at 4 a.m, huddled under a blanket on the hard floorboards of the deck, listening to the restless pacing of those who couldn't sleep, waiting for the torpedoes to strike. Emmy did her best to keep busy. In the mornings, she joined Kate's French classes, where Liza continued to struggle with subjunctive verbs, and Miss Cooper spoke very carefully in her correct but cautious French. Miss Cooper had brought a little paint set with her, and while Emmy couldn't paint anything more demanding than flowers, and not very interesting flowers at that, she could look and admire, so she admired to the very best of her abilities. In the afternoons, Emmy stood on the deck, waving her arms about over her head and jumping up and down along with Liza, Maud, Miss England, Miss Cooper, and roughly 80 assorted ambulance men, engineers, and YMCA volunteers, as the YMCA physical director led them in a series of setting up exercises designed to get them into fighting shape, or at least scare off any inquisitive seagulls. Miss Dawlish, the kindergarten teacher, could usually be found in the saloon about that time, drinking weak coffee with brown sugar. Emmy made a practice of joining her, still red in the face from calisthenics, to discuss the innovations of the Sloyd method of teaching, of which Emmy knew only a little, but Miss Dawlish was only too happy to enlighten her, her tired face lighting with enthusiasm as she spoke of the education of children through woodwork and handicrafts. In the evenings, Emmy and Kate shared a table with Miss Cooper, Liza, Maud, and the presidents, respectively, of Andover, Boston College, and Reed College, during which they had lively discussions about the advisability of education for women, and Kate got far too much amusement out of the president of Andover's insisting on addressing Maud indulgently as Rosie, no matter how many times Maud corrected him. "I can't stand his ideas," Kate admitted, "but I do love watching Maud fume."
"I wish we had a table together as a unit," said Emmy worriedly, pulling 2 deck chairs together to make a bed. The chairs themselves weren't that uncomfortable, but it was always awkward at 4 a.m. when the chairs were kicked apart so that the decks could be swabbed. She had tried sleeping directly on the deck instead and woken up with a mop in her face. "I don't like that we haven't got to know each other yet. There are girls I haven't even spoken to."
"We'll have plenty of time together over the next 6 months. Why bother with it now?" asked Kate through the ribbon in her teeth as she finished plaiting her hair into its bedtime braid. They slept in their clothes. Those were the rules. Always keep your life vest at hand, never undress. But they allowed themselves the luxury of taking down their hair.
"I know, but
they were all nervous. There had been an almost holiday air for the first week, with concerts every night, but once they entered the Bay of Biscay, the reality of the war slammed down upon them. No lights after dark, no music, no conversations, no cigarettes. All punishable on pain of arrest and a stint in a French prison. Maud and Liza appointed themselves guardians of the blackout and chased after men with radial watch dials, ordering them to cover their lights. Miss Cooper, Emmy had noticed, kept more and more to herself, writing letters to a friend at home, then crumpling them up again. One of the other women, Miss Patton, who had been a year ahead of Emmy at school, had a little silver flask she took out when she thought no one was looking, and sometimes smelled of sherry when they all huddled together on the deck at night. Mrs. Rutherford was nowhere to be found, closeted in her room with her plans and the doctor's. There was no denying that an undertaking of such magnitude required a great deal of planning. Emmy had seen enough of her mother's grand endeavors to know the intricacies involved, but shouldn't she be paying a bit more attention to the women in her care? Emmy managed to corner Mrs. Rutherford at breakfast, drinking her coffee with one hand while taking notes with the other. "Yes, Miss Van Alden?" Their leader was, Emmy noticed, writing in Greek letters. She rather hoped it was some sort of code, and not because she was working on something to do with the ancients instead.
"I wonder," began Emmy, "if you might have noticed that everyone seems a bit nervous."
"We are entering a war zone," said Mrs. Rutherford practically, with that disarming smile that made everything seem just as it ought. We'd be fools not to be nervous.
Well, yes, but that is, I think we'd all feel better if... It would be such a useful thing to know what we're to do once we get there.
But didn't I tell you already? Said Mrs. Rutherford, already half distracted by whatever it was she was writing. Emmy shook her head as hard as she could. I thought I had. Oh well, if you really think it would be an aid to morale.
Oh, I do, said Emmy fervently. I really do.
Mrs. Rutherford called them together in the saloon the next day. Our voyage has almost ended, she announced, and I must say I'm very proud of how you all have conducted yourself. Just this morning, Dr. Van Dyke took me aside to tell me how fine he thinks you all are.
Dr. Van Dyke?
Emmy murmured to Kate. The old goat with the beard and the monocle, Kate whispered back, and Emmy had to suppress a nervous giggle. You are just the right sort, he said. Not neurasthenic enthusiasts, but with a natural dignity, and modesty without prudery.
Neurasthenic?
Wondered Liza. Barmy, Maud hissed back, not quite sotto voce. Emmy did her best to look dignified and modest, but wondered just how Dr. Van Dyke would know. Or Mrs. Rutherford, for that matter. Hadn't they seen Miss Patton's sherry flask, or Miss Cooper's hunched shoulders? Or maybe they were right, and Emmy was wrong, and this was all completely natural and normal when one was entering a war zone, and not the least, what had he called it? Neurasthenic. It has been brought to my attention that you might wish to have more information about our intentions. Mrs. Rutherford tapped the map spread out on a tea table, weighted down with books on 4 sides. We shall make our home here, in the village of Greycourt. When the Germans retreated, they laid waste the surrounding area, and then they sent the villagers home to live in it. Not all the villagers. The fit ones they took with them to Germany. The very young, the very old, the infant, and the infirm. Those are our charges. Pardon me. Maud was peering at the map over Mrs. Rutherford's shoulder. Did you say we'd be here? She jabbed at the area with a finger. Yes, said Mrs. Rutherford. That is why it is marked with an X. But those lines over there are the front line trenches, said Mrs. Rutherford. She turned away from Maud. Now, as I was saying, but we're practically in the trenches. Actually, said Miss Dawlish helpfully, leaning so close to the map that her nose practically touched the print, if you read the legend, it looks to be about 10 miles away. 9. Corrected Mrs. Rutherford briskly. Now, 9? Maud appeared to be having difficulty speaking. No one told us we'd be offering aid from the front-line trench. We can hardly help villagers rebuild their lives from Paris, can we? Said Mrs. Rutherford, in the same tones of exaggerated patience Emmy imagined she used on students who mistranslated Homer. It was a tone Emmy had heard frequently from her own professors in a variety of subjects. Now, our entire usefulness rests on our ability to travel between the villages. Our first order of operation is to retrieve our trucks. Our chauffeurs will go directly to Brest to fetch the trucks. She consulted her notes. Miss Shaw, Miss Patton, Miss Cooper, you'll be in charge of the Ford trucks. Miss Moran, Miss England, you will share responsibility for the white truck. Kate sat very still, her face dangerously expressionless. I've never driven a white truck, only a Chalmers touring car.
And I've never driven a Ford,
chimed in Liza. She thought for a moment.
Or a white.
You'll learn, said Mrs. Rutherford, obviously considering this an entirely irrelevant interruption. As for the rest of us, we shall be engaged in seeing to our papers and securing the necessities we need to bring to Greycourt. We shall need upwards of 60 chickens and at least 4 cows. Cows, echoed Maud. Did you say cows? Or vache, if one wants to get into the local spirit. No one did. Mrs. Rutherford sighed. Cows have one great advantage, Miss Randolph. They create milk.
We will have 11 villages in our charge with nearly 2,000 souls relying upon us. There are babies without mothers, children wasting away from want of good, nourishing food. So we shall have cows."
"But I've never had anything to do with cows." Mrs. Rutherford squeezed Maud's shoulder, looking deep into her eyes.
"You can do anything you set your mind to. Never let anyone tell you otherwise."
Maud's mouth opened and closed. She looked less like a cow and more like an outraged fish.
"I do have some books on animal husbandry for anyone who would like to do some reading. Here is an excellent manual on the keeping of chickens. Miss Randolph, would you care to have it? I believe you will find it most informative."
"I'll take it,"
said Emmy quickly, since Maud looked about ready to lay an egg in rage.
"Excellent."
Mrs. Rutherford turned the full force of her smile on her, and Emmy felt her spirits, inexplicably, lifting.
"You shall be in charge of our chickens, Miss Van Alden, until our agriculturalist arrives. Now, is there anything else?"
No one dared venture anything else. Mrs. Rutherford cast a benevolent smile in their general direction and drifted out, her ever-present notebook clasped to her side. "I knew I'd be called on to do obstetrical work," commented Julia to no one in particular, "but I hadn't expected to turn veterinarian."
"That's Betsy for you,"
said Dr. Stringfellow with a certain grim satisfaction. She had, Emmy remembered being told, been Mrs. Rutherford's roommate at Smith back in the 90s.
"She'll have us all milking cows and liking it."
"Oh, not you," said Maud, too indignant to be politic. "You'll be too busy doctoring, but the rest of us—"
"I hope there aren't goats,"
said Miss Patton. Emmy could see her hand go to the pocket where the silver flask was kept, clutching it like a talisman.
"I've never gotten on with goats. My grandmother kept goats. They were dreadful."
"I wonder if the children would like to help build chicken coops," mused Miss Dawlish. Maud glared at her. "Well, I think it's insane. Cows and chickens!"
"She does have a point about the milk,"
said Liza, and just as quickly subsided again. "You milk the cows, then," said Maud crossly.
"I don't think she means us to milk them," said Emmy. "I think the villagers are meant to do that. We're simply to procure them and stable them. Does one stable a cow?"
No one knew. "My uncle has a farm in Ohio," said Miss England, "but I grew up in Cleveland. Our milk came in glass bottles from a little wagon." Kate laughed, a sharp, bitter laugh. "What a useless bunch we are." Emmy smiled ruefully at her.
"If there were a recital competition, I'm sure we'd be tops."
"Well, I don't think we're useless," said Maud. "I could be jolly well useful doing something that made any sense. The YMCA director says there's plenty of canteen work and loads that needs doing for the troops. And it has the benefit of not being in the firing line."
"I wonder if she has any books on how to drive a Ford?"
asked Liza as she followed her friend out of the saloon. "It's going to be a disaster, isn't it?" said Kate. Emmy tried to remember the way she had felt at the luncheon back in the spring, the luncheon where Mrs. Rutherford had first broached the notion of a Smith College relief unit, the way she had felt just a week ago when they had first been gathered together in this same saloon, the exultation, the certainty. All her life, she had watched as her mother launched one grand scheme after another. Her mother was a born leader. Mrs. Livingston Van Alden was a founding member of the French Union for Women's Suffrage, despite the small impediment of not being French. But she hadn't let that stop her any more than she had let not being British stop her from chaining herself to the railings of Parliament with her great friend Emmeline Pankhurst. She had convinced Alva Vanderbilt to resume speaking to Mrs. Stuyvesant Fish for long enough to invite her to a suffrage conference at Marble House. She had given speeches and organized rallies all around the world, all while giving birth to 7 children and seeing them raised along progressive educational lines. Admittedly, this had been administered in practice by a series of nannies and governesses, but the theory of it had all come directly from Emmy's mother, who had mandated cold baths and Latin verbs with equal enthusiasm. Emmy had been given the sort of education of which her mother had only dreamed, but she was not, her teachers said regretfully, academic by nature. Except when it came to poetry. She did like poetry. But Keats and Lord Tennyson weren't on her mother's list of useful and improving topics. Emmy was meant to be studying the classics and absorbing rhetoric, but she found Greek verbs impenetrable, and every time she got up on a podium, her tongue faltered, although she was rather good at draping bunting. She was meant to be out there, rallying and marching, carrying the flag, motivating and inspiring, the very image of the new woman. Well, her mother's image of the new woman. Instead, she had spent the last 6 years doing settlement house work, warming milk for babies, teaching children their ABCs, making sure the children of the Lower East Side had warm clothes for winter, and that the library of the Girls' Club, for respectable young working women of the less fortunate classes, was stocked with the sorts of books that might appeal to a 12-year-old who had been put to work sewing shirtwaists at the age of 8. Emmy wouldn't miss the chaos of the family brownstone on 34th Street. Well, not much. But she did miss her girls. Some of them came to her so young and so thin, and it was such joy to feed them up and teach them their letters if they didn't know them already, and just give them a quiet, warm place where they could be. There weren't many places where one could just be. It was all very useful work, and Emmy knew, at least she told herself, that it truly did make a difference to the recipients, but nothing to light up the world, nothing to earn her mother's respect. But here, finally, was her chance to do something heroic. If only it didn't all go wrong. "It's this ship," Emmy said, desperately needing Kate to feel as she did, to believe as she did, because if Kate didn't believe, how were they to succeed? It was Kate who had got her through Smith, had kept her from failing her examinations. "It's the waiting that's so hard, being here and not being able to do anything yet." "Yes, but what are we meant to do?" Kate asked practically, "other than collect cows?" "Offer hope to the hopeless," Emmy wanted to say, but somehow the words rolled off better from Mrs. Rutherford's tongue than hers. "At least we have professional assurance that we're not neurasthenics." When Kate looked at her skeptically, she added, "I'm sure it will all make sense once we get there. Everything will be better once we get to Paris." Chapter 3. The unit had an excellent time on the voyage. We had never all met until we embarked, but already we like and admire each other. Mrs. Ambrose Rutherford, née Betsy Hayes, class of 1896, director, to the members of the committee. Dear Beth, I'm writing this on the train, so if my handwriting isn't up to form, you'll know why. I keep turning to speak to you, and then remembering you aren't here after all, although I do understand why you couldn't come, with things as they are at home. Your replacement is a girl named Catherine Moran, class of 11. There are several other 11 girls, and some 09, and a great many older than that. They make me feel like an infant, although they're all very nice. Well, most of them. They played us off the ship with the Stars and Stripes Forever, which was very nice and very inspiring, but there's been some mix-up with our trucks, which haven't arrived yet, or have arrived but aren't being released, it's not clear which, so now we're all on the way to Paris to find out what we're meant to do until we can get our trucks and get to where we're going. Everyone we see seems to be in uniform or in mourning. I've seen more widow's weeds in the past 5 hours than I have in all my life. Every woman we pass seems to be wearing black. As for the men, one of the girls said she feels strange having all her limbs, and that's just what it is. Every man on the train seems to be on crutches or wrapped in bandages, and we aren't even to Paris yet, much less the war zone. I expect we'll feel better once we get to the hotel and have a good night's sleep. Can you believe? A Paris hotel. I feel better just writing it.
A Paris hotel. I wish you were here, Beth, I really do. It is so lonely without you.
Miss Margaret Cooper, Class of 1914, to Miss Elizabeth Long, Class of 1914. August 1917. Hotel Voltaire, Paris.
No, said Madame. 20 young girls? Mais c'est impossible. Je ne peux prendre tout le monde.
Fewer than that, and we're not that young, Kate countered. She stood at the door of the hotel on the Quai Voltaire, the rest of the unit behind her, rather the worse for wear after their long train ride from Bordeaux, disheveled and smoke-stained and weary. Their train hadn't come in until 8:20. It was full dark already, the streets sparsely lit, curtains pulled tight over windows to blot any light from within. Mrs. Rutherford and Miss Ledbetter had taken on the task of attempting to find a cab for their baggage from the few ancient vehicles that still plied their trade at the station. It was clear that it would be miracle enough to find a taxi to carry their bags, much less any of them. Sore and tired, the rest of the unit had gathered up such bits of baggage as they could carry and staggered forward on foot, along the night-dark Seine to the little hotel on the left bank where they had been promised that rooms had been reserved for them.
9 only, I was told,
Madame protested.
What is it?
Asked Emmy, coming up behind Kate. There's no room at the inn, or not enough room at the inn. Kate's throat was dry and scratchy after hours of coal smoke. Their landing, the playing of the stars and stripes forever as they emerged from the boat, the excitement at being on dry land, all felt like years ago. She says they can't possibly take us all. She has only 2 girls to help, and there aren't enough rooms for all of us, even if they had more people.
But then what?
Emmy glanced over her shoulder. Miss Cooper looked asleep on her feet. Miss Patton had dropped her bag and was sitting on it. Kate could feel her lips set. She says we'll have to find someplace else.
But our rooms were meant to be reserved.
Emmy looked like a raccoon, her eyes ringed with purple.
Weren't they? Although our tags say Rue Scribe, maybe we were meant to go there instead?
Yes, it would be horrible if someone were to deliver their bodies to the wrong hotel. Kate bit down the sarcastic words. She knew Emmy was as tired and drained as she was, probably more. Kate had fewer compunctions about pulling her hat down over her eyes and pretending to be asleep when annoying people tried to talk to her. I'm quite sure Mrs. Rutherford said Quai Voltaire, not Rue Scribe. Please, said Kate to the proprietress. Surely something can be arranged. We can share. We have cots. We will have cots once our things are delivered. Do you have, perhaps, a room we might use as a dormitory? Un dortoir? Comme dans un pensionnat? Madame considered.
There are the rooms already reserved, 5 rooms, for 9 girls, and an attic, but you cannot expect the laundry and the meals.
We expect only a place to sleep, and we won't be here long, just a week or so until we move on. Kate turned back to Emmy. There's an attic.
An attic?
Maud's hearing was remarkably acute when her comfort was at issue.
I'm not sleeping in an attic.
You can have one of the rooms. Kate was too tired to fight with anyone. But don't expect anyone to make your bed for you. Liza and I will share, declared Maud in tones of great self-sacrifice.
There is only one bed,
Madame warned. At this point, she seemed to be rather enjoying herself.
I don't mind lumping it, do you, Maud? Said Liza. I promise not to hog the covers. I don't care where I sleep, so long as no one starts swabbing around me at 3 a.m,
said Miss Cooper bravely. Behind them, a policeman wrestled with the gas jet of a street lamp. The light went out, plunging the street into total darkness.
Inside,
said Madame, with a sideways glance at the police officer. There had been signs all over the train station warning them to observe the blackout, to keep silent, to guard their words because the enemy might be listening.
Quick now. Who will have a room?
Mrs. Rutherford should have a room.
Emmy immediately took on the role of hostess, working out the sleeping arrangements as though this were a party at the family cottage in Newport. She looked at her cousin.
And perhaps the doctors could share?
It was just like Julia to get one of the rooms with a real bed, thought Kate, although the thought of Julia having to share a bed with Dr. Stringfellow did rather lighten her mood somewhat. Maybe the doctor snored. Kate was aware that this was not entirely the spirit of fellowship she ought to be cultivating. "I'm for the attic," said Kate, not waiting to hear any more. "Who's with me?" As attics went, it could have been worse. The room was a large one on the top floor, one side taken up by French windows that opened onto a long and narrow balcony edged with a decorative iron railing. It might even have been pretty. The windows looked out over the Seine, or would have if it hadn't been too dark to see, but dark curtains had been hung haphazardly over the windows. Madame wrenched them closed before lighting an oil lamp with an elaborate glass shade. "No light. It is not allowed." She spoke in English for the benefit of the others, but couldn't resist adding, "Les boches." In the lamplight, Kate could see a sewing machine, a dressmaker's dummy, and some rather battered side tables that appeared to have been exiled from the lower rooms. The one thing the room lacked was any sort of sleeping surface. The 8 members of the unit who had elected to share the garret stood there, in the center of the room, their coats still on, staring around them in despair. At least on the boat, the deck chairs had been broad enough to serve as beds. Emmy bent over, shaking, weird snorting noises coming from between her fingers. "Emmy?" Kate put a hand tentatively on her arm. Emmy lifted her head, her eyes streaming, laughter coming out in great, undisciplined gasps. "Oh, Kate, a garret! What could possibly be more French than a garret? I feel like La Dame aux Camellias and Mimi and all the cast of La Bohème rolled into one." Kate grinned reluctantly. "This is far too nice a garret for that sort of thing. We need a few more holes in the roof, at least." "A garret is a garret," said Emmy, wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes. "I refuse to be balked of my garret." Miss England gave them a look of resigned toleration and began moving the furniture about to make room for pallets. Unbuttoning her jacket, Kate went to help her. "Please promise me you won't start writing bad poetry and contract consumption." "I'm certainly not going to promise good poetry," said Emmy, joining Kate in shifting the dressmaker's dummy to a corner of the room. "What are we to sleep on until our cots arrive?" "Our coats, I imagine," said Kate. "I'd try to cadge some pillows from Madame, but I'm not sure we can push her any further. She's already feeling ill-used." Emmy carefully straightened the dummy, lowering her voice so only Kate could hear. What were they thinking to only reserve for 9? Perhaps they assumed that half of us would drown on the way over. At Emmy's expression of distress, Kate said, "Or it might be that Mrs. Rutherford only asked for the number of rooms she thought she could get and figured she would sort it out later." That did seem to be the way their founder worked. Act first, sort out the details later. It seemed strange to Kate. Here was a woman of international reputation, the first woman to oversee a dig in Crete, ordering hundreds of workmen, responsible for an infinity of details. But from what Kate could see, her plans so far were sketchy in the extreme. She seemed to expect they would follow her blindly. Kate remembered the speech on the ship, how even she had, for that moment, been inclined to charge with Mrs. Rutherford into the breach or anywhere she chose to lead. Well, she could only hope that the hotel was an aberration, and the rest of her arrangements were undertaken with more care. Madame appeared at the door with an armful of blankets. Kate made a point of thanking her profusely, which mollified Madame not in the slightest. Emmy pulled a wrinkled nightdress over her head. From inside the folds, she said, "I suppose we shouldn't tell her we'll also need a room for our baggage when it arrives." Kate choked on a laugh. "Not tonight, no. I'm not sure Madame's nerves can take it." Emmy dropped down on her pile of blankets, smothering a yawn.
I don't care what we're sleeping on. I feel like I could sleep for a week. Good night, girls.
A chorus of goodnights answered as, one by one, they changed into nightgowns and pajamas, relishing the sheer luxury of being out of their uniforms, of sleeping in a room, an actual room, with windows and a door. With the blackout, it was dark, true dark, in a way it never had been in Brooklyn or Boston, where the streetlights glowed throughout the night. The dark wrapped Kate about, cushioning her, the tension of those last few days on the boat melting away. She hadn't even realized how terrified they had all been of torpedoes until the threat was gone. It was such a relief to be able to curl into a blanket, even a blanket on a floor, without having to use a life vest as a pillow, or worry about awaking to water. Until someone awakened her by dropping a pile of pots. That's what it sounded like, metal pots, clanging, a cacophony of pots, all tumbling down, one on top of another. There was shouting and confusion, and for a horrible moment Kate was on the ship again, and they were going down, down, down. Kate opened her eyes, but she couldn't see anything. She was blind. She was underwater. She was drowning, her limbs wrapped in seaweed, pinning her down, that complete darkness fearsome, pressing down around her, stopping her breath. Until someone yelped, "Ow! My foot!" And she was in an attic in Paris, a very dark attic in Paris, surrounded by 7 other members of the Smith Relief Unit, some already up and blundering about, trying to find the curtains. The noise, the awful noise, clanging and banging and blaring, was coming from outside. "I think you just stepped on my spleen," said an aggrieved voice, thick with sleep. Kate thought it might be Miss Baldwin, but she wasn't sure. Sorry, I didn't see. What is that?" demanded Miss England's voice, rising over the din. "Ouch! That was my arm," said Miss Patton plaintively. "No, not that. The noise." Miss England tripped over one of Kate's feet. Kate hastily scooted herself back as close to the wall as possible, wriggling to try to get free of the blanket, which seemed to have wrapped itself around her like the seaweed in her nightmare. Just a nightmare, she reminded herself, blinking away the sleep and the horror. Only a nightmare. But the sirens were still sounding. There was some sort of horror going on out there. Kate resisted the urge to wrap her blanket around her head and pretend she was back in Boston. "I've got it," called Miss England, achieving the wall of windows, having maimed roughly half her fellows in the process. She tugged one of the heavy curtains open, fumbling for the window latch. Girls, come out here! You must see this!" Kate stumbled to her feet, pulling the blanket around her shoulders like a shawl. Emmy was already there ahead of her, her angular form belted into a dressing gown. What is it?" asked Miss Cooper breathlessly, coming up behind Kate. Together, they crowded onto the iron balcony, blinking at the cars racing down the street, dozens of them, hundreds of them, a multitude of them, horns blaring. "Look up," said Miss England, and Kate did, and saw the improbable sight of colored lights winking in the sky, red and green, attached to shadows like giant dragonflies, long wings stretched out on either side, swooping down, then up again, making the stars dim, blotting out the moon. Kate couldn't take her eyes away from it. "It must be an air raid," said Emmy wonderingly. "I read about them, but you don't understand it until you're in it," Miss Patton said, staring like the rest of them, all of them craning their necks to see the marvel above. "Yes, that's it exactly," said Emmy. "It doesn't seem real somehow." "Oh, it's real, all right," said Miss England, rubbing her ear as another siren blared out. "Do you think they mean to drop bombs on us?" Miss Cooper was shivering so hard she could hardly speak, even though the August night was warm. "Do we need to do something, do you think? Or go somewhere?" Kate looked down at the street. No one else seems to be going anywhere. Of course, it was hard to tell. The lights were all dark in all the buildings, but no one seemed to be running for cellars. "I think it would be Zeppelins if they meant to bomb us," said Miss England briskly. "And those don't look like Zeppelins. Well, if that's all, I'm for bed. I've some cotton if anyone wants some to stuff in their ears." "Yes, please," said Miss Patton, drawing her dressing gown more tightly around her. "Miss Cooper! Margaret! You're freezing!" Next to her, Emmy was clucking over Miss Cooper, chafing her cold hands. "Those pajamas feel like they're made of paper. Come inside. Kate?" In a moment. It was strangely beautiful up there, the signal lights winking red and green, some of the planes so close that she could hear the whir of their wings on the wind, others far enough up in the sky that they looked like stars, shooting stars, bursting through the atmosphere. "I wonder which are ours and which are theirs." "The ones not trying to drop things on us," said Miss Patton with a nervous laugh. Kate ignored her, watching the lights up in the sky, the wonder of it, that there were men up there in those contraptions, making them swoop and fly through the night sky. It might be Nick up there. Stupid, Kate told herself. Stupid to be thinking of Nick after all this time. He probably didn't even remember her. There was no reason he should. He was probably too busy staying alive. They said the lifespan of an aviator was 2 months. Or was it 2 weeks? She remembered Nick standing behind her, teaching her how to turn the crank to start the engine on that Chalmers touring car. "Use that strong tennis arm," he had told her, and she had never had the nerve to tell him she didn't play tennis, that it wasn't something they had learned in Greenpoint, never realizing that he knew, that he'd always known, she wasn't one of them. Just another charity case, another hanger-on. It was, Kate had to admit, alarmingly comfortable to be with Emmy again, to fall into the old jokes, the old patterns. Or it would have been, if she could only have stopped herself from wondering if they were friends, if they'd ever truly been friends, or if she had only been one of Emmy's many projects. If she was still one of Emmy's projects. In the street, another car raced past, bugle blaring the all-clear. The lights had disappeared from the sky. Quietly, trying not to wake anyone, Kate felt her way back into the room, drawing the curtain shut behind her. All of that was behind her, irrelevant. She was here to do a job. They were all here to do a job. And tomorrow, at last, they could start to do it. Chapter 4.
You'll be surprised to get a letter from me postmarked New York. Maud met a Montclair boy who was sailing on Friday and said he would take any mail we wanted so it won't have to go past the censors. Paris is so much changed you would never know it. The lights on the street go out at 9:30, except for very small ones, and in the cafe where Maud and I go for dinner, we don't dine with the rest of the girls. We see enough of them anyway, Maud says. If you dine after 9, all the lights go out, and you're left not being able to see your plate. There is no white bread, not even those delicious crescent rolls we used to have for breakfast, and very little sugar. This morning, we were waked at 8:30 by the maid with our breakfast, a cup of poor coffee each, and 1 slice of dark war bread. No sugar, no butter. They call the meatless days jours maigres. Won't you be amazed at how my French is improving? We've a sort of French teacher woman with us who gave lessons on the boat, and the jours maigres certainly are meager. When we finish a meal, we feel as if we'd just had the first course of a regular meal and not a whole meal at all. Please send DeWitt's crackers and Bailey's candy.
Miss Liza Shaw, class of 1909, to Mr. and Mrs. Robert F. Shaw, Jr. August 1917, Paris, France. "There's been a delay," said Mrs. Rutherford. "What sort of delay?" asked Emmy, trying hard not to yawn. She wondered if one became used to air raids with practice, or if one simply learned to use earplugs. Unlike the rest of the bleary-eyed crew, Mrs. Rutherford was fizzing with energy.
Our trucks seem to have been mislaid, but never fear, we shan't let this discommode us. We shall simply bend like the reed, rather than breaking like the oak. Please pass the bread basket."
The bread basket was marooned in front of Maud, who was staring at it with horror. "Good heavens, what is this?"
"War bread, I think,"
said Emmy. She took an investigative bite.
"It's not bad, really, just a bit grainy."
There was even butter, which Emmy hadn't expected. She could see Liza eyeing the butter dish and pushed it over to her with a smile. Maud grimaced. "Is it meant to stiffen our spirits or our intestines?" "Try it and see," suggested Julia. Sleeplessness emphasized her excellent cheekbones, but did little for her mood. "In the interest of science." Mrs. Rutherford, meanwhile, was eating her war bread with apparent relish with one hand and reading her correspondence with the other. "Exciting news! Le Petit Journal, Le Petit Parisien, and Le Soir all wish to send reporters to speak to us. Mr. Dewey of the Saturday Evening Post tells me that we are quite the best story of the war."
"Really? Us?"
asked Emmy, feeling an entirely unworthy flare of excitement. Others adhered to the mantra that a woman ought only to appear in the papers 3 times, when she was born, when she married, and when she died, but her mother had made a practice of headlines. It wasn't self-aggrandizement if it was for a cause. She wondered if her mother would see, if one of her many friends in France would send Le Soir back to her with a picture of Emmy in it, a picture of all the unit, of course, but it was hard not to daydream of being singled out for some striking stroke of heroism. "But why?" asked Miss England practically. "There are other women in the war, surely." "Not like us," said Mrs. Rutherford. "We are not adding our efforts to someone else's work, to a man's work. We are, ourselves, complete and entire. Les collégiennes américaines."
"Les what?"
asked Liza, who hadn't benefited quite as much as she could from Kate's lessons on the boat, although she had certainly tried. "The American college women," translated Kate, without looking up from her bread. Kate was looking particularly white and pinched. Emmy wondered how long she had stayed out there on the balcony last night. "A French title easily pronounced is absolutely necessary," said Mrs. Rutherford. "When I gave the list of all our names to the police, I wrote that above it, so as not to have any confusion about who and what we are."
"It sounds rather unpleasant, doesn't it?"
said Miss Patton nervously, fiddling with the edge of the lace jabot she had added to her uniform shirtwaist. "Being registered with the police, as though we were felons. Or German spies," put in Maud. "I hear they're everywhere." This all seemed to be taking a rather dark tone, so Emmy decided it was time to intervene.
"Would anyone else like some butter? I do think it's wonderful that we still have butter."
"Yes, just meatless Mondays and Tuesdays," said Maud. "And no hot water except on Saturday or Sunday. Do you think that really is the rule, or is Madame just trying to scare us away so she can have her box room back?" "Madame is delighted to have us," said Mrs. Rutherford absently. "Do listen to this. Our agent has been busy on our behalf at Greycourt. Le Baron de Robecourt has agreed to let us stay in the chateau, such as it is. The army has inspected and cleaned the wells for us, and the Ministry of the Interior has provided us with 3 barracks to house us." "Barracks? But aren't we staying at the chateau?" Miss Patton glanced to Maud for support. "I thought you'd said there was a chateau." "The chateau is not exactly habitable. Those days, I fear, are gone. But wait, there's more. They've got plumbing for us. They've put in a small motor engine to pump water. It shows just how much they value our efforts. This region had the richest farmland in France, until the Germans came through. It is now in a state of almost total destruction. They are looking to us, ladies. To us." "Not to till the fields, surely," said Maud darkly. "It's the wrong season for that," said Mrs. Rutherford. "But we can provide the villagers with the proper seeds and the tools to do the tilling. We're not there to do their work for them, but to enable them to do it again for themselves.
Let's see. We'll have free transportation for our supplies to the nearest railway line. Good news indeed. And the Ministry of the Interior has arranged to requisition petrol, sugar, and coal for our use. We have everything we need. Except our trucks, pointed out Kate. And our medical supplies, put in Dr. Stringfellow. We will need those, Betsy. All I have is what I carried with me in my bag.
And our cots,
added Miss Cooper timidly, stretching her aching shoulders.
All in good time, ladies, all in good time.
Mrs. Rutherford folded the letter and inserted it back in its envelope.
I mean to go to the American Relief Clearinghouse and see what they can tell us about the whereabouts of our goods and chattels. Dr. Dennison of Boston College believes he might have a way to expedite their arrival by having them taken to us by military train. War is a great game of waiting, ladies, but there are ways of bending events to one's will. The people of Greycourt need us, and we will not disappoint them.
Maud's ears perked up. Well, if we're simply waiting, I had some shopping.
Oh, yes,
said Mrs. Rutherford, willfully misunderstanding her.
There will be shopping in plenty. For all we've brought with us, there is more that is needed. Camp stoves and cots, rakes and plows, and the livestock, of course. I do hope you're getting on with the chickens, Miss Van Alden.
Emmy bit her lip.
I meant to read the manual on the train, but
she had spent much of the time hearing all about Miss Patton's younger sister's wedding, with special attention to the bridesmaids' dresses and the details of the floral arrangements. Mercifully, Mrs. Rutherford cut Emmy off before she could be forced to admit her continued ignorance regarding poultry.
Tomorrow, we will go see about securing our papers. There is a carnet rouge that is required for entry into the war zone, and of course the chauffeurs will need to acquire their permits. We are nothing without our chauffeurs.
If we actually knew how to drive what we're supposed to drive, muttered Kate. Emmy tried to make a joke of it.
I'll take the white truck if you'll take the chickens, Kate.
Kate grinned reluctantly. At least the truck won't cluck.
Dr. Prine and I will be touring the American Ambulance Hospital at Neuilly today,
said Dr. Stringfellow, spreading butter sparingly on her war bread. She regarded it dubiously, shrugged, and then took a bite.
Perhaps, said Mrs. Rutherford, looking up from her correspondence, the whole unit ought to go. I shall be busy making arrangements, but you might lead the group, Ava.
It won't be pretty.
Dr. Stringfellow frowned at her.
The discussion may become technical.
And what of it? Said Mrs. Rutherford. It will be instructive.
Dr. Stringfellow looked hard at her old roommate.
It is not for the faint of heart.
Mrs. Rutherford gave her back stare for stare.
Neither is our work.
Are you sure that will be wise, Betsy?
When did any venture ever succeed by being wise?
Dr. Stringfellow raised her eyes to the heavens.
It's never any good to argue with you.
Of course not, said Mrs. Rutherford, with a twinkle in her eyes.
You never win.
Only because you refuse to admit defeat,
said Dr. Stringfellow resignedly, and Emmy could imagine them in their room at Smith, in the pompadours and puffed sleeves of 2 decades ago, having the exact same argument. There was something terribly comforting about it, about the sameness of it. She and Kate used to bicker like that years ago, back before they went their separate ways, with only the odd letter to mark the passage of the years.
On your head be it. We'll see what the hospital thinks when we show up with the whole lot of us rather than 2. They will be charmed, said Mrs. Rutherford,
and that was the end of that.
What do you think she's up to that she doesn't want us around?
Whispered Maud as they took the tram to Neuilly. She was wearing a crimson hat with her uniform, a determinedly Parisian hat, which Emmy found rather funny, as all the Parisians they saw were wearing black.
Mrs. Rutherford, I mean, did you hear all that at breakfast?
I think she wants us busy and occupied,
said Emmy, thinking about it. The Paris through which they were passing was a very different Paris from the one she had visited with her mother a mere 5 years before. This was a black and khaki Paris, populated by soldiers and widows. The busy traffic, she remembered, was gone, replaced by military vehicles and the odd taxi, too old and ancient to be of use in the war effort. This wasn't a Paris for casual visitors. This was a Paris for those who had come to work. If one had to think about it too much, it would be, thought Emmy, terribly depressing. It made her fingers itch to be working at something, sewing a seam, or knitting a fringe, or writing a letter. Something. Anything. "Are you sure that's all?" asked Maud ominously. "We're almost to the hospital," Dr. Stringfellow said, effectively cutting off further speculation. "Do I need to straighten your hats and inspect your handkerchiefs, or can we simply proceed as a party of reasonable adults?" 2 by 2, they filtered out after Dr. Stringfellow and Julia, the 2 doctors leading the way. "We look like an American boarding school out for a walk," said Miss Patton with a nervous giggle. She reached up to adjust her hat, of a rather violent purple. It was a brave hat, Emmy decided, even if it did make her complexion sallow. "All we need are our field hockey sticks," agreed Miss England equably. "Is that the hospital? It looks more like a school." "I believe it was a school initially," said Dr. Stringfellow. "Before." There was something terribly ominous about that before. Emmy couldn't stop staring. They were all staring. Emmy had been expecting, not a tent, but something more makeshift. This was a grand edifice, immense beyond comprehending, wings stretching out behind wings, brick and stone and mansard roofs, more like a palace than a temporary medical facility. "It's enormous." "And every inch of it in use," said Dr. Stringfellow grimly. "They tell me there's never enough room for all the blessés." There were ambulances coming and going, soldiers everywhere. One wing seemed to be devoted entirely to garaging the ambulances. Uniforms of all varieties mixed and mingled. Emmy found herself craning her head from one side to the other as they walked through an enormous arch into a courtyard thick with windows. Windows upon windows, wings upon wings, all filled with wounded. Le blessé. "There are a lot of them, aren't there?" Emmy swallowed hard. "It does seem like all the world has come to France, doesn't it? Do you see the Algerian soldiers in their red fez? Is it fez or fezes? Or maybe it's something impossible like those Greek plurals you never see coming," suggested Miss Cooper, equally glad to seize on something silly. "Pes, pefes, fez, fefes." It was nerves, Emmy knew. Nerves made people act foolishly. She got silly when she was nervous, talking too much and telling endless stories and making horrible jokes. Kate, she remembered from college exams, got quiet and sharp. And Julia was always Julia. Instinctively, they all huddled closer together as they entered the hospital, their noses stung by the strong scent of carbolic. There were blessés all about. Blessés with faces wrapped in bandages, blessés standing on crutches, blessés waving greetings with the stumps where their hands used to be. "They all seem so terribly glad to see us," murmured Miss Patton, waving back to a man without an arm. "We're women," said Miss England bluntly, "and we're not here to stick needles into them." "Dr. Stringfellow?" A woman in the traditional nurse's costume of white pinny over a voluminous gray dress came up to greet them. She had red hair tucked up beneath her cap and a dimple in one cheek. "I'm Nurse Fellows. Welcome." "How did you guess?" asked Dr. Stringfellow dryly. "We haven't many women doctors who call. You aren't all doctors, are you?" Nurse Fellows turned to smile at the rest of the group, and Emmy had to press her lips tightly shut to stop her exclamation of alarm. A constellation of angry stars disfigured one side of her face, patches of shiny red scar tissue puckering the skin, all the way from her eyebrow to her chin. "No," said Emmy, trying not to stare. "We're also with the Smith College Relief Unit." "I'm Dr. Prine," said Julia, stepping to the front. "Welcome to all of you, then. said Nurse Fellows. Her voice wasn't English, but it wasn't quite American either.
Where are you from?
Asked Emmy. It seemed a better idea than asking what had happened to her.
Prince Edward Island, answered Nurse Fellows as she turned to lead them down a long corridor. Off the coast of Nova Scotia.
Oh, Canada,
said Emmy brightly, feeling like an absolute idiot but unable to help herself.
What happened to your foot?
Blurted out Liza, and Emmy realized she had been so busy trying not to stare at Nurse Fellows' face that she'd completely missed the strange shoes she was wearing and the lopsided pattern of her gait.
A shell,
said Nurse Fellows, smiling back at them with the dimpled side of her face.
I was very fortunate to have retained most of the foot.
The women all exchanged a look at that word, fortunate. Miss Cooper took a long, deep breath.
Are you a patient here?
Nurse Fellows shook her head.
Oh, no. The work they do here is much more involved. Mine was a very simple injury. If you'll come with me.
She led the group into a laboratory. After the bustle of the rest of the hospital, it seemed oddly quiet. The walls were lined with cupboards. The only furniture was a table, a chair, and an operating table, from which various restraints dangled.
This is where we perform some of the more challenging reconstruction surgery.
Nurse Fellows opened a cupboard, taking out a pile of photographs. She set them out one by one on the table.
We've been learning as we go along, developing new techniques as the need arises. As you can see, some of these men came to us in a dreadful way.
Dreadful,
echoed Emmy. Her tongue felt unnaturally thick in her mouth. She had never before been aware of all the different features that went into a face until one looked, until one saw. Nurse Fellows went on laying out photographs on the table.
We've been experimenting rather successfully with facial reconstruction. In this case, you can see that the patient's upper lip and nose were largely destroyed.
The man didn't look like a man at all. There were bulbous blobs where his nose and upper lip had been, as if a child had tried to form a mask out of clay and got bored before smoothing out those final two features.
In our first surgery, we concentrated on restoring his upper lip.
Another photo. Then another.
Over the course of 4 surgeries and over a year, we were able to send him home like this.
The man's face was choppy, as though an artist had laid on paint too thick, but it was recognizably a man's face again, with a Roman arch of a nose and a discernible upper lip.
That's incredible,
said Kate quietly, touching the photograph carefully with one finger.
You do it with skin grafts?
Asked Julia, looking at the photos with a professional eye.
Skin and bone grafts,
said Nurse Fellows, holding up another photo. Emmy took an inadvertent step back. If the last man had looked like clay, this one was all too clearly blood and bone. His face had a crater in it, a crater stretching from his cheek across his mouth, a gaping hole where the bottom half of his face had been, as though someone had smashed it like a pumpkin.
This was one of our more challenging cases. The man's cheek was entirely blown away.
Even in the black and white photograph, one could see the layers of muscle and tissue revealed. How had he lived? How had he survived to come for treatment? How did one scream in pain if one had no mouth left with which to speak? Miss Cooper made a gurgling noise. Emmy turned, glad for the chance to look away. Her colleague was a delicate shade of green. Emmy didn't want to embarrass Miss Cooper by drawing attention to her, so she tried to turn the topic, seizing on a photo that wasn't like the others. It showed a nurse standing with a soldier on crutches, a dog sprawled in front.
Oh, how adorable. Whose dog is that? Miss Cooper, did you see this darling dog? I can't tell, is he a border collie?
An Airedale,
said Nurse Fellows. Her dimple deepened as she smiled at the photo.
I can't think how that photo got in there. It's a marvelous story. That's Private Thomas and his dog Snug. Snug dug him out after his trench collapsed. He saved his life. We were all rather fond of Snug. He was such a good dog.
What happened to them?
asked Miss Cooper, a bit of color back in her cheeks.
They went back to the front. Snug, too.
The smile was gone. The dimple, too. Nurse Fellows seized on another photo at random.
Look, we have had such success with the most remarkable bone regeneration from mere fragments. This poor chap lost all his teeth and some of his jaw, but you can see in the progress of these pictures the process of regrowth. It's keeping them entirely still that's the hardest. Dr. Blake has devised the most ingenious variety of splints.
Did I hear my name?
A slender man with a long, thin nose and a scrubbing brush of a mustache entered the room.
Ah, the lady doctors.
Hello, Joseph, said Dr. Stringfellow. It's an honor to be greeted by the great man himself.
Still delivering babies in Philadelphia, Ava?
Among other things. I see you've been keeping busy.
I try. We're terribly proud of the work we do here. Has Nurse Fellows been showing you our shop? We started out with 170 beds in 14. We're up to nearly 1,000. Some of our patients come through and leave. Others are here for a year or more for the more intricate work. Have you seen the fracture ward yet? We call it the machine shop.
We've been hearing about your reconstruction work, said Julia. She held out a hand. I'm Dr. Prine. Dr. Blake nodded pleasantly, humoring her.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Doctor. It seems a shame for a man to serve his country and come home a freak. So, here we are. Some of these men might have had no life at home at all but for these surgeries. They don't always take, of course, he admitted. But we do our best. As a last resort, we have the masks.
Masks? Asked Emmy. Masks sounded like a safer topic than surgeries.
Remarkable things, made of tin. There's an American artist in the Latin Quarter who paints them, matches them to what the man would have looked like before. Well,
these photos, they're remarkable, said Miss England. Emmy nodded vigorously. Remarkable was one word for it. It seemed almost impossible to comprehend that a man could have suffered injuries such as the ones in the photographs and lived. Dr. Blake put an avuncular hand on Julia's arm. Julia stiffened, her spine very straight.
We can do better than photos. I'll take you about to see some of our patients in a bit, but in the meantime, let's show you our collection of plaster casts.
Dr. Blake nodded to Nurse Fellows, who obediently limped toward a cupboard.
We make molds before and after. It's useful to have a three-dimensional model.
Nurse Fellows set 2 plaster casts down on the table. The second showed a normal sort of man, with a pronounced nose and a firm chin. The first, the nose was completely gone, leaving only a distorted hole. The mouth was drawn up on one side, a diagonal slash. One ear was half gone. It had been painted, giving it a verisimilitude the gray-toned photos could never match.
Oh, Lord,
murmured Miss Cooper. She took a half-step back, her eyes glassy. Emmy could see the sheen of sweat on her forehead, the unhealthy pallor of her skin. Her eyes rolled back in their sockets.
Kate,
said Emmy urgently.
Kate!
Chapter 5.
We went today to the big American ambulance hospital at Neuilly, and it was the most wonderful and awful place I have ever seen. They are doing miraculous work restoring faces that have been partly blown away. We saw plaster casts of faces before and after, and Margaret Cooper, remember the one who knows Gilbert's cousin, proceeded to faint on the spot.
Miss Alice Patton, class of 1910, to her sister, Mrs. Gilbert Thomas, who did not attend Smith, or even one of those other institutions that are not Smith. August 1917. Paris, France. They caught Miss Cooper just before she went over. It was amazing just how heavy one slender woman could be in a dead faint. It didn't help that she was tall, thought Kate, who wasn't. She could only be grateful that Dr. Blake's back was to them as he attempted to explain something to do with bone grafts to Maud, who, for all her other sins, wasn't the least bit squeamish. Julia looked back over her shoulder, frowning, and for once Kate couldn't blame her. She didn't want Dr. Blake to see one of their number fainting either. Lady doctors, indeed. "We've got to get her out of here," she hissed to Emmy, who nodded faintly, her hair already coming out of its pins. "You moved his leg to his face?" Maud's strident tones covered the sound of Miss Cooper's heels dragging across the floor. Kate could have kissed her. "My dear girl, it doesn't work quite like that," said the doctor indulgently. "Now, if you'll see, a bit of bone from the shin, grafted to the chin." "I feel like Dr. Frankenstein, stealing bodies," muttered Kate as they maneuvered through the door. She could feel the sweat gathering under her arms and along the small of her back.
"I'm not sure they don't do that here,"
panted Emmy. Sometimes Kate forgot the difference in their heights. Emmy tended to fold over onto herself, making herself smaller, but when it came to dragging a body between them, those 8 inches mattered. Emmy was bent double trying to stay level with Kate, tripping over her own feet.
"Do you think we can set her down here?"
Here was an abandoned office, a cubbyhole of an office, crammed with papers, maps, and notices tacked to the walls. Kate was fairly sure it was a dreadful place to put a body. She was equally sure that if she tried to move Miss Cooper any farther, Miss Cooper wasn't going to be the only one in the infirmary. "Yes," she said, resisting the urge to drop her side of the burden. "Together now." Together, they lowered Miss Cooper to the ground, her head and shoulders propped on Emmy's lap. She was breathing shallowly, her skin clammy with sweat. Emmy removed Miss Cooper's hatpin and smoothed the hair back from her brow. Kate felt her wrist. "She has a pulse, at least." What that pulse was, or what it was supposed to be, Kate had no idea. Emmy looked up at Kate, her face distressed.
"I knew I ought to have taken a nursing course."
"This place is teeming with nurses," said Kate roughly, because she felt just as useless. This did not bode well for their utility out in the ravaged French countryside. "She doesn't need a nurse, just a vial of smelling salts, or a splash of cold water."
"Kate, it was awful, admit it. That last cast?"
Awful, yes, but also incredible. That the doctors could play with flesh like clay, could mold it back into shape, or almost back into shape. Kate thought of her father, dead from a blow to the head from a horse's hoof. He hadn't died immediately. What might these doctors have done? Would they have reached into his very brain and brought him back? It's incredible what they do. Awe-inspiring, even. Standing, Kate brushed her hands on her skirt. They were in a hospital, for goodness sake. Someone here must have smelling salts. Emmy was squinting worriedly at Miss Cooper.
"Do you think this is why Mrs. Rutherford wanted us here? To test us?"
"I don't know. Maybe." It was impossible to tell with Mrs. Rutherford how much was method and how much madness. If it was a test, Kate didn't like to think what it signified that they were already 1 down.
"But we're not going to work with wounded. Not these sort of wounded."
Kate wished Emmy wouldn't look at her like that, as though she had the answers. None of them had any idea what the Germans had done to the villagers whose homes they had occupied.
"It's meant to be social work, visiting children and bringing them milk."
"Don't forget the chickens," said Kate. Emmy smiled despite herself.
"I've been doing my best to forget the chickens. I only volunteered to keep the peace. Although I imagine chickens could be rather sweet."
"Or rather smelly." Ouch! Kate pulled back, rubbing her shoulder as a door banged open into her back. "Dr. Blake, I need," said a very clipped, very British voice. The man who went along with the voice stopped himself just short of tripping over Margaret's feet, which admittedly were stretched across most of the available floor space. "You're not Dr. Blake." "Dr. Blake is busy," said Kate, her arms smarting. "Come back later." "You don't work here," said the man. He was tall and thin, with dark hair clipped close to his head and a narrow mustache above his lips. He looked down his nose at them in a way that made Kate feel even shorter than her 5'1". "Do you?"
"We were touring the hospital and one of our friends was taken ill," said Emmy, automatically apologizing, as Emmy always did. "We know we probably shouldn't be in here, but we thought we ought to be out of the way."
"She saw the wounded and keeled over, did she?"
said the man, who had, thought Kate, no business at all being so disagreeable. She was about to tell him so when Emmy lifted her chin and said with great dignity,
"Her breakfast disagreed with her. It's the sort of thing that could happen to anyone, really. It's the war bread, you see."
"You haven't any smelling salts, have you?" Kate asked before they could digress into the culinary. The Englishman pulled on his gloves with sharp, jerky movements.
"I didn't come equipped for swooning maidens. Now, if you'll excuse me—"
"Swooning maidens?"
Emmy gave a gurgle of a laugh.
"You make us sound like something out of a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta. You know, the bit where the Pirate King starts shouting about maidens and they all run about. Well, anyway, but we're not like that. We're les collégiennes américaines."
The Englishman stared at Emmy and then said,
"3 little maids from school, then?"
17, actually," said Emmy. "We'll be 18 when our agriculturalist arrives. We're a relief unit sent by Smith College."
"Genius tutelary indeed. What are you meant to be relieving?"
11 distressed villages in the area of Grécourt, said Kate sharply. "Look, are you going to help or not?"
Grécourt?
"Yes. You can find it on that map over there. Are those our lines?"
Emmy added, her attention caught by the American flags stuck to the map on the wall.
"You aren't supposed to see that."
The British officer stepped between her and the map, nearly trampling on Miss Cooper in the process.
"You aren't supposed to be here."
"If we're that much in the way, we'll move," said Kate. She bent down next to Miss Cooper, prepared to lift her. "You needn't concern yourself."
"That's not what I meant."
The British officer drew in a deep breath through his nose. There was rage in that voice, spilling out through the cultured vowels, the carefully controlled words.
"This is no place for untrained amateurs. Not in this office, not in this hospital, and certainly not at Grécourt. Go see the Louvre, walk along the Seine, but don't get in the way of the real business of the war. You've no idea what you're playing at."
Emmy peered up at the angry officer. Her eyes were a very light blue, as faded as her pale lashes. They always made her look nearsighted, even though she wasn't.
"Were you a professional soldier before the war?"
The Brit checked, choking on his words.
"Well, no, but that's different. It's not as though I had any choice in the matter."
Emmy sat back on her heels, politely curious.
"Were you constrained to enlist?"
"Was I? No."
He looked like he'd been slapped. Then the mustache quirked.
"I'd hardly admit it if I were. But no, I volunteered. More fool I."
"And so did we,"
said Emmy quietly. Her hands moved gently against Miss Cooper's hair.
"We all do what we can. We know we haven't much experience, but we mean to learn."
He stared at her, wordlessly. Some of the tension seemed to drain away from his shoulders, leaving him looking gray and impossibly weary. When he spoke, his voice was completely without inflection.
"France is a dangerous schoolroom. If you take my advice, go home. Go home now. And forget you ever saw any of this."
Emmy cocked her head at him.
"It's not the sort of thing one can just forget, is it? And having seen it, how can one go home and do nothing?"
He gave a sharp laugh.
"Quite easily. You'd be surprised how little one can do when one sets one's mind to it."
On the floor, Miss Cooper stirred, making a faint noise. The British officer nodded at her.
"I'll send a nurse to you, for your fallen comrade."
And he was gone, his footsteps echoing along the hall. Miss Cooper moaned. Emmy bent over her.
"Miss Cooper? Margaret?"
To Kate, she said,
"I think we tell the others that we needed to answer a call of nature."
"Your friend is sending a nurse to us," Kate pointed out. To her surprise, Emmy's cheeks turned a faint pink.
"He's not my friend, just a helpful stranger."
Helpful? Kate had found him rude beyond bearing. Or do all British men act like they own the earth?
"Well, they do, don't they? Own it, I mean," said Emmy.
Kate had forgotten Emmy's inability to recognize a rhetorical question. She always considered them solemnly, as though they were the prompt for writing a theme.
"The pink bits of it, at least. Now, Margaret, don't fret. We'll just get you a bit of water and you'll feel right as rain in a minute."
Miss Cooper was still a bit gray about the gills when they made it back to the hotel on the Quai Voltaire. "You shouldn't feel bad, you know," said Miss England quietly to Miss Cooper as they walked from the tram to the hotel. "About today. Every time I looked at those pictures, I saw my brother's face."
"Is he here?"
asked Emmy, trotting alongside with one arm protectively through Miss Cooper's, mothering with all her might. "With the 11th Engineers." Miss England paused to let Maud and Liza brush past her. "Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe it will be all over by the time our boys are moved to the front." "Maybe," echoed Kate, glad she was behind them, glad Miss England couldn't see her face. That map they'd seen, the map they weren't supposed to see. The American flags had been planted right behind the front lines. She was shamefully grateful that her own brothers were still too young to join up. Her mother's real family. "I, for one," said Maud loudly, turning back as she pushed open the door of the hotel, "think we ought to be doing something for our soldiers, not going off to milk cows for French peasants, don't you? And I mean to tell Mrs. Rutherford that. Oh, Mrs. Rutherford, I didn't see you there." If Mrs. Rutherford heard what Maud said, she didn't let on. She did, however, sit them down and proceed to issue a series of rapid instructions. Their trucks would, at best, take another 2 weeks. In the meantime, there was work to be done and purchases to be made. Emmy was put in charge of acquiring 6 cows, a bull, 3 pigs, 100 chickens, 18 pairs of rabbits, and, if time and budget permitted, possibly some goats. "Barnum and Bailey travels with less," exclaimed Maud, horrified. "People will think the circus has come to town." "Ah, Miss Randolph, you can be in charge of buying yarns, cloth, and woolens. I would advise starting at La Samaritaine. You'll find it's rather like Gimbel's." "I don't shop at Gimbel's," said Maud blankly. "La Samaritaine," said Mrs. Rutherford, "is giving us a 5% discount." And that was that. Kate was rather less amused by Maud's discomfort when she herself was tasked with buying $200 worth of agricultural tools. She refrained from pointing out that she wouldn't know a garden implement if it bit her. She suspected that Mrs. Rutherford would only inform her that there was no time like the present to learn. At least it wasn't chickens. While they were all in the midst of their orgy of shopping, Mrs. Rutherford was to tour the devastated areas. The doctors would visit hospitals. The rest of them, once they acquired their permits, would be loaned out to various organizations for the duration of their time in Paris, offered a choice of packing and unpacking supplies for the American Fund for French Wounded, rolling bandages for the Surgical Dressings Committee of the Red Cross, or manufacturing special splints for the wounded at the Société pour les Blessés in the Bois de Boulogne. Kate had chosen the latter. She tried not to think what her mother would say about going all the way to Paris to engage in factory work, unpaid. For that, she might have stayed in Brooklyn, and been paid for it. The only saving grace was that their cots had arrived and were lined up in 2 rows in the attic like the beds for the 7 little men in Snow White. Kate crawled wearily into her cot, ridiculously grateful for something approximating a bed. It had been a long time since she had done anything more strenuous than write on a chalkboard. After carrying Margaret, her body felt as though someone had been at it with a hammer. and it was delicious to be on a mattress again, even only a sort of mattress, and not on a floor or deck. "Kate?" She heard the cot next to her creak as Emmy rolled in her direction. "Kate, are you awake?" She considered pretending to be asleep, but couldn't quite make herself do it. "Yes?" "I can't stop thinking about Nurse Fellows." "Nurse... oh." That morning felt like years ago already. It seemed absurd they'd only been in Paris for a day. It felt more like weeks. "The Canadian nurse with the red hair." "I know. It's foolish of me." Kate could hear Emmy thrashing about in the bedclothes. "We didn't even see her foot. It wasn't like those pictures we saw of the men without noses or... oh, you know. And her face... I suppose it's the sort of thing that might happen if your hair caught fire on a candle, or you accidentally leaned too close to a fire, or goodness only knows what. Not necessarily a war injury. These sorts of things do happen. I met a woman at the settlement house who had lost both her eyebrows to a mistake with a gas jet." Kate groaned and buried her face in her pillow. "Emmy, what are you talking about?" "Nurse Fellows. Every time I close my eyes, I keep seeing her face with all those scars." Emmy sat up, swinging her legs over the side of the cot. Kate could see her in the darkness as a vague outline, long braid down over one shoulder. "It's just that one doesn't expect nurses to be hurt. Soldiers, they know they're going to be shot at. But nurses?" Reluctantly, Kate propped herself up on one arm. "I don't imagine shells discriminate based on profession." "It seems wrong somehow to hurt someone who's trying to heal. War is war, I understand that, but when someone is trying to do good, I don't imagine they do it on purpose." It felt like being back at Smith again, whispering back and forth in the middle of the night, although, admittedly, the subject matter had changed somewhat. Kate had forgotten what it was to have a confidant, someone to talk to in the middle of the night. The last 6 years had been solitary ones. She had gone skating a time or two with her fellow teachers, and to the cinema as opportunity offered, but the acquaintance had never turned into friendship. The fault was hers, she knew. She felt as though she were a fraud, that if anyone got too close, they would know her for what she was. Not Kate Moran, Smith graduate, but Katie Moranchik, whose mother scrubbed floors to keep a roof over their heads. It was only Emmy who had seemed not to care about that, not to see her as less, until Julia had spoiled it all. Emmy shivered and drew the blanket up around her shoulders. Someone told me the Germans deliberately fire at the ambulances. I know I'm not much to look at, but it's one thing to be plain with the face one is born with, and quite another thing to be disfigured. Does that make me a coward?" "Emmy." Kate struggled to a sitting position, peering at her friend's face in the darkness. "Is this because of that horrible British officer?" "He wasn't horrible. I don't think he was unkind so much as sad. When you think about what he must have seen, he looks as though he hasn't slept in a month." Kate muffled a yawn. "You aren't going to offer to go plump his pillows, are you? That would be taking the Angel of Mercy act too far." "I'm not trying to put on an act." The hurt in Emmy's voice was enough to kill any thought of falling asleep. "I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it like that." Kate squeezed her eyes shut. They'd lost the habit of speaking to one another. It was like speaking a language at which she'd once been fluent and finding she was using all the wrong verbs. "It's been a long day. I hardly know what I'm saying. I guess I'm rattled too." "I'm sorry," said Emmy, immediately all concern. "I should have thought—" "Never mind," said Kate quickly. The last thing she needed was Emmy worrying over her. That would make her feel truly worm-like. "We won't be that near the front, you know. I doubt they'll think us worth shelling." "And even if they did, it would be worth it, wouldn't it?" Emmy's voice was very small in the large room. Kate could hear Miss Patton snoring on the far side of the room.
For the children. I should be thinking of them, not us.
Said Kate.
It will all be better once we get there. It's the waiting that's so hard,
said Emmy. And Kate didn't point out that she had said the same thing on the boat, that it would all be better once they got to Paris. Well, here they were in Paris. And they did have cots, so she supposed that was better, by a certain value of better. Of course it will, said Kate, and hoped the woman who had once been her best friend wouldn't realize she was lying. Chapter 6. Liza and I had a letter today from the YMCA director, inviting us to help them in their canteen. We wish we could. It's for our troops, but we know Mrs. R will never let us off. We are expected to love the cows and chickens. I personally consider her quite barmy. Something will have to be done. I expect I'll have to do it, since no one else will bother. Miss Maud Randolph, class of 1909, to her fiancé, Mr. Henry Craig. August 1917. Paris, France. There is a tavern way down in Brittany where weary soldiers take their liberty. The keeper's daughter, whose name is Madelon, pours out the wine while they laugh and carry on. The troops crowded into the basement hall of the Gare du Nord, banged on the tables, raising their glasses to the singer who was belting out a popular ballad in both French and English. This was their last hurrah, one last bit of Paris to take away with them as they waited for the trains that would carry them back to the front. Emmy hovered behind the soldiers, a tray of cigarettes in her hands, trying to figure out what she was meant to do. Oh, Madelon, you are the only one. Oh, Madelon, for you will carry on. There had been a comedian on earlier. Emmy hadn't heard all the jokes. She'd been at the wrong end of the room for that, but from the way the men laughed, she'd suspected they might have been bawdy. Or maybe the men would have guffawed at anything just then. But now the night had moved on. The wine had been poured and poured again, and the men were singing along, raggedly, singing to keep from crying. But Madelon, she takes it all in fun. She laughs and says, "You see, it can't be done." There was something so terribly lonesome in that song. The room was crowded with men, hot with perspiration. Emmy wondered if each of them felt as alone as she did right now. "You'll come with us to help out the Red Cross at the Gare du Nord, won't you?" Maud had asked, taking Emmy's agreement for granted, and Emmy had agreed, not so much because she wanted to, but because it was driving her half mad, drifting along, waiting for their real work to begin. It wasn't that she was idle. 7 hours a day, every day, Emmy sat in a temporary barrack in the Bois de Boulogne, making casts out of plaster of Paris, ward boots, chin supports, splints. Maud and Liza had volunteered with the Red Cross. One of the other women, Miss Mills, had chosen to nurse at the Villiers Fund Hospital with another Smith classmate, not a member of the unit. The doctors were away, touring hospitals in the war zone, but the rest of the Smith College Relief Unit went every day from the hotel on the Quai Voltaire to the workroom Pour les Blessés on the Bois de Boulogne. The women chatted as they worked, sharing bits of themselves in the way one did when one's hands were occupied, speaking of their families, their lives, their work. Emmy learned about Miss England's brother in the 11th Engineers and her invalid mother, who was always having spasms. They heard a great deal about Miss Patton's younger sister and her new husband, who had been Miss Patton's beau first, or at least had seemed to be. Not that she said it in so many words, but it was clear all the same, at least to Emmy, who was used to receiving confidences and reading between the lines. Except with Kate. The only one Emmy couldn't read these days was Kate. No one could say Kate shirked, because she didn't. She turned out more splints than the rest of them put together. No one could call her unfriendly. She listened and commented and even joked, but she never, not once, shared anything about herself. Not even late at night in the quiet of the attic room. Not even to Emmy. Emmy tried to make things better. She redoubled her attempts, falling over backward to try to show Kate how much she was still her friend, that it was all just the same as it had always been. But the more she tried to jolly her, the more Kate had withdrawn behind her eyes, faultlessly polite, the reserve that had always been part of her hardening into a wall, and Emmy hadn't the slightest idea how to make her come out of it again. So when Maud asked Emmy to volunteer to help with the show the Red Cross put on at the Gare du Nord for departing soldiers, Emmy said yes, just to have something to do, someplace to go. And maybe, just a bit, so it wouldn't look like she was quite so starved for companionship. She didn't particularly like Maud or Liza, but they were there. Except they weren't. They moved easily through the crowd, laughing and joking with the men, while Emmy stood in the back, feeling awkward and not quite sure what to do with herself. She had never been good at mixed social occasions, always too aware of her height, her protruding teeth, her fadeaway lashes, all those things that made her, in a word, plain. She didn't have that facility for flirting that seemed to come naturally to Maud. With boys she'd known forever, she could be comfortable, but it was different with strangers. Aunt May had always been quite clear. There was only one reason any man would approach Emmy, not her face, but her fortune. Emmy was just considering, not very enthusiastically, the prospect of circulating around the room with her tray of cigarettes when a soldier detached himself from a group and came up to her.
"Cigarette?"
Emmy said brightly, as a tall, thin man in a well-worn uniform approached. "Do you think I deserve one?" asked a clipped, patrician voice. Emmy's head snapped up. She was staring at a lean, tanned face, less haggard now than the last time she had seen it, but unmistakably the same.
"You're the man from the hospital."
"I would understand if you would rather disavow the acquaintance." With an effort, he added, "I saw you here, and saw my chance to make good on my bad behavior of the other day. To put it bluntly, I owe you an apology." He'd had a bath since she'd last seen him. Emmy could smell sandalwood soap, which made a rather nice contrast to some of the other smells in the room. He'd also shaved, but the mustache was still there, a thin, dark line over his upper lip. She probably shouldn't be staring at his lips, Emmy realized, and hastily began rearranging her tray of cigarettes.
"There's no need for that. It wasn't your fault we were blocking Dr. Blake's office. I imagine it must be pretty maddening to be looking for someone and find 3 prone women instead. Are you sure I can't interest you in a cigarette?"
"Only one of you was prone, and it was my fault that I took out my ill temper on you and your friend." There was something about his voice that demanded her attention. She could see the muscles in his throat work as he searched for the right words. "I was visiting a friend in the hospital. A man who ought to be at Oxford now, staring at bugs through a microscope and marveling at the miracle of wings, not blind in both eyes, staggering about on one leg." She knew men like that. The U.S. hadn't entered the war until the spring, but there had been Yale men who had felt strongly about protecting France any way they could, who had volunteered at the first word of war back in 1914, some in the air, some in the volunteer ambulance service, some in the French Foreign Legion. She could think of at least one cousin who ought to have been in New Haven right now, writing about the foreign policy of some long-ago King Louis, not buried in a graveyard somewhere in France. But she couldn't explain all that, so she said only, "It's a horrible waste, isn't it?" The Englishman looked down at her, and she knew he wasn't really seeing her at all. "We thought we'd blaze over here in a moment of glory, see off the Hun and go home. We thought it was something like a holiday. And then to see you, more of you, going off as we did." "Not in a blaze of glory, though," said Emmy. At the farewell luncheon, a poem had been read to them, comparing them to the heroes of the old sagas now reborn in female form. It had been lovely and terribly inspiring, but even at the time, Emmy had rather doubted its applicability.
We're not looking for glory, just to do something decent and worthwhile.
Does that still exist in the world?
I should hope so. I think so. I don't know that we'll accomplish anything particularly heroic, but if we get milk to even a handful of children, that's something, isn't it? At least, it is to those children.
His dark eyes were fixed on her face, almost alarming in their intensity. At last he said, "Yes, it is." It would have been nice to think he meant it. Emmy set her tray down on a table.
You think we're very naive, don't you?
He reached into his jacket pocket for a cigarette case, his eyes never leaving hers. He drew it out, a silver one with a monogram on it. Would you rather I called it idealistic?
I'd rather honesty than flattery.
It was, she supposed, one of the benefits of being plain. One learned early on to discern flummery. She laughed at herself, her eyes crinkling.
You needn't sugarcoat it. Sugar's been rationed and we've had our quota already.
She surprised him into a laugh. It was raw and hoarse, but quite definitely a laugh all the same. So it has. All right, yes, I do think it naive. You haven't been to the front. You haven't seen
what the Germans can do.
Here, Emmy felt on firmer footing.
I'm not a hothouse flower, you know. I've spent the last 5 years doing settlement housework. I've seen more than you think.
Like the men at the American Ambulance Hospital?
No, nothing quite like that. At least, not on that sort of scale.
How could she explain to him? She'd seen women with hands mangled from being drawn into machinery. She'd seen a pregnant woman so badly beaten by her husband that she'd lost the child, and yet still gone home to him after. She'd seen a child whose arm was a mass of scar tissue from having fallen, or been pushed, into a coal fire. She'd seen cruelty, but this was different somehow. It was the impersonal nature of it that made it so horrifying. That wasn't even the half of it. What you're letting yourself in for. Unthinkingly, Emmy put her hand on his arm, trying to reassure him.
It's kind of you to be concerned. We won't be working with the ambulances at the front. We'll be in a village well behind the lines. The conditions may be different from a city slum, but the needs are the same. Shelter, clothing, food, affection. Those children need to know someone cares for them. The worse it is, the more that matters.
And you have affection to spare. Her hand was still on his arm. Emmy snatched it away.
The last I looked, kindness wasn't rationed.
Are you quite sure? The officer inclined his head, saying formally, I wish you well, Miss
Van Alden.
She had been rather enjoying the anonymity. People tended to react to the name Van Alden because they were in awe of her lineage, offended by her mother, or sometimes both. The British officer merely bowed over her hand. Miss Van Alden. He didn't seem to know who she was at all, and Emmy found that strangely wonderful.
Do you realize I don't even know your name?
Perhaps I prefer to dwell in mystery, like the Scarlet Pimpernel. Emmy couldn't quite hide her delight. She adored that book, had read it at least a dozen times, possibly more. No matter how many times Kate had protested, it was all entirely improbable, and anyone would have known who he was inside 5 minutes.
Do I find myself addressing Sir Percy Blakeney, Baronet?
He smiled down at her, a little creakily. You've discovered me, I see.
Do those Frenchies seek you everywhere?
He grimaced. It's not much of a guess whether this is heaven or hell.
The mind is its own place,
quoted Emmy, feeling a bit giddy.
And in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven.
When Milton wrote that, said the British officer wryly, he'd clearly never been to the sun.
Besides, it's not fair switching authors. Next I'll trot out John Donne, and then we'll be wallowing in Shakespeare before you know it."
"Would that be so terrible?" asked Emmy, enjoying herself tremendously and feeling vaguely guilty about it.
"It depends on whether you mean to quote Much Ado or Titus Andronicus."
"Possibly Troilus and Cressida," said Emmy determinedly, "but never Titus."
"What plagues and what portents," he recited softly. "What mutiny, frights, changes, horrors, enterprise is sick." There's your Troilus and Cressida for you, and all too apt. Didn't I tell you we were in danger of Shakespeare once we started?
"We could try Keats instead," suggested Emmy, wanting to shake that frozen look from his face.
Beauty is truth. Maybe that means then that all this ugliness is nothing but a lie, an illusion, but it's a very solid one.
He took her hand, his skin surprisingly warm through his gloves.
I would far rather stay and debate poets, but I have a rendezvous with a train.
It hit Emmy like a vat of cold water. "Wait, are you going back to—"
To the front, yes.
Of course he was. That was why he was here. That was why they were all here. In the delight of finding someone who spoke her language, even a slightly foreign dialect of it, she had allowed herself to forget, and the full horror of it rushed back upon her, choking her. I wish you well." What else did one say to a man heading to horrors unspeakable? "Good luck."
"And to you,"
he said solemnly. He raised his hat to her.
"To decency, and those who persist in practicing it."
With that, he was gone, walking away, straight-backed. He hadn't, Emmy realized, ever told her his name. "Who was that?" demanded Maud, arriving pink-cheeked with an empty basket. Emmy looked after him, joining a group of men similarly garbed. "Sir Percy Blakeney, Baronet." "Oh, is he a friend of your family?" Maud didn't wait for her to answer, setting down her empty basket on the table and adjusting her hat to a more becoming angle. "It's amazing the people one knows who one meets here. Liza and I just bumped right into the cousin of a friend of one of my parents' neighbors from Montclair." Emmy didn't even try to untangle the relationship. She let Maud ramble on while she looked again for the British officer, but there were too many khaki uniforms to find one specific one. It seemed unlikely she would ever see him again. Their discussion felt already vaguely unreal. But she was glad to have met him even for that moment. It had made her feel like herself again, for the first time in a very long time. "Which is why what I wanted to talk to you about is so important." "What you wanted—" Emmy blinked, trying to remember what Maud had been saying. Maud sighed with exaggerated patience. "Yes, about our boys. I really think it's absurd that we're bothering with livestock and all that when we could be here doing something for our boys." Emmy looked out at the rows and rows of troops, French and English and American. One could tell the Americans because they looked much better fed than their continental counterparts, their uniforms fresher and cleaner. "But we are here, doing something for our boys." "Yes, now, but what about when Mrs. Rutherford gets back? If she has her way, she'll drag us out to some godforsaken place to do goodness only knows what." "But we do know what," said Emmy, feeling vaguely bewildered. "We're to offer aid to those in the devastated zone." "You mean practically in the trenches," said Maud. "That might have made sense 4 months ago, but you must agree, now that the new offensive is on, it's perfectly insane to be even thinking of going anywhere near the front." "There's a new offensive on?" That was one of the strangest things about being in Paris. They heard so much less about the war than they had in New York. The censors did their work well. But Maud appeared to have her ways, which, as far as Emmy could tell, consisted of dining out with a great many friends of friends and shamelessly interrogating all of them. "Didn't you hear? They're clearing out all the Paris hospitals to make room for more wounded." "No, I hadn't heard," admitted Emmy. She spared a thought for Julia and Dr. Stringfellow, touring hospitals, Mrs. Rutherford at Greycourt.
But surely the passes wouldn't have been issued if it were unsafe.
It's a war, said Maud, as though Emmy were particularly slow. Everything is unsafe. But really, it's quite mad to make oneself even less safe, and to do it to play milkmaid for a bunch of French peasants.
But you knew what it was when you joined, said Emmy carefully. It was always clear we were meant to be offering civilian relief. Mrs. Rutherford was quite specific about that.
She could still remember the way the room had stilled as Mrs. Rutherford spoke, back at the Smith College Club in Boston in April, telling of the evils she had seen in France, the good they could do. They, American college women, with their will and wit and resourcefulness to comfort the forgotten and give shelter to the homeless. Mrs. Rutherford, retorted Maud, is a ridiculous old pacifist. I pointed out to her what we could be doing for our troops, and do you know what she told me? She told me that men will always tear things up, and it's our job to put things back together. As if we were on a different side from our own boys. It's absurd. Not to mention her obsession with farm animals. I think she's quite mad, and I'm going to tell the committee so.
You're going to tell the committee?
That a group of us agree Mrs. Rutherford isn't fit to lead. We're just wasting their money on cows and plows and chickens. And all this with the trucks. I'm sure we'd have had them ages ago if she hadn't annoyed everyone.
I don't think that's really the problem,
began Emmy, but Maud didn't seem to hear her. It would mean so much if you would lend your name to our appeal, Maud said, and Emmy could feel herself freezing. Oblivious, Maud went on. Of course, we could very well do it on our own, and we will, but your name would add it extra weight. Not her, just her name. It was always what they really wanted. Not Emmy, who liked to read Tennyson and secretly enjoyed playing with children's cookery sets to make miniature pies, but Miss Van Alden of the Fifth Avenue Van Aldens, connected by blood or marriage to every Knickerbocker family of consequence, to all those Dutch and Huguenot and Mayflower descendants who had come to New York to trade in furs or silks and made themselves lords of the new land, in fact, if not in name. They looked at her and saw not a tall, awkward girl with buck teeth and a long chin and flyaway hair, but that long and silent procession of Van Aldens and Stuyvesants and Livingstons and Schuylers. It was one of the reasons she had taken to Kate so quickly all those years ago. Kate hadn't the first idea who any of those people were or why they mattered. "Well, will you?" Maud asked impatiently. "We have it all written and ready to send off. Of course, it would also help if you would tell your mother. I'm sure people would listen to her, and then we could start doing the work that truly matters." "No." The word was barely audible. Maud stared at her, and Emmy tried again.
"Our plans are already so well forward. It would be a waste at this point."
Maud waved her hand dismissively. "You mean because they put plumbing into a bunch of army barracks? I'm sure someone else can get some use out of it." On the stage, the last song was drawing to a close. The men looked so sad, the last reprieve ending, the trains waiting. "To decency," the officer had said, "and those who persist in practicing it." She would persist. She would. "It's not because of the plumbing," Emmy said earnestly, trying to make Maud understand, wanting Maud to understand. "It's because there are women and children there waiting for us. They've been told we'll come. They're relying on us. It's summer now still, but what happens when winter comes? Could you live with yourself if a child died of exposure while we fed soup to the troops?" "Well, that's a bit melodramatic, isn't it?" protested Maud. "Like the little match girl. We don't know these children." "We don't know these troops either." Emmy hurried on before Maud could explain exactly how she knew them and just who knew whom from Montclair. "If we hadn't committed to this, some other group might have come forward and done the work, but we did. Having done so,
Don't you think we owe it to them?"
"No," said Maud bluntly. "Now, about removing Mrs. Rutherford. So much for standing up for what she believed in."
"Will you excuse me?" asked Emmy. "I believe some of those men might want some cigarettes before they go."
And she fled. It was the next morning before Emmy had the opportunity to unburden herself to Kate. She'd wanted to tell Kate immediately, but Kate had been asleep already when she came back, and besides, Emmy wasn't entirely sure Maud hadn't already suborned Miss Patton, who seemed pleasant enough, but a bit nervous and changeable and not exactly steady of purpose. So she'd waited until after breakfast, when the others were getting ready to go, and made Kate stay with her downstairs in the breakfast room, pouring it all out in an anxious whisper with one eye on the door, just in case Maud or Liza might wander in search of another piece of war bread.
"Do you think we ought to tell her? Mrs. Rutherford, I mean,"
Emmy asked breathlessly.
"That Maud and Liza are—"
"Planning a coup?" Kate provided for her.
"Well, yes."
It sounded rather melodramatic, put that way, but that was what it was, wasn't it? A coup.
"I think we ought, don't you?"
Kate was quiet for a long moment. Would it be such a bad thing to stay in Paris? Emmy looked at her in dismay.
"But that's not what we're here to do."
She couldn't explain it even to herself, but it mattered that they were going to Grécourt. It felt silly and self-important to describe it as a call, like Joan of Arc and her voices, but that was what it was. When she closed her eyes, she could see the boys and girls of Grécourt calling to her, needing her.
"You don't think they have a point, do you?"
"I think," said Kate carefully, and that very care was somehow alarming, because it meant that Kate was watching her words, was watching them with her, Emmy, "that we're more than qualified for canteen work, or even to go on with what we're doing now. I'm not sure we have the skills to reconstruct a destroyed village, much less 11 destroyed villages. Liza can barely speak French, and to call me a chauffeur is nothing short of absurd."
"You passed your test."
Emmy felt a little clutch of panic in her chest. "Only because the person just before me crashed into a camion, and goodness only knows how many crates of apples. The street was impassable for nearly an hour."
"Aren't you underestimating yourself? And besides, you learned before— I remember you driving me down Thames Street in Newport without bashing into anything at all."
"Yes, but that was 6 years ago," said Kate. And there it was. Emmy could feel those 6 years sitting between them, weighing on them like lead. 6 years of distance against 4 years of friendship.
"Has that much changed?"
she asked, and she knew she wasn't just talking about driving.
"You're still the same person you were."
"Yes, but the car isn't," said Kate, and Emmy felt like she'd been very neatly put off. Again. Some of her distress must have shown, because Kate leaned across the table and gave her cold hand a quick squeeze. "Emmy, don't worry. I'm not part of Maud's cabal. I don't think she'd even think to ask me. I just wonder, that's all." "I don't," said Emmy in a small voice, but she didn't know if Kate heard her because a horn was honking outside, gears grinding, people shouting, doors flinging open, footsteps running down the stairs. What on earth? Kate ran to the window, Emmy bashing her shin against a chair as she followed, and there, in the middle of the street, was an army truck, cheerfully beeping its horn, and on top of it, in full unit uniform and an alarmingly large hat with a feather, sat Mrs. Rutherford. "Well, that's an entrance for you," said Kate, looking at Emmy. "Girls!" Mrs. Rutherford was calling as she waved farewell to her escort. "Girls!" "We thought it was the Germans," said Maud crossly, coming downstairs with her hat in her hand. "Not the Germans, the French. They were kind enough to give me a lift from the station," said Mrs. Rutherford, swinging her maltreated carpetbag to the ground. Her face looked thinner than it had 2 weeks ago, but it glowed with windburn and joy. "All is arranged for us. I've left them at Grécourt waiting for our arrival. I can't tell you how much they need us." Emmy felt the tight knot in her chest relax a bit.
"But our trucks," she said hesitantly.
"Ha," said Mrs. Rutherford. "The people of Greycourt need us, and they need us now. It's absurd to sit here waiting for our trucks any longer. If Mohammed won't come to the mountain—"
"Mohammed? Is he one of the Algerian soldiers?"
asked Liza. Mrs. Rutherford ignored her.
"Miss Cooper, Miss England, Miss Moran, Miss Patton, Miss Shaw, make your excuses to your places of employment and pack your bags. If the trucks won't come to us, we must go to Saint-Nazaire and get them. If we leave tonight, we can be in Saint-Nazaire by morning. I've booked places for us on the train."
Liza cast an anxious look at Maud.
"So fast?"
"It's actually a rather slow train,"
said Mrs. Rutherford, unpinning her hat and drawing off her gloves.
"But it was the best one available, and I'm sure none of us minds a bit of discomfort in a good cause. We'll fetch our trucks and be off to Greycourt within the week."
"You see," murmured Kate as they went up the stairs to the attic. "You were worried for nothing."
"Yes,"
said Emmy. It was a relief that Mrs. Rutherford was here and that they might, just might, actually get started. But she wasn't sure that Maud would give up so easily. And she couldn't quite forget that Kate hadn't wanted to go. Chapter 7. For 2 weeks and more, we anxiously awaited the anticipated arrival of our trucks, which were meant to be forwarded by the YMCA from the port. When it became evident that they were too busy to attend to the matter, I decided to go myself with chauffeurs to bring the cars to Paris. We at once located the crates containing the 2 Ford trucks and the white truck, also the 60 sections of the 6 portable houses, severally, some on a quay, some on a freight car, and some stacked in the freight yard. The cars had been exposed to sea air and were frightfully rusty. To get the cases together, uncrate and put together the cars, and put them in running condition took 4 days' very hard work. Our chauffeurs worked tirelessly and cheerfully. Many more American uniforms are to be seen in the streets than French. We were delighted to see the Sammies, and they to see us. Miss England found a brother. Mrs. Ambrose Rutherford, née Betsy Hayes, class of 1896, director, to the members of the committee. September 1917. Saint-Nazaire, France. Liza stuck a grease-stained hand out from under the truck.
"Could anyone hand me that cup of grease?"
"I'll get it." Kate set down her hammer, stretched her sore muscles, and shoved a small cup of grease into Liza's hand.
"Marvelous."
Hand and grease cup disappeared together under the truck, and Kate took a step back and stared at their handiwork. It looked like a truck, which was in itself nothing short of amazing. When they'd gotten to Saint-Nazaire, woozy from sleeplessness after a night standing up on a packed train, they'd found their trucks on the docks, not in one piece, but in boxes. Kate hadn't even been aware trucks could come in boxes. She had assumed, if she had thought about it at all, that someone had driven the truck into the ship's hold and left it there. It had never occurred to her that it might have come from the factory in parts, or that they would be expected to put it together. "Well, of course you can," Mrs. Rutherford had said, and handed Kate a toolbox, no doubt cadged from their unsuspecting innkeeper, who had had no idea that his yard was about to turn into a garage. She had given Kate an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "It's hardly alchemy. You just follow the instructions and put the pieces together. If a man can do it, so can we." By we, she meant them. Kate had been left holding a hammer and wondering what on earth she was to do with it. It was a commonplace at home that Kate was too educated to do anything useful. "Don't let Katie near the stove," was the family mantra. "She'll burn the bread while her nose is in a book." Which was a little ridiculous, given that her mother didn't bake her own bread. She bought it from Loescher's bread factory, day old at a discount. Kate had always accepted that she was singularly useless, accepted it because they all seemed to believe it. But now, 3 days later, she was standing here with a sore back and sore fingers and a truck that had a top because she had hammered it on. She'd screwed on the supports and hammered on the cab and realized it was backward and cursed and pried it all out again, but she'd done it, and no one had mocked her for slowness or made fun of her for hitting her own fingers. Kate stretched her arms up over her head. Liza was still under the truck, applying grease. They'd all had way too much to do with grease over the past 3 days, and she'd probably still be sanding rust in her sleep for weeks to come. But it was only the finishing touches now. The truck was together. It was done. It might even go. She wished she could take a picture of it to send to her mother and stepfather and brothers to show them that this was something she had done with her own hands, something which had nothing to do with putting words on paper or being clever in an examination.
"Almost done,"
came Liza's voice from under the cab. Liza trailing around after Maud, Kate found deeply wearisome. Liza wearing an old slicker and squashy felt hat covered with grease was a surprisingly good companion, especially when one was flat on one's back under a car and not saying much more than, "Could you pass that whatchamacallit, please?" Liza never seemed to tire and had a cheerful obliviousness to sarcasm, possibly as a defense against a decade of friendship with Maud. Whatever the cause, Kate found it strangely restful. "No hurry," said Kate, and wandered over to see how Alice Patton and Frances England were getting on with the Ford truck. That had been a revelation, too. Not Fran England. She was just as she had always been, level-headed and even-tempered, and with a wonderfully dry sense of humor that came out under adversity. But Alice Patton, who, it turned out, beneath the flutters and the giggles and the doubtful taste in haberdashery, had a positive genius for anything mechanical. Kate had been amazed to find herself, well, not enjoying herself precisely, or maybe she was. It was good to be out in the early September air, in the sun and the wind and the salt of the sea, doing something with her hands and seeing it actually work, in the company of people who didn't ask more of her than to pass the nearest wrench. Unlike Emmy, who was wonderful and good and kind, but always seemed to need something from Kate, if Kate could only figure out what it was, or if she had it to give. "I can't believe that came out of all those boxes," Kate said, staring at the massively long Ford truck, off of which Alice Patton was sanding the final bits of rust. "I do," said Fran England, wrestling with the crank. "I had to pry open every one of them, and I'm not sure my back will ever forgive me. I think this crank is possessed, or is, at the very least, a German agent. It just won't go. Have you tried putting more grease on it?" "It's bathing in grease," said Fran. "Elbow grease," said Alice with a giggle. "I'm not sure my elbows have any left," said Fran, shaking out her wrists and examining the offending appendages. "We'll grease them with a glass of Burgundy at dinner tonight," suggested Kate. "I'll drink to that." Fran came back around the car to stand next to Kate. "It does look impressive, doesn't it?" "For something that came out of a box 4 days ago? Absolutely," agreed Kate. "Now we actually have to drive them," said Alice, putting down her rag and coming to join them. "Who's the French saint for inexperienced drivers?" "I thought you knew how to drive," said Kate, twisting her neck to look at her. Alice fiddled with her earring. My sister's husband, took me out a time or two and let me turn the wheel. I said I could drive so the unit would take me, and I think I can. Maybe. I haven't driven for 6 years, confessed Kate. "I'm a very good driver," said Fran England, and for some reason that struck them all as hysterically funny, and that was how Mrs. Rutherford found them, clinging to each other's shoulders, howling with laughter. "Did I miss a joke?" Mrs. Rutherford asked. Kate managed to choke in her breath, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wiped them back with a grease-stained hand. "Nothing worth noting," she managed, exchanging a glance with Alice Patton, who was choking into her own handkerchief. "Well done, ladies, and ahead of schedule, no less," said Mrs. Rutherford.
No one would ever guess you aren't seasoned engineers." That almost set them off again. "I don't think she'll think we're quite so wondrous when we run her off the road," giggled Alice Patton. "You'll be fine," said Fran England. "But I think I'll let you go ahead." And they were fine. Mostly. One of the Fords was extra long, which was quite useful for piling on the giant pieces of prefabricated building materials that Mrs. Rutherford insisted would turn magically into living quarters and schoolhouses, but also meant that there was a great deal of truck they couldn't quite keep track of. The man whose stall they knocked over was very nice about it, especially after they bought all his onions. "What are we to do with these?" asked Alice Patton, holding up a string of onions and staring at it blankly. 15 similar strings adorned the cab behind her. "Make soup," suggested Kate, and ducked as Fran lobbed an onion at her. They'd barely made it 10 blocks, the long Ford seizing up and having to be re-cranked twice, before they got held up behind a series of very official-looking cars outside a large building flying an American flag. There was a group of soldiers milling about, very excited and surprised to see a convoy of American women driving 3 trucks. One of the Sammies, a tall man with brown hair and an open, wind-burned face, began waving frantically at them. "Fran! Freddie! It's my brother. Excuse me." Fran England slid down from the cab of the Ford. Kate, who was sharing the white with Margaret Cooper, tried to remember how to put it into park.
"I think it's this lever,"
said Margaret, pulling it for her. Margaret, Kate had learned, was an excellent driver, although she said very little about it. She still apologized periodically for fainting on Kate, which Kate found awkward for both of them. "Thanks," said Kate, and slid down from the truck, which wasn't white at all, but simply made by the White Motor Company. They found themselves in a mob of American soldiers, all tremendously excited to find women who spoke English, ready to be friends with anyone who knew Fred England's sister, anxious for news from home, and all extremely disappointed that none of the women could tell them anything about the baseball season. Margaret Cooper immediately found someone who had a sister who was her year at Smith. Kate was left to talk to 2 others, and, in want of something to say, gestured to the house behind them, the one flying the American flag. "That building, is it the American consulate?" "It's, a sort of clubhouse," said one of the men, exchanging a look with another. "They mean it's a body house," said Fran England calmly as they went back to their abandoned trucks. She climbed back up into the Ford, sitting down on the board over the gasoline tank that served as a seat. "My brother told me. He said when our troops first landed, there was a line that went down 3 blocks.
"That's dreadful. Don't their commanders do anything about it?"
demanded Liza. Her eyes looked even more like glass doll's eyes than usual, round as a cartoon in the Sunday papers. "Sure they do," said Fran. "They demand the first spots in line." Kate coughed to cover a snicker.
"It's not funny,"
said Liza earnestly, holding on to the side of the truck.
"I've heard it's all a German plot. They're getting French loose women to seduce our troops to undermine the health of the American army."
"I'm sure our boys would never think of visiting a French body house otherwise," said Fran, straight-faced. Liza looked from Fran to Kate, wounded.
"It's true. I heard it from a woman at the YMCA."
"Who I'm sure heard it from the Germans?" guessed Kate.
"Well, no, but someone reliable. Maud says it's dreadful, and it's every American woman's job to keep our boys on the straight and narrow."
"Does Maud's fiancé know that?" whispered Fran to Kate as Kate passed by on her way back to the white truck. "Maybe he's her own special reclamation project," Kate whispered back, and went to join Margaret Cooper in the white. It was like college again. College with the threat of impending destruction, that was. She felt like she was playing a theater role. College Kate, the Kate who bantered and laughed and pretended to be just like everyone else.
The difference was, in college, she had really thought she was just like everyone else, that being secretary of the Literary Society and volunteering with the Dramatic Society washed out all the differences, made her one of them. She'd always had an ear for languages. It had been easy to snuff out any lingering traces of a Brooklyn accent, until she didn't even have to think about it anymore. Her voice had changed, just as she had changed. It was so easy with Fran and Alice, who didn't know her, who knew only that she was another Smith girl and a member of the relief unit, to pretend to be that person again. To actually be that person again. They didn't look at her and see a charity girl. They didn't know she was a charity girl. She was just Kate, who had done her fair share putting together the white truck. But they were going back to Paris, where Emmy never meant to make her feel less, but always did. Not to mention that Julia would be sure to put her in her place given the chance. No, it wouldn't do to get too comfortable. They'd only find her out eventually. Kate winced at the memory of Maud on the boat, assuming her mother was her nanny. She'd meant to tell her. She really had. Or maybe she hadn't.
Watch out for the...
Oh, bother. Kate bit her tongue hard as the truck hit a large pothole. Would you like to drive for a bit, Margaret? You're better at it than I am. The rain started just after lunch, hardening from a mist into a persistent drizzle, turning the roads to sucking pools of mud, soaking their hair under their hats, and dripping down the backs of their slickers. The long Ford's crank seized. The white got a puncture. 1 minute it was rolling along. Well, maybe not precisely rolling. 1 minute it was slogging slowly but fairly steadily through the mud, and the next it was listing to one side, and Kate was clinging to the doorframe to keep from falling out, and Margaret was in her lap. The extra-long Ford behind them skidded and fishtailed, but mercifully Fran was driving. She managed merely to knock down part of a fence rather than hitting them, which Kate greatly appreciated. Ahead of them, oblivious, the Ford jitney, holding Liza and Mrs. Rutherford, grew smaller and smaller in the distance through the gusting rain. "Bother," said Kate, slithering down. "Bother, bother, bother. Can we patch it?" It was sluicing down now. She had to shout to be heard over the wind. "Too far gone," said Fran, struggling over in her slicker, her boots squelching in the dark mud. "We'll need the spare." Their cars were half on, half off the road. An army truck, going just a bit too fast, honked angrily at them.
Maybe one of these nice men will help us,
hollered Liza, waving her arms over her head hopefully, but the army truck blazed obliviously past, coating them with mud in the process. "They probably don't realize we're female," gasped Alice, slipping in the mud and just managing not to fall. "Just look at us." Fran spat mud. "What the fashionable chauffeur is wearing this season," she said, and got the jack out of the back of the white. "Mm-hmm," said Alice, dancing around behind them. "Mm-hmm." "What?" screamed Kate.
5 inches,
yelled Alice, who had read all the manuals.
"You need to get it up 5 inches to get the wheel off."
It might as well have been 5 feet. It took them an hour, working in pairs to get the white up high enough to take off the wheel, and nearly as long to pump up the spare tire by hand and fasten it into place, which would have gone faster if their wet and muddy fingers hadn't kept slipping off the nut.
"We'll get better at it with practice,"
said Margaret Cooper, her hat dripping rain all around her face. "I hope not," muttered Kate. "I'm not sure I could take any more practice." Fran grinned wearily at her. "We'll all be strong like bulls by the time we're done."
"Or mad like bulls,"
offered Alice. It was full dark by the time they made it as far as Nantes, having managed, in the course of a day, to go all of 40 miles. They found the other Ford parked neatly in front of an inn, and Mrs. Rutherford and Liza sitting down to soup and war bread. "Only 260 miles left to go," said Kate, slumping into a chair. They had paused only to scrub at the worst of the mud with the 2 inches of cold water allotted them by the innkeeper. The result was, at best, mixed. It was a blessing the lighting wasn't good. The mud just looked like shadows. It also disguised what was in the soup.
"It's going to take us a week to get back to Paris at this rate," said Alice, dragging her spoon through her soup. "It's going to take a week to get to the next town at this rate," said Kate.
I wonder why no one has invented puncture-free tires,
mused Liza, who hadn't spent the day wrestling with one.
"Because then the tire companies would be out of business," said Fran, dunking her war bread in her soup to soften it. "Do you think they dropped the nails on the road?" asked Kate. "No, that was probably the Germans," said Fran, straight-faced, and Liza nodded eagerly in reply. "They think of everything," said Kate, and wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, so just gave up and ate soup instead. It was only 9 o'clock when they finished their meal, but it felt like midnight. Outside, the rain continued to sluice down. As she left the table, Kate found Mrs. Rutherford sitting in a tiny circle of light in the sitting room of the inn, surrounded by papers. "I'm working out schedules," she said. "We've so much to do that we'll accomplish it best if we're all divided into committees." "I had thought committees were a sure way to ensure nothing actually got done," said Kate, too tired to mind her words. Mrs. Rutherford didn't look up from her charts. "That depends on the committee. Of board society women, yes. Here it simply means that those who can will. It's much more effective than one woman trying to oversee everything, especially when we're undertaking so much so quickly." There were 6 categories on the page: house, social services, nursing, supplies and stores, motor, children. "But none of us are nurses," Kate said. "How can we have a nursing committee?" "None of you were trained mechanics either," said Mrs. Rutherford imperturbably. "And yet our trucks still run. When they run. A puncture is an act of God, or of the French roads, which is much the same thing," said Mrs. Rutherford, writing busily. "You can't blame yourself for it. You aren't responsible for everything, Miss Moran." Based on the list, Kate wasn't responsible for much. She had been put down to serve on 2 committees, motor and house. That was good, she told herself. She wouldn't know how to do any of the rest of it. She supposed she should count herself lucky there wasn't a separate category for instruction in the French language. There also wasn't a category for farm labor. She thought of Emmy's earnest study of chickens. But what about the farm animals? There's no category for agricultural endeavor. "That comes under supplies and stores," said Mrs. Rutherford. "You didn't think we'd be caring for the animals ourselves, did you?" "I'm not sure what we're meant to be doing," said Kate honestly. She wouldn't ordinarily have admitted as much, but she was so tired, and the little circle of lamplight felt like an island in the middle of stormy seas, a space out of time. Mrs. Rutherford looked up from her work, surprised. "I'd thought I'd explained. It's really very simple. What we're trying to do for them is give them the means to rebuild for themselves. We don't want to beggar them or make them feel the objects of charity. What we do is give them the materials to work. Rags for braiding, yarn for knitting, straw for weaving. We'll run a store with food and supplies below cost, but not for free. Pride can be as important as bread. They've lost so much, these villagers. Many of them were once prosperous farmers, storekeepers, innkeepers, and now they're living in holes in the ground, sharing one sheet. We need to leave them their pride." Pride. Kate remembered being 6 and the well-meaning social worker who had singled her out at school. That had been during the lean years, when her mother had done her best, but that best hadn't extended to new coats or shoes, and Kate had grown so terribly fast. "That poor child," the woman had said. "Doesn't her family care?" She'd worn those new shoes, but she could feel them burning on her feet still. She would rather have gone bare.
It was odd to be on the other end of it, playing Lady Bountiful, her mother called it. Good enough for some. Won't they mind that we're selling below cost, then? Mrs. Rutherford smiled up at her. No, they'll just feel glad they got a bargain. It's no shame to put one over on the Americans. They'll think we don't understand their money yet and enjoy shaking their heads over our naivete. Good night, Miss Moran. Good night, said Kate, and went slowly upstairs, feeling like Mrs. Rutherford's plans might be somewhat less mad than she had previously supposed. The rain continued to persecute them. Margaret was right. They did get better at changing punctures, although it didn't get any more pleasant with practice. Whether it was the Germans or just French cart horses with loose shoes, the roads from Nantes to Paris appeared to be positively strewn with nails, all of which aimed straight at their tires. They ate their lunch as they went to save time, shoving down cheese and crackers and gulping coffee from a thermos, taking turns driving. Kate began to accept being wet through as an inevitable law of nature. And then, just north of Chartres, the sun came out. "What is that great yellow ball in the sky?" asked Fran.
That's the sun,
Explained Liza helpfully. Kate squinted up at the sky. Unless we're hallucinating and it's just a mirage. It might be a mirage. Fran put her hand up, palm out. My hand is dry. It's real. It was amazing what a difference a bit of sunshine made. They didn't even mind when they drove into Versailles, the home of kings, and promptly blew a tire right in front of the mayor's house, which looked like a miniature palace itself and very French. This time, they collected a crowd of interested citizens, all wanting to know who these shabby American women were and what they were doing charging about on 3 trucks loaded with building materials and the remains of 15 strings of onions, now rather soggy. While a few helpful soldiers debated the best way to jack the Ford, which apparently involved getting a petit blanc from the nearest cafe and discussing the meaning of life, an elderly woman in deep mourning, holding a little girl by the hand, approached Kate, wanting to know who they were and what they were doing. We're members of the Smith College Relief Unit, Collégien Américain. Kate's brain felt addled by days of driving. We're here to offer aid to the former occupied zones near a town called Grécourt. Those are bits of houses we're bringing to build, for a mairie and a schoolhouse and whatever else is needed. Do you have relatives here? The woman asked. None at all, said Kate, feeling a little silly. I'm not even French. My family is mostly Irish. No need to mention that her father was Bohemian. It was a little too close to German. To be Irish was bad enough, but at least not Bush. To her surprise, the woman put a hand on her shoulder. You are a good girl. One moment. Marie, wait with the lady. Kate and the little girl were left regarding each other. The girl couldn't have been more than 6, and Kate had no idea what to do with her. Do you live here? Asked Kate.
Yes, now.
The girl took her thumb from her mouth.
I used to live somewhere else, but then I came on a train with Madame Le Pensier. How far away is America? Did you come on a train?
Mercifully, at that point, the grandmother returned, her arms laden with packages. For you, she said, shoving half a chicken, a basket of peaches, and a whole cheese into Kate's arms. Kate, surprised, grappled with it to keep it all from falling. But there was no need. The old woman rescued a peach and pushed it firmly back into Kate's hands. My granddaughter, she was evacuated from the occupied zone last year when the Germans let some go. If she had stayed... She shrugged, a Gallic gesture indicative of all manner of ills. She was one of the lucky ones. What you do, it is good. Que le bon Dieu vous bénisse, maintenant et à l'avenir.
What did she say?
Liza, drawn by the lure of food, came up as the woman was departing, leaving Kate, dazed, cradling a roast chicken, probably the woman's supper for the week. She said... Kate's voice felt husky. She cleared it and tried again. She said, "May the good Lord bless you, now and in the future."
That's so kind of her. Oh, is that cheese?
While the soldiers debated the best methods of tire maintenance, the girls fell on the food, plunking down on the steps of the mairie and tearing into the chicken and cheese. My mother would be appalled. Alice Patton tried to wipe the chicken grease off her shirt front. She says a lady never eats in public.
I don't care what anyone thinks, as long as there's more of this cheese in the world,
said Liza.
I'm surprised they're being so nice to us. Maud says the French are pretty down on us for not coming in before and feeding the Germans through neutrals. You can see how it would make them bitter to see all these strong men in new uniforms coming in, tooting around in big cars all the time. Dr. Foster, the Red Cross man, said there was a pretty serious mutiny in the French army this spring, and that all that kept them from throwing the towel in was our coming in, but that we probably left it too late.
Fran grimaced at Kate behind Liza's back. Liza's news bulletins, they called her rambling digests of intelligence gleaned from Maud, some of which were contradictory, and most of which had Germany victorious within the month. Kate craned her head, looking back in the direction the woman had come. She wished she could thank her. She wished she could pay her. With rationing and meatless days and the lean days of winter so close, that was a ridiculous amount of bounty to press on a stranger. You are a good girl, the woman had said, and she'd given her chicken. All because Kate had said they were bringing supplies to the formerly occupied zone.
That our troops won't be ready to go in until spring, and the French are just holding on by sheer nerve.
Excuse me, said Kate to the others, and pushed up off the steps to where Mrs. Rutherford was sitting on the side of the ford, meditatively munching a chicken wing. Why did she do that woman? Why did she give all this to us? When the soldiers marched off to war, said Mrs. Rutherford, the women lined the streets, handing out bread and wine. It didn't matter that they didn't have much to give. But we're not soldiers. Kate pressed her fingers to her temples. They smelled like ripe cheese. It made her feel vaguely queasy. I don't understand. We haven't done anything yet. You're here, said Mrs. Rutherford. That's doing something. She said it so matter-of-factly. Kate looked at her askance. Mrs. Rutherford wiped her greasy fingers daintily on her handkerchief. It is, It's not all grand gestures, just the fact that you came overseas. On the steps of the mairie, the other members of the motor committee were merrily eating peaches and basking in the sunshine. Kate looked back at Mrs. Rutherford. What if we make a mess of it? What if we leave them worse off than they were before? I'm not sure that's possible, said Mrs. Rutherford. Most of them are living in roofless cellars, and those are the lucky ones. But I tell you, to know you are there among them, living with them, bringing aid from a world they thought forgot them, that means almost as much as the physical goods we bring them. You don't need to do anything or even say anything. You just need to be there. But we are going to do something. Well, of course, said Mrs. Rutherford. She chomped down on a peach with obvious relish. It would be madness to come all this way and just stand there. Kate, contrary to instructions, just stood there. She hadn't been entirely honest with Emmy back in Paris. Maud had tried to recruit her for the coup, not on her own behalf, but on Emmy's. If you could use your influence with your friend, had been the phrase used. Kate had disclaimed any influence and generally avoided committing herself. Don't get involved. Keep your head down. Those were the rules she had learned over the years. The truth was, she hadn't been sure Maud was wrong. Now, she wondered if Emmy was right, if they ought to tell Mrs. Rutherford. But what would be the point? They had their trucks, all their plans were in hand, it would only be making trouble. It was probably all a tempest in a teapot. For all she knew, Maud had never even written those letters. "It is good," the old woman had told her. "You are a good girl." Mrs. Rutherford thrust a chicken leg into her hand. "Here, keep your strength up. Eat your chicken and let's get back on the road. If we make Paris tonight, we can collect the others, pack up our parcels, and be on our way to Grécourt by Monday." Chapter 8. We made our long overdue start for the country on Tuesday, September 11th. The lateness of our start made lunch an immediate concern, but Miss England, who was driving the Ford truck, insisted on a downgrade as a stopping place. Apparently, the roads in France run remarkably level. Cannibalism was staved off solely by the discovery that someone had remembered to pack a hamper with bread and cheese, which prevented Miss Shaw from gnawing on the nearest available arm, which I fear was mine. If our women refrain from killing each other, I believe we shall deal reasonably well together. Note the caveat. Betsy, as always, remains entirely oblivious and is primarily concerned about the conveyance of our cows. Dr. Ava Stringfellow, class of 1896, to her husband, Dr. Lawrence Stringfellow. September 11th, 1917. Paris, France. They left for Grécourt on Tuesday. They'd meant to leave by 10, but noon saw the 3 trucks belonging to the Smith College Relief Unit still sitting stranded outside the hotel on the Quai Voltaire, occasioning a great deal of comment from passers-by. It turned out that even when limited to 1 suitcase and 1 duffel bag apiece, there was a remarkable amount of luggage, particularly when one added in such sundries as rakes, hose, crockery, portable stoves, 18 cots, blankets, and all relevant bedding, not to mention 6 loaves of war bread and 1 very precious tub of jam. "Maybe if you put the confiture there," suggested Alice, fluttering around, trying to rearrange packages and generally confusing matters. "Where, on my head?" demanded Julia, who was wedged in between a spare tire and half a dozen folded cots. There were 4 of them in the white truck, crowded in among miscellaneous crates and packages, rakes sticking out the sides like pikes at the Battle of Agincourt, only with fewer men in doublets. "It has to go somewhere," said Kate. "I'll hold the jam," said Emmy, wondering if it was too late to suggest that Kate and Julia go in separate cars. She juggled the bucket of jam from one knee to the other, trying to find a comfortable spot.
Doesn't confiture sound much tastier than jam? Just like framboise sounds a million times more elegant than plain old raspberry.
"They're French raspberries. Naturally they're more elegant," said Kate, grinning back at her, and Emmy felt like old times, like setting off for a picnic on a borrowed sledge. "Can you grab the oil can, Alice?" Alice Patton obediently clamped the oil can between her feet, and Emmy shifted sideways to give her more room, eliciting a sharp cry of distress from Julia, who plunged forward to protect her medical bag, at the expense of her own kidneys if necessary. "Emmy, watch your foot. If you squash my bag, we'll have no medicines at all." The doctors had returned from their tour of hospitals only the night before and had been incensed to find that their medical supplies still hadn't been forwarded from the port, and that the chauffeurs hadn't thought to look for them.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to."
Emmy tried to wedge her feet in between the oil can and the petrol crate. Her Aunt May, Julia's mother, who had dainty, tiny doll feet, had always said Emmy's feet were too big. She could feel her cheeks flushing with old shame as she tried to hide her boat-like boots.
"It's a tight fit."
"If the bag is so precious, hold it on your lap," said Kate from the front of the truck. "If anyone had thought to look for our supplies," said Julia. "If anyone had bothered to tell us to look." How far is it until Greycourt? Asked Alice, wiggling uncomfortably between the spare tire and the petrol crate. 85 miles, said Kate, but goodness only knows what the roads will be like once we get out of Paris. Are we ready to go? Once I start this, I'm not stopping it again until I find a hill pointing down, called out Fran England from the Ford truck. She and Margaret Cooper were driving the long truck, loaded with parts of portable houses and miscellaneous farm equipment. In front, leading the way, Liza had the jitney, with their duffel bags, suitcases, Mrs. Rutherford, Dr. Stringfellow, Miss Dawlish, and Maud. Emmy wondered if Mrs. Rutherford was following the old adage of keeping one's enemies close. 3 members had been left behind in Paris. Miss Ledbetter, who wrote features for magazines, had been detailed, on the strength of her journalistic credentials, to coordinate with the press. Miss Mills, who had been working at the Villiers Hospital, was being allowed a week's rest before starting for Greycourt, which Emmy really hoped wasn't code for her having picked up something terribly contagious. Miss Baldwin, their librarian, had stayed behind to try to beg, borrow, and cadge books for the children. Alice Patton turned the crank of the white, and Kate did something. Emmy supposed she really ought to learn how it worked at some point, although she wasn't sure it would be fair to inflict her lack of direction on the world at large, and the truck started rolling forward, past the hotel, across a bridge, over the Seine. They were on their way. They were truly on their way. At last, at last. The French sun shone down on them, blessing them in their endeavors. Everyone waved to them as they passed, old women in black veils, women in overalls sweeping the streets, soldiers in gray and soldiers in khaki, mothers wheeling babies in carriages, and men limping on crutches. It felt like a parade, like a festival day, like a Roman triumph, like Ivy Day at Smith.
Fair is the earth today, blooming over the lea, and June is calling,
Emmy sang, unable to contain herself. It was their Ivy Day song, the one they'd sung together as they processed around the campus in their white dresses, escorted by the alumni in their colored sashes, helping to launch them away into the world. After a moment, Kate's careful contralto joined in. Away, ah, come away with me. Then Julia's trained soprano, carrying over them all. Away, away, to the world so bright and free. Auntie May used to make Julia practice for hours with a voice teacher, then trot her out to sing at parties, posed with a harp. Julia had hated it and had staunchly refused to sing in any of the college musical societies, no matter how they'd begged. But she was singing now. They were all singing together, and it felt absolutely as it should be. Emmy's spirit thrilled to the words.
We hear her magical call, and we follow the world around.
Her voice wasn't beautiful, not like Julia's. She tended to slide between notes, and she was often flat, but she felt like the words were drawn straight out of the very marrow of her bones. Away, away, the world around. She'd always wanted to go off on a quest like the knights in a romance, and here they were at last, even if it wasn't, as she'd told that British officer, anything heroic, only something practical and decent. But right here, right now, she felt like all the heroes of romance rolled together, armed with a rake instead of a sword and a bucket of jam in place of a buckler.
Leave we our love behind, as the low winds softly croon.
Oh, heavens, look at everyone stare, said Alice Patton, breaking off with a self-conscious duck of her purple hat as the white truck jolted down the Rue de Richelieu.
There's the opera. Maybe they want to recruit us,
said Emmy giddily. Or run us out of town on a rail, said Kate, making a face but smiling all the same. I think I'm already sitting on one, thank you, said Julia smartly, trying to shift a rake handle from her posterior. The truck went over a bump, and Alice squealed as the crate of precious petrol bumped against her knees.
Oh no, that's left blue paint all over my skirt.
At least it's French blue,
offered Emmy, trying to hold on to the holiday mood. From the wheel, Kate called, "Don't you dare drop the essence, Alice. It's $1 the gallon. We'll never be able to afford more if it spills, and then where will we be?"
Singing for our supper,
offered Emmy. "Pushing the trucks, most likely," said Kate. "Uphill, all the way." Julia looked at Emmy sideways. "I'm sure Aunt Cora would stump up for gas money if you applied to her humbly." Emmy could feel her cheeks flush.
I wouldn't want to. That is,
she hated to be reminded of her mother's money. It made her feel as though she weren't really one of the group, but only included in the hopes that her mother might open her purse. And that wasn't the case, not this time. Her mother hadn't contributed, at least not more than anyone else. Except for one thing. There was one thing Emmy had asked her mother for, but no one needed to know about that. It was quite beside the point. Emmy fell back on generalities.
You know she thinks it's important we do this properly, through raising funds and all that sort of thing.
Oh yes, it creates character, I gather. Julia's voice was drier than day-old war bread. "I hear the New York committee has stumped up wonderfully," said Alice, and Emmy could have hugged her if she hadn't been afraid of upsetting the petrol.
My mother wrote me that they've all taken up knitting and have been making the most tremendous things for the children, said Emmy. I've asked them to send chocolates for the children. They're so frightfully expensive here, and I want to make sure we have enough for everyone.
I wouldn't mind a chocolate right about now, said Alice wistfully. Do you think Fran will let us stop for lunch anytime soon? I could eat a cow.
The cows are being sent separately,
said Emmy, who had been responsible for buying them. And thank goodness for that, said Kate with feeling. Emmy glanced back over her shoulder. She couldn't quite eat a cow, especially since they were rather depending on those cows for milk, but she wouldn't mind stopping for lunch sometime soon. The Ford truck was motoring steadily along behind them, clearing the road of taxis and pedestrians alike as it barreled forward. Miss England had both hands on the wheel and a look of extreme determination on her face.
Was Miss England serious about stopping only on a downgrade?
Kate exchanged a look with Alice Patton. Oh, yes, she said. Alice fiddled with the oil can. Do you remember that time? Outside Chartres, said Kate. We had to pile all the pieces of the house back on, said Alice, grimacing. Goodness, those were heavy. At least Fran didn't take off the fence that time. Or the onions. Remember the onions? Kate wrinkled her nose. How could I forget? My uniform still reeks of them. They did make excellent soup, though, said Alice. At that inn. You remember the one. Are you sure those were onions in the soup? Asked Kate, and they both laughed. It was good that they were getting along so well, Emmy told herself. It was important for morale and camaraderie and all that sort of thing. It was very silly. No, not just silly. It was downright selfish to feel left out just because the chauffeurs had come back from their jaunt to Saint-Nazaire with not only the trucks, but all sorts of shared jokes and experiences.
Would anyone like some bread and cheese? She asked.
They ate bread and cheese, even Julia unbent to take a little, which meant she must have been very hungry indeed, as the road wound through a forest in all its leafy beauty. They were well out of Paris now, following the jitney through a landscape that felt like something out of Arthurian legend. It seemed impossible to believe, among these trees, that there was a war on, until they got to the end of the forest and saw the first blasted village. Houses crumbled in upon themselves, rubble upon rubble, like a block village after Emmy's little brothers had run amok. Except these hadn't been blocks. These had been buildings, real buildings, where people had lived and worked. The trees here weren't leafy anymore. They were stunted, twisted things, the branches and bark blasted off by artillery, leaving only blackened stumps in their wake. Along the bare horizon, Emmy could see tangles of barbed wire, long stretches of churned earth and abandoned encampments, and in the midst of it all, the bright, incongruous red of flowers, like splashes of sealing wax. Or the Scarlet Pimpernel, she thought, and wondered why she was thinking of that now, of the little red flower and the Englishman she had last seen at the Gare du Nord, headed back to the front, who might, even now, be food for flowers, another man lost in the trenches, his bones sunk deep in the mud of the Somme. "The jitney's stopped," said Alice. "I think that's a guard post up ahead," said Kate, slowing the white truck and just managing to pull around the jitney instead of bumping into it. Mrs. Rutherford waved them forward. They climbed awkwardly down from the truck. Emmy was rather amazed that she could be so sore just from sitting. She hurt in places she hadn't been sure one could hurt. "We're to show our feuille bleue," said Mrs. Rutherford. "Not our carnet rouge?" asked Alice, digging for her papers.
"I feel like a French lesson,"
whispered Emmy to Kate.
"Avez-vous le carnet rouge de ma tante et les plumes jaunes de mon cousin?" "Oh, bonjour, monsieur. Here's my my feuille. You know the one."
Emmy smiled apologetically at the guard, feeling like an idiot, but it seemed her papers made more sense than she did because he waved her forward. She supposed she didn't look much like an enemy agent. As Auntie May liked to point out, she seldom looked like much of anything. Kate's papers passed scrutiny, and then came Liza, and the whole procession stopped. "This paper," said the guard, holding it up so they could see. "It is for Monsieur Shaw."
"But it can't be,"
said Liza blankly.
"It's me. It's meant to be me. For me."
"I assure you, mademoiselle, it is," said the guard, and he held it up. There it was, clear as day, on Liza's feuille bleue. M. Shaw. "Does she look like a man?" demanded Maud indignantly. "That is the problem, exactly," said the guard, not bothering to hide his boredom. "This paper permits Monsieur Shaw to enter the zone des armées. If Mademoiselle Shaw wishes to enter, she must go back to Paris and get another paper." "It's a mistake," said Emmy, wondering how on earth none of them had seen it before. Of course, they didn't tend to go through each other's papers, and the writing on the safe conduct was next door to illegible, but even so, "You can see it's a mistake."
"I could drive her back in the jitney," said Margaret Cooper hesitantly. "Maybe we could fit everyone else in the white and the truck."
"Oh, no," said Emmy. It wasn't just that they couldn't possibly fit everyone and everything into two of the cars. It was that they were meant to be a unit, and she had the oddest feeling that if anyone turned back now, that would be the end of it. "I'll come too," said Maud quickly. "If everything else is this ill-organized, I don't want any part of it." "There's no need for that." It was Julia who had come forward, speaking in her perfect, beautiful, aristocratic French. Emmy always forgot that Aunt May's second husband had been a French count. He might even have been from somewhere not far from here. Emmy had never been entirely sure where the Count's chateau was, only that it needed a new roof, and her mother firmly refused to pay for it. "If you won't believe us, will you take the word of Le Soir?" Julia held out a page cut neatly from a newspaper, folded so that the photo of the Smith College Relief Unit, all 17 of them, was staring up at them. Emmy waved enthusiastically at the photo.
"You can see, that's us. And there's Mademoiselle Shaw, you see?"
Liza obediently perked up, trying to look like her photo.
"We're les collégiennes américaines."
"Les collégiennes américaines, eh?" said the guard, studying the photo. In it, they were arrayed in 2 rows, Mrs. Rutherford and Dr. Stringfellow seated in the middle. Emmy wished she didn't look quite so tall, looming in the back row, and that someone had told her that she needed to brush her hair, but the overall composition seemed to be having its effect on the guard. "All the way from America?" It was amazing, thought Emmy, that a newspaper could do what all their passports and carnets and feuilles hadn't. She was very impressed that Julia had thought of it, although she did rather wonder why Julia had bothered to cut out the article at all. Julia wasn't the sort to keep a scrapbook of their adventures. Which reminded Emmy that she really needed to start keeping a scrapbook of their adventures. "Do you know," said Mrs. Rutherford cannily as the guard handed back the newspaper, "we never did have lunch. Would you care to share our bread and cheese with us? We might have a bit of jam put by as well." The confiture clinched it. By the time the bread and jam had been eaten, they were all firm friends, and Monsieur Shaw had become a great joke, with Liza laughing hardest of all, even if her laughter did sound a bit forced. It was just a little delay, and they would have been on their way at once if their oil can hadn't rolled off and had to be retrieved. "I do think if they didn't want oil cans to roll, they ought not to have made them round," contributed Alice. "I wonder if the children might like to construct a square one," mused Miss Dawlish. Half an hour later, the oil can had been wrestled back into place, and the Ford refused to start. "I told you we needed to stop on a downgrade," said Fran with grim satisfaction. Another hour passed. With their new friend, the guard, working the crank, and 4 of them taking it in turns to push, the Ford condescended to move again. "It's past 5, said Julia grimly. "We're barely halfway."
"At least we're not halfway back to Paris," said Emmy. "It was clever of you to think of the paper. I hadn't realized they'd printed an article about us already."
"Oh, several. This was the most fulsome." Julia looked sideways at Emmy. "I intend to send them all on to my mother."
"Oh, how nice," said Emmy,
even though it wasn't really at all. It represented a declaration of war, or rather the continuation of a war that had begun a long time ago, when Julia had announced her determination to go to Smith and Emmy's parents had agreed to pay her tuition and board. "You can't mean to encourage Julia to become a spinster," Aunt May had raged at Emmy's parents, so loudly she'd heard it all the way through the oak doors of the drawing room and the marble entrance hall and into the music room. Spinster. The word had a sting to it, but that was what they were, weren't they? The paper called them girls, or rather, being French, jeunes filles, but the truth was that all of them, with the exception of Miss Cooper of the class of 14, were closer to 30 than they were to Ivy Day. Emmy generally tried not to think of that sort of thing, to tell herself that she was married to her good works, but there were times when the truth stared glaringly out at her, and she could hear Auntie May's voice from long, long ago saying, with shattering clarity, "It's a pity she looks so much like her mother." That hadn't stopped her mother from marrying, but her parents' marriage was something Emmy tried not to look at too closely. She liked to think that her handsome, dissolute father hadn't married her mother entirely for her money. She didn't think he had. Her father respected her mother, she was sure he did, and they had liked each other enough to produce 7 children. But there was no denying she had no desire to recreate their circumstances. She didn't want to be married for her dowry and left to do good works while her husband spent his time drinking at the Union Club, or dining in the private rooms of Delmonico's with actresses young enough to be his daughter. "Oh no," said Alice, and Emmy dragged herself out of her muddled thoughts. While she had wool-gathered, they had bumped their way into the medieval town of Noyon, where they seemed to have stopped in the town square. Emmy rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. The dust of the road had gotten them, making them water. "What's wrong?" Alice pointed at the Ford, which had come to a complete stop in front of them. "That's not a downgrade," she said darkly. The Ford, apparently, had stopped of its own accord. Something had gone wrong, something mechanical. They gathered an interested crowd of townspeople and soldiers, all with opinions, none of them encouraging. The sun set over the towers of the cathedral. If we were working for the Red Cross, this would never have happened, said Maud darkly. We'll have to stay the night, said Fran England, ignoring her. There's no point pushing on to Greycourt now. We'll never find our way in the dark. No, said Julia, with such force that they all stared. I'm not staying. Dr. Stringfellow stepped in.
We stayed in Noyon while we were touring hospitals. The only available room had a door leading to the main stair. We had soldiers passing through our room half the night. I wouldn't recommend it. After those air raids in Paris, I could sleep through a platoon, said Liza cheerfully.
I couldn't, said Julia. Perhaps we could find someplace else, Alice suggested, fiddling with her collar.
Or we could just leave the truck,
proposed Emmy, looking sideways at Julia, who was looking decidedly thin-lipped.
There's nothing on it we need tonight.
Only our luggage, said Fran England. It makes more sense to stay here, rearrange the loads, and try to find our way in the morning, said Kate, siding with Fran. It's taken us this long to get here. What does it matter if we arrive tonight or tomorrow? No one will be waiting up for us this late. Everything she said made perfect sense, but Emmy felt strongly that it did make a difference. Certainly to Julia, who looked as though she wouldn't be dragged back into that inn for all the world. And to Emmy. 2 days, the mechanic had said, maybe 3. To have made it this far and be stranded in Noyon seemed intolerable.
Fran and I could stay with the truck, offered Margaret Cooper, and the rest could go on.
No need for that. Mrs. Rutherford appeared from the scrum of French soldiers, dragging a thin man in a uniform with the 3 gold bars denoting a captain. Look who I found. This is Captain Jaouen, currently of the French Army, but previously a professor at the University of Michigan. He's offered us a replacement truck and the men to drive it. A temporary loan only, Captain Jaouen said quickly. The camion or the men? Alice whispered with a giggle and was hushed by Kate. So we can get on immediately, said Mrs. Rutherford. Well, as soon as we transfer our load from the Ford to the camion. The captain has said he'll have his men get started right away. We'll be on our way within the hour.
How does she do that?
Asked Margaret Cooper, staring at Mrs. Rutherford as she marched off arm in arm with Captain Jaouen, discussing something that happened in Crete back in 98 or 99.
It's as though she snapped her fingers and conjured him out of thin air, like magic.
She does seem to find a way to make things happen, said Kate cautiously.
Magic,
said Emmy. 4 months ago, no one had even thought of such a thing as a Smith unit, but one speech from Mrs. Rutherford, and here they were, equipped and ready, mere hours from their post, all the intricate layers of army and civilian bureaucracy dealt with, all the red tape cut through. Mrs. Rutherford had done all that, and now she'd even conjured an army truck for them.
And just think, we'll be escorted by brave cavaliers all the way.
Don't you mean poilus? Said Kate practically. Poilus were the rank and file of the French army. I doubt any of them will be on horseback. I don't care who they are, said Fran England. As long as they're the one hefting the trunks instead of me. I can't think how she got them to do it. Neither can I, said Maud darkly. Only Betsy, said Dr. Stringfellow, to no one in particular, and went to help direct the disposition of their belongings. Chapter 9.
Our scrap of France must have once been lovely. Down a long lane of poplars, half felled by the Germans, one passes through a massive iron gate, beyond which you see the scarred, roofless walls of a once grand chateau. In a bowl of green behind, at the edge of a great wood, the army put our 3 barracks, each with 2 rooms, each smaller than our room in Northampton. I've bunked in with 2 class of 11 girls, Emmeline Van Alden and Kate Moran. Emmy is a dear and very welcoming. Kate is a little harder to know, but not unkind, just quiet. She's so efficient it makes me feel all arms and legs. The handful of people left in Greycourt live in the ruined stables, except for the gardener's wife, who has stubbornly remained in what is left of her old cottage by the castle gate, with a canvas awning in place of a roof. She is in possession of the one stove in the village, so she once cooked for the Germans, and she now cooks for us, when she has a mind to. I can't tell you what a difference it makes to feel we can finally do some good. Sitting around in Paris, there were moments when I felt I wasn't worth the food I was eating. I really do hope I can do some good, Beth. I feel so useless so much of the time.
Miss Margaret Cooper, Class of 1914, to Miss Elizabeth Long, Class of 1914. September 1917. Greycourt, France. There was a moat. There was an actual moat separating the castle from the chapel and outbuildings. Kate hadn't noticed the moat the night before. She hadn't noticed much of anything. It had been past midnight when they arrived, after an endless round of arguments with Julia, who insisted that they couldn't go wrong if they navigated by the North Star. Kate pointed out that the half-obliterated signposts might be a more reliable guide since they were hardly the three wise men. That, of course, led Emmy into entirely unhelpful musing about the nature of myrrh. The soldiers in the camion had been no help. Either that or they were too busy trying not to snicker to say anything. When they finally arrived, all Kate had registered was looming gates that framed a darkness that seemed to swallow everything beyond. But behind the menacing bulk of the chateau were three small and very modern army barracks, with 2 rooms each, nothing more than plasterboard squares, but clean and new and built on a human scale. Kate couldn't remember much beyond that, just kicking their cots into place and falling asleep wrapped in her coat, too tired to bother with bedding. She had woken this morning to 2 coat-wrapped lumps, Emmy and Margaret still fast asleep. It had been taken for granted that Emmy and Kate would room together, and Margaret had followed. Kate suppressed an unworthy thought that she would rather have had Fran, but Margaret had attached herself to Emmy like a stray cat. Or like other charity cases of Emmy's acquaintance. Kate had snuck out very quietly so as not to wake them, to take stock of their new world. It was beautiful. She hadn't expected beauty. She had been braced for ugliness, for trenches and barbed wire and ruin. There was ruin here, but even the ruin looked picturesque, as though the manor house had crumbled into disrepair in centuries past, had sat here like the beast's garden for a century or more, and not been deliberately bombed out by the Germans just this past spring. It made her wary. The loveliness of the woods, the russet vines twining around a stone tower, the stolid red brick facade of the village church, strangely unmarred by war. It felt like a trick, a way to lure them into a false sense of security. Some wit had posted a sign over the green slime of the moat, saying, "Bon à boire," good to drink. Unless it wasn't a joke at all. There was reality for her, Kate thought wryly. The Germans had poisoned the wells, Mrs. Rutherford had said. Perhaps the green water of the moat really was bon à boire in comparison. Ah, another early riser. Mrs. Rutherford walked briskly toward her, coming from a dilapidated little house hard by the gates, just next to the bridge that led over the moat. What do you think of our domain? The archaic word just suited the scene. I feel like I've wandered into Sleeping Beauty's castle, said Kate. She looked at the jagged walls of the chateau. After the moths got at it. Moths with teeth, said Mrs. Rutherford, staring at one of the medallions that graced the facade, the portrait of a long-gone Robecourt, now half crumbled. It was beautiful once. There was a strange note to her voice. Did you know this place? Before? Briefly. Mrs. Rutherford didn't seem inclined to say more. After a moment, she said, La Baronne de Robecourt relocated to a spa in Switzerland at the start of the war and left her people to fare as they would. Kate wished she could say she was surprised, but she wasn't. The rich had always been good at protecting their own skins. Mrs. Rutherford had used the feminine form of the title. Is there no male article? Kate asked. Mrs. Rutherford began walking rapidly across the dew-slick grass, Kate trotting along behind. The Baroness's husband died some years ago. The current holder of the title is only a boy. I suppose not such a boy anymore. He ought to be nearly 20 by now. They passed what had once been a greenhouse, reduced to twisted scraps of metal. Madame la Baronne seems to have the strange notion that the war is a cross between a tennis match and a tea party. She wrote to the gardener's wife asking her to see that the garden was kept in order in her absence. Kate looked at the great house, now missing several crucial details, like the entire third story. Wouldn't a roof be more to the point? She hasn't the faintest idea. She thinks she'll return to everything as it was, and all her loyal retainers tugging their forelocks. Kate looked down at her gray uniform skirt, more brown than gray with mud and dirt. What does she have to say about our being here? Mrs. Rutherford's lip curled. She's delighted to have a better class of women living in her cellars. She sent orders that the inhabitants, there are 27 left in the village, just barely surviving, were to be turfed out in our favor. Let them eat cake, or roots. When I came last month, they were terrified. They thought they were to be entirely homeless. Mrs. Rutherford was, Kate realized, blazingly angry, the sort of anger that expressed itself by not expressing itself. That's the very reverse of what we came here to do. Mrs. Rutherford gave a curt nod. I told them not to be absurd. We'd do nothing of the kind. Of course, if we were being truly generous, we'd give them our barracks and sleep in the cellars. I'm not sure that's being generous. The barrack had a roof, but that was about all that could be said of it. You haven't seen the cellars yet. Mrs. Rutherford gave her head a little shake. Come. I'll take you to see them, and to meet Madame la Mère. She's mostly to be found at the wash-house this time of day. Madame la Mère? Asked Kate, hurrying after her to a shack that lay to the right of the chateau, where a woman was making a vigorous job of scrubbing a woolen skirt. Most of the mayors in our villages are women, and doing a bang-up job of it, too, with the resources they have. There's only one man left in the pack, said Mrs. Rutherford, and no one likes him. They have their suspicions about how he avoided serving, but he knows too much about too many people, so they leave him be. Ah, Marie! The woman beating the clothes straightened. Mrs. Rutherford hadn't mentioned that their mayor was also their laundress. Madame la Mère, this is Miss Moran, one of our chauffeurs. Marie nodded, started to speak, and then stopped, dropping to the ground and pressing her ear to the earth. Do you hear it? They're moving. The lines, said Mrs. Rutherford, as if this were all perfectly normal. Marie's husband, the Baroness's gardener, is at the front. She can hear which way the battle is moving from the trembling of the earth. Kate could hear a distant rumble, but the earth appeared to be entirely stationary for the moment. Ça va, Marie said, and straightened, becoming immediately brisk and businesslike. I take the dirty clothes on Monday. You will have them clean on Sunday. My boy will bring you hot water in the mornings for washing, 1 can per room. That is what we have arranged. I cook for the Germans, I cook for you. I hope we're rather different from the Germans, said Kate, nonplussed. Marie looked at her with a jaundiced eye. They were men. They ate more. The other girls were straggling out, blinking at the ruins. Kate was rather glad there wasn't a mirror in the barrack, because if she looked anything like they did, she didn't want to see it. Liza had a long crease down one cheek, and Alice's hair was all squashed to one side, like a cake that had overflowed the pan. Emmy's hair was half up, half down, but that wasn't anything out of the usual. That was just Emmy. More introductions were made before their mayor excused herself to put on coffee and finish the wash, which was conducted to a strict schedule. "Well, that won't be the slightest bit awkward," said Maud, staring after her. "Madame la Maire, may I have my underthings, please?" "Given that the alternative is doing your own laundry," said Mrs. Rutherford cheerfully, "I think you'll find that less difficult than you suppose, unless you would like to take on the laundry for the unit." Silence. Kate tried not to look at Fran. She knew she wouldn't be able to keep a straight face if she did. "Now," said Mrs. Rutherford, with the air of a magician about to produce a rabbit, "come see the premises at our disposal. We're so very lucky to have a space like this, with a roof that we can use for all sorts of purposes, a dispensary, a garage, a dining hall. Ladies, I give you the orangery." Kate almost walked right past it at first. There were no oranges. More to the point, there was no glass left in any of the wide French windows. Every single window had been systematically smashed, leaving the building a mere shell of roof and pillars, more open to the air than not. Glass crunched underfoot as they approached. Inside, Kate could see debris, bird droppings, and yet more glass.
"It's airy,"
said Emmy, trying to make the best of it. "That's one way to put it," said Julia. Kate caught her eye in agreement, and then rapidly looked away, appalled to find herself in sympathy with Julia. She hurried after Mrs. Rutherford, hoping the soles of her boots would be up to the amount of glass underfoot. She did not want to have to go to the medical department to have shards drawn out. Mrs. Rutherford was already inside, tramping blithely around through the wreckage. "We can garage the trucks here during bad weather. This opening should be just large enough to drive them through, and we can have the dispensary here."
"An open-air dispensary?"
Dr. Stringfellow's eyebrows were even more ironical than usual.
"That's well enough while the weather is fine, but I prefer not to give my patients frostbite. The French authorities have promised us some poilus to hang oilcloth in the windows," said Mrs. Rutherford airily. "They'll also clean up this mess and whitewash the walls for us. You'll see, we'll be right and tight as rain."
"Yes, with the rain coming in," said Maud, not even bothering to whisper.
"What about classes for the children?" asked Miss Dawlish, looking concerned. "Are those to be in here too?"
"We're to have a portable house for that," said Mrs. Rutherford triumphantly. Eventually we'll have portable houses set up in all the villages for schools and clubhouses. In the meantime, there's this lovely green field here, and on rainy days they can come to the orangery."
"With the dispensary," said Dr. Stringfellow. "And the trucks."
"You won't have to hunt them down for medical care," said Mrs. Rutherford brightly. "Think of the time saved. Besides, the dispensary will only be at Greycourt at certain times, and the trucks will be out all hours, so it scarcely matters, does it? If you'll follow me through here, watch your step, Miss Cooper. These are the old cellars. We can use them for storage."
"We do need storage space," said Kate, thinking of everything they had dragged along with them, all their plans for a store. Their barracks barely had room for them, much less all the various goods and chattels they intended to sell to the villagers. Kate followed along after Emmy, her steps slowing as the smell struck her. Something had been rotting here for a very long time. Alice Patton held her handkerchief to her nose. "Oh, goodness," said Emmy, her voice very small. Kate couldn't bring herself to say anything at all. She was too busy trying not to gag.
"What happened here?"
"Germans," said Mrs. Rutherford succinctly. Her hands were on her hips, and she looked distinctly displeased. "Monsieur le Commandant Moran promised me this would all be cleaned up by the time we arrived. The Germans lodged here just before they retreated and made the most terrible mess." Indoor latrines from the look of it. Bunks made of chicken wire, padded with filthy straw, testified to just how many men had been crammed into the underground space. Someone had started a calendar, so many notches to the week. The walls were scrawled with slogans in German. Miss Dawlish, who spoke the language, turned red and looked away.
"What does it say?"
asked Liza. "I don't think we want to know," said Fran England. I don't know most of the words," said Miss Dawlish. "I don't think I want to." "They said 200 men lodged down here," said Mrs. Rutherford, unperturbed. "Of course it wasn't quite this bad before they dynamited the place and parts of the wall and the ceiling came down. It would have been watertight then, at least." It certainly wasn't now. Damp dripped down the walls and seeped from the ceiling. It was cold, terribly, bone-chillingly cold. "Didn't you say the villagers have been living in the cellars?" asked Kate incredulously. She supposed it was better than no roof at all, but these were conditions that made the miserable apartment she and her mother had once shared look like a rest cure. "In the stable cellars, not these. I'll take you to them in a moment. In addition to being in our charge, they are an invaluable source of information about the other villages. Marie tells me there's a little Bush baby that was born in Canazee just last week, Ava," added Mrs. Rutherford as an aside to Dr. Stringfellow as they all struggled up out of the cellars, bumping into each other in their eagerness to get up into the clear air, away from the stench and despair. "You'll want to visit the mother and the child." "A Bush baby?" asked Alice, trying to hold her skirt out of the muck. "A German father," explained Mrs. Rutherford. "The mother is little more than a child. She was one of the spoils of war."
"A Bush baby sounds like it ought to be born with horns and a tail,"
mused Liza, tromping up the stairs behind. "It's half French," pointed out Kate with some asperity. She was a mutt herself and hadn't enjoyed hearing her stepfather's relations shaking their heads over her bohemian blood, as if being her father's daughter made her somehow prone to fits or howling at the moon. "Only the horns, then," said Fran, deadpan.
"Poor baby," said Emmy. "And that poor mother, too. We must make sure we go to her straight away."
"All of them need us straight away. That's the challenge of it," said Mrs. Rutherford, waiting for everyone to join her by the ruined orangery that was to be their center of operations. Once someone had swept it, and painted it, and put oilcloth on it. The magnitude of it all pressed down upon Kate, and she found herself frustrated beyond measure by everyone and everything, by Mrs. Rutherford's blind optimism and Emmy's romanticism, and those looks Maud kept giving Liza, those "I told you so" looks, all the more annoying because Kate tended to agree with her. "Then we'll just have to be organized about it," said Kate sharply. "If we just run around scattershot, we'll never get anywhere. We'll need to go through the villages one by one and make lists of the people in them, who they are and what they need from us in terms of supplies and medical care." "Oh, is that all?" said Maud, rolling her eyes at Liza. "That's a great deal," said Mrs. Rutherford soberly. "You have no idea what a very great deal." Neither had Kate. They set out after breakfast, 2 to a truck, taking with them piles of baby clothes and linens, what milk they had, and some small assorted medical supplies they'd been able to cobble together by going through their personal possessions for plasters and headache powders. They visited with the villagers first, in the stable cellars, and no one made the obvious comments about mangers because the reality of it was too grim for joking. 23 women, ranging in age from 18 to 80, 1 teenage boy, and 3 children, all living in the remains of a stable, water pooling in places on the floor. 27 people grateful to have any roof at all, even a broken one. Kate had a vague notion that things would get better the farther they got from Greycourt, that the more remote the hamlet, the more it might have been spared. They left Miss Dawlish behind to minister to the castle folk and set out to begin their inspections. The idea was that they would start with a social worker, a doctor, and a driver in each car. But they had 3 trucks and only 2 doctors, so Kate and Emmy made their way east on their own, across roads rutted by army trucks, bearing the scars of old military movements. The first town they stopped at made Greycourt look like a thriving metropolis. There was only one house left standing. The rest had been deliberately destroyed. Emmy consulted Mrs. Rutherford's list.
There are 50 children living here.
Where? Asked Kate, looking around the ruins. The Germans had been thorough, she'd give them that. The houses were rubble, only bits of walls still standing.
Wherever they can, I imagine. You'll take notes for me, won't you?
Asked Emmy, wiggling down from the white. Of course. Kate guiltily swung her own legs over the side. No point in telling Emmy that she'd hoped her job ended with the driving. What was she to say to a French villager? I'm so sorry. The words stuck on her tongue.
It makes it easier to talk if they don't see me writing things down,
Emmy explained, as though she had done this 100 times before.
It's easier if it's someone else taking notes. If I were by myself, I'd try to do it by memory, but since your French is better than mine anyway... Bonjour, madame. Nous sommes les collégiennes américaines.
The first place they visited was a stable, although to call it that lent it a dignity it didn't have. It had been a distinctly one-horse shelter, roughly the size of Kate's boarding house room in Boston. Her despised room felt like a palace in comparison. Kate picked her way across the muddy dirt floor, weaving between wooden boards that had been laid on the ground in lieu of beds. A pallet in the corner was occupied by an old woman snoring gently, her teeth in a cracked teacup beside her. A girl of about 10, with a dirty cap covering snarled hair, was cooking over a makeshift fire, ringed with stones. A woman wearing a stained dress, a baby on her hip, came to greet them. Oh yes, she'd heard of them, the crazy ladies with the trucks. She didn't put it quite that way, but the inference was clear. Everyone seemed to have already heard about their driving around in circles 300 yards from the castle.
If you had only followed the signposts,
said their hostess helpfully, sticking her knuckle into the baby's mouth to suck to stop it crying. Kate added a note to get some pacifiers in. Also to strangle Julia. Emmy made a comic tale of their misadventures, and in no time the woman was telling them her story. The woman in the bed was her mother, who was ill. Make no mistake, in full possession of her wits, just bedridden and cranky. It was the rheumatism, you know, which had been made worse by being evicted from their house, which had had 4 good bedrooms and silk paper on the wall of the dining room.
We'll send our doctors to look at her, Emmy promised. Don't worry, they're good doctors.
Her husband was away with the army. Her oldest 2 sons, ages 12 and 14, had been taken away by Les Boches to a work camp in Germany, and no word had come since. 6 other children, ranging in age from 10 to 2 months, the baby wailed to confirm that he was, in fact, that young, shared the small room.
We had a house once, the woman insisted. A very nice house. And you will again, said Emmy, with such assurance that Kate nearly believed it. With silk paper on the walls of the dining room. We're waiting for our cows to be delivered, but once they come, we'll be able to start bringing milk. When was the last time you had milk for the children?
It all seemed a bit haphazard, but as Emmy chatted and Kate scribbled as hard as she could, a very sizable dossier of information emerged. Where the family had lived, who was missing, what they needed, information about the other inhabitants of the village. It was the same everywhere they went. Too many people crammed into spaces with no roof, no proper floor. Emmy would produce a handful of candies for the children, hand out baby clothes and fine-tooth combs, elicit information about ailments and other pressing needs. And the missing. Every family had its tale of the missing, the children away, avec les Boches.
She sounds lovely,
Emmy would say as a beloved and tattered photo was shown, or a bit of old embroidery displayed, or a treasured teacup that was the last possession of a daughter or sister lost to the Boche.
Now, about your grandson, we mean to start holding classes for children. May I put his name on the list?
We must bring a bathtub next time, Emmy said ruefully as they climbed back into the white, having made the rounds of all 16 families eking out their existence in what had once been their home.
I've never seen so many lice. I'm itching. Are you itching?
I wasn't until you mentioned it, said Kate, not wanting to bring a bathtub, not wanting to come back ever again. I'm just here to drive the truck, she wanted to say. But of course she wasn't. She couldn't. They were meant to all pitch in on everything. But she didn't know how Emmy did it, how she kept talking and talking when Kate felt frozen in the face of so much misery, so much grief. I had a daughter once. I had a house once. I had a family once. The catalogue of loss went on and on. Shall we go back and take stock? Kate asked hopefully. We can help sweep out the orangery.
It's hours until sunset yet, said Emmy, spreading out the map. Let's go to Kenny's.
It's after 3 already. It took a surprisingly long time recording life histories. Kate had thought they would be in and out, checking boxes. Kenny's is the farthest of the villages.
Yes, but I want to visit the Bosch baby and make sure she's being properly cared for. If we leave by 6, we should still be able to make it back before dark.
Assuming we don't get a puncture. Oh, all right. Kenny's it is. Kenny's wasn't even a ruin. It was a wreck. But the Bosch baby was a baby. A rather handsome baby at that, pink and crinkly-faced, folded in a dirty blanket, blinking its big, dark eyes at Kate in an unexpectedly endearing way. Not that she'd expected horns, not really, or a miniature Prussian helmet.
How perfectly beautiful, said Emmy, carefully taking the bundle-wrapped baby from its mother,
who couldn't have been more than 16, possibly younger still. It was hard to tell. Dirt and worry added premature lines to the girl's face. Emmy began to unwrap the layers.
May I? He has the most expressive eyes, just like yours.
While Emmy was talking, she checked for sores and bruises, discreetly testing the limbs, deftly changing out the stained swaddling cloth for a clean one they'd brought with them, all while keeping the mother engaged in a steady stream of gentle chatter. Kate stood behind her, dutifully taking notes about the members of the household, one elderly woman whose mind was wandering, the young mother, the baby, all sharing the one room with another family, and making lists of imminent necessities, ranging from milk for the baby to shoes for the grandmother, who, it seemed, had a habit of wandering off and would come back with feet bare and bleeding.
Georgette, that's the baby's mother. She's only just turned 15. Says her grandmother used to be the heart of the village.
Outside the hovel, Emmy's face seemed to age 5 years in as many seconds. She rubbed at her temples with her fingers.
Her grandmother was a figure of defiance throughout the first year of the war, Georgette says, a sort of Robin Hood in skirts, stealing things back from the Germans and sharing them through the village and never getting caught. But then the Bosch took her husband, her son, and 2 daughters away with them into Germany, and it broke something in her. Georgette says that they got word that her uncle, that's the son, died in a work camp in Germany, but no one will ever tell her grandmother that, so she keeps waiting for him to come home. I suppose that's kinder. And she doesn't seem to remember much from one moment to another, so it would be harder for her to have him die and die and die again.
Are you hungry? We never did have lunch. It seemed obscene to eat after all that, but Kate's stomach wasn't aware of the proprieties and was beginning to growl quite obviously, and she didn't really want to discuss it anymore. To die and die and die again. Emmy shook her head.
Georgette told me there was a child hurt this morning in the old brasserie next to the ruined town hall. I need to see if there's anything we can do. We can have lunch after,
she offered, and Kate felt like the lowest worm who had ever crawled. Never mind lunch, she said. Where's this brasserie of yours? If Kate had had lunch, she would have lost it.
The child, a little boy of 2, had sat down in a basin of boiling water, and his flesh looked like... Kate didn't want to think what it looked like. It seemed impossible he was still living, but he was, in a horrible, filthy room in the remains of what had once been a brasserie, with his 9 brothers and sisters and another widowed mother with 3 other children. The din created by the 13 children in that eerie, half-destroyed restaurant was unreal. "We'll have to go back and see if we can fetch one of the doctors," Kate began, raising her voice to be heard over the hubbub. Emmy grabbed her arm. "This child needs help now. Ambrine. I think I have some Ambrine." At the look on Kate's face, she said, "Don't worry. I've dealt with burns before. They're one of the more common injuries. There's a packet of paraffin in the car. Could you get that? And some clean sheets? Don't worry, little one. We'll have you feeling much better in just a moment. And a candy? 2 candies. I'll have candies for such a brave boy. Did I say it wrong? You'll have to help me with my French, won't you, little man? Kate, if you can heat this, and then if you just hold his arms, yes, like that. Well, I put this here. I know it hurts, poor little man." Kate held his arms, despising herself for not wanting to look, but Emmy didn't seem to have any such qualms. She applied hot paraffin to the boy's scalded skin, wrapping it in yards and yards of clean linen. The boy's mother was instructed on wound care and promised a visit from the doctors the next day. Kate wondered how Julia was going to like that, although she suspected it didn't matter what Julia thought. Emmy would have her there one way or another, and a bed was made up out of a spare cot from the truck and clean linens, also from the truck. Kate followed Emmy out, feeling thoroughly dazed and entirely useless. "I had no idea you knew how to do any of that." "One learns," said Emmy. "I'm not a proper nurse, but you do pick up a bit over time. It's impossible not to. I couldn't imagine seeing a child in pain like that and standing there with my hands folded. It would be immoral." As Kate had been prepared to do. Well, not entirely. She had planned to send for the doctors. That was something, wasn't it? "I don't know how you kept your head like that." Kate's hands were shaking. She stuffed them into her pockets to hide it. "I was ready to be ill." "I can't say I've seen worse," said Emmy, tucking the remains of their supplies carefully back in the truck. "But I've seen as bad." "Was this what your settlement house work was like?" Kate had always assumed that Emmy's work was the merest hobby, flitting in and out of people's lives with books and baskets, like the do-gooders who came to Greenpoint to tisk over the poverty and filth of the immigrants and give them pamphlets on hygiene. It wasn't quite so open air, and there were more languages. You'd never imagine it, but I've picked up a smattering of the oddest dialects, German and Hungarian and Czech. Not much, but a few words, enough to help set people at ease and try to understand. "You do a very good job understanding," said Kate soberly. There she had been teaching French in an airy, well-appointed room to coiffed and gowned young ladies and thinking herself ill-used. She'd thought herself so superior to Emmy just because she had to pay her own rent. She wasn't fit for this. She hadn't the least idea what to do. She barely knew how to drive. Yes, and she hadn't known how to construct a car either, and she'd done that. But that was different. That was mechanical. These were people who needed help and understanding, and Kate's very being quailed at the concept. "They were being kind to us," said Emmy matter-of-factly. "It's often like that at first. They doubt what you can really do, but they're ready to give you a chance. We just need to prove to them we mean to stay. We need to find some way to bring everyone to us, to make them like us." "Everyone does like you," said Kate ruefully. Emmy was inherently likable, probably because she cared so much. It wasn't that she wore her heart on her sleeve. She carried it like a banner, waving in the air ahead of her. Said Emmy, ducking her head. "Oh dear, I'm losing my pins again. They're probably scattered from Greycore to Kennysy." "Like breadcrumbs, only less edible," said Kate. Oh, stop, let me do that. Emmy turned so Kate could repair her hair for her, as she had 1,000 times before.
It will take us forever to get to know everyone at this rate. A whole day, and we didn't even make it through 2 villages.
But they all know about the crazy ladies with the trucks, said Kate, jabbing in a pin hard enough that even Emmy would be hard-pressed to shed it.
Yes, but is that how we want them to know us? I'd rather we be the crazy ladies with milk or candy. We need to find a way to get everyone to us.
Emmy turned, looking very un-Emmy-like, with her hair neatly pinned away from her face.
We could hold a children's party on the grounds of the chateau. That might do it.
Kate thought of the old woman lying on a pallet in the mud, the Bosch baby with its child mother, of the Baroness living in comfort in Switzerland while her people huddled in the castle cellars. I'm not sure a party is precisely what they need.
People do like parties, said Emmy seriously. Particularly when they haven't had anything to celebrate for a good long while. It's the same way Mrs. Rutherford wants us to sell to them rather than give to them. It will make them feel like people again.
It's charity, said Kate.
Then we have to find a way to not make it feel like charity,
said Emmy firmly, and got back in the truck. Chapter 10. On the 12th, we called all day and didn't get home until past 5. We were just sitting down to supper when a soldier rode up with a letter. It was from the commanding officer saying that 6 cows had arrived at the station at Nell and must be removed immediately. After some confusion about where Nell might be, 2 of our members set off with the soldier to secure our livestock, while the rest of us practiced cantique with the villagers in their stable for a religious celebration to be held here next week. With the arrival of the cows, the musical evening turned into a moonlit demonstration of best French milking techniques. Your unit was enthusiastic. The cows were not, and I can't say I blame them. We must have seemed staggeringly inept. You can say one thing about life here. There's no chance for ennui. It's a constant barrage of one thing after another, and I can't think of anything I like better. Do tell Mother that Freddie and I are both well and hearty. She's not to worry about us in the least. If she's feeling fluttery, she should call Dr. Sands, although I am quite certain there's nothing wrong with her that a brisk walk and a good dose of fresh air wouldn't cure. Miss Frances England, Class of 1909, to her aunt, Miss Millicent Ratner. September 1917. Grécourt, France. It wasn't Emmy who found a way to bring the villagers to them. It was Julia. They were at dinner in their tiny dining room in the first barrack, crammed around a makeshift table, eating lukewarm vegetable soup that Marie had carried over in a battered tureen from her tarpaulin-covered house, everyone talking over each other about their day.
I don't see how we can do it all,
Margaret said, poking at her soup. She had been part of the group detailed to go to 3 of the nearer villages with Julia, serving double duty as driver and social worker.
There's just so much. We didn't get through even half of what we intended.
Rome wasn't built in a day, said Mrs. Rutherford serenely.
Before Rome can be built, it needs to be washed,
said Dr. Stringfellow.
The levels of hygiene are appalling. We need well pumps and wash tubs. By the dozen. Also fine-toothed combs,
put in Emmy, trying not to scratch. Miss Randolph, will you add those to the list? Miss Randolph will be in charge of our store. Emmy couldn't help but notice that Maud, beneath her aloof expression, seemed rather pleased with the appointment. I'll need to go to Paris, Maud said importantly. We can't rely on anything arriving unless we fetch it ourselves. Next week, said Mrs. Rutherford. You can take the white. I can't drive, said Maud, looking at Mrs. Rutherford with barely contained contempt. Then you can take the train, said Mrs. Rutherford, and someone will meet you at Amiens. With all the packages? Demanded Maud. You'll manage, said Mrs. Rutherford. You can collect our chickens while you're there. We're expecting— how many, Miss Van Alden?
72,
said Emmy. "How am I meant to take 72 chickens on the train?" "In crates, presumably," offered Fran England with a remarkably straight face.
"Ooh, goody," said Liza. "Could you add DeWitt's biscuits to the list? I've gone through all of mine. And candies. Not for us, for the children," Emmy hastily amended. "Oh, yes," agreed Anne Dawlish, looking up. "I went through my whole stock of Tootsie Rolls, bribing the children to come see Dr. Stringfellow." Dr. Stringfellow snorted. "I'm hardly that scary." Emmy made the mistake of glancing at Kate, who had such a Kate-like expression of polite disbelief that Emmy had to take refuge in her napkin rather than disgrace herself by laughing out loud. "But how do we ever get to them all?" Margaret was still worrying at her soup. "There are just so many, and they all need so much." "Yes, like 72 chickens," muttered Maud. Emmy leaned forward eagerly. "Kate and I were discussing this just earlier today, weren't we, Kate? Not the chickens, I mean, but how to let everyone know we're here. What we need is to bring the ones who can come this far here to us, to show them what we can do for them. We could have a party, a children's party. If we could get even some portion of them here—" "How would they get there?" asked Fran, dunking a hunk of day-old war bread in her soup in an attempt to soften it. "Some of those villages are quite far." "Oh, that's no matter," said Mrs. Rutherford, brushing that aside. "They'll find a way if they want to come. They walk the most tremendous distances. They might come for curiosity's sake, if nothing else. But we'll want to find something. We should have a mass." Julia's crystalline voice cut through the group. "A mass?" "A church ceremony," said Julia impatiently. "The church is still standing, isn't it?" "Yes." Mrs. Rutherford fixed Julia with a long, thoughtful look. "It was Bavarians quartered here, Marie says. Being Catholics themselves, they tend to be leery of blowing up churches. Of course, that didn't stop them from looting the church plate. Scruples only go so far. But we can manage without, I imagine." "The patron saint of the village is St. Matthew," piped up Anne Dawlish. "The villagers were telling me about it. His feast day is coming up quite soon, on the 21st, they said." "That's it, then. Hold a mass for St. Matthew's Day." Julia looked up to find everyone was staring at her. 2 bright spots of color showed in her cheeks. "Well, it's obvious. I spent several years in a village much like this one. They set their lives by the church calendar. There were processions for saints' days. If we can find a priest to perform a mass for St. Matthew's Day, it will mean more to them than anything else we can do." "You aren't Catholic, are you?" Maud was staring at Julia as though she'd grown an extra head. Julia looked at her coolly. "My mother's second husband, the Count, was. They all are here, in case you hadn't noticed. I spent 2 years in the tutelage of nuns, for which you'll be grateful if I ever have to sew you up." "There must be a chaplain attached to one of the regiments in the neighborhood," mused Mrs. Rutherford. "I'm sure we can borrow someone to perform a service. It is an inspired notion, Dr. Prine. Well done." Julia shrugged. "Anyone who's lived in France could tell you the same." Emmy was full of chagrin that she hadn't thought of it herself. She plunged in as best she could, trying to make up for lost time. "It's brilliant. We can learn the prayers so we can say them with them. It will make us seem less alien. Kate can help, can't you, Kate? You're Catholic. You can tell us what to do and what to sing, and then we can have all the children for a party afterward." "I didn't know we had Catholic girls at Smith," said Liza in a loud whisper. "There are a few," Maud said carelessly. "One doesn't generally meet them, though." "You're determined to have that party, aren't you?" said Kate to Emmy, smiling, but her smile had a fixed quality to it. "We don't have to have a party," said Emmy, floundering. She hadn't known it was a secret that Kate was Catholic. It was just part of the Kate-ness of Kate, like her hair being brown. She hadn't meant to make things awkward. "Not if it wouldn't be appropriate. I don't know what one generally does after a mass. It's supposed to be a cheerful thing, isn't it? A saint's day?" "The 11th Engineers is stationed near here, aren't they?" asked Alice, mixing her pronouns with abandon in her nervousness. There must be some Catholics among our boys who could help. Among the enlisted men, I would think,
said Margaret unthinkingly, then looked at Kate and turned bright red. We should ask Madame la Mère. Kate held herself with white-lipped control. About holding a mass. She'll be able to tell us what we ought to do.
Of course, said Emmy, a little too quickly. I should have thought of that.
Allô?
Someone rapped on the door of the barrack, making the whole wall shake. The door opened, and a man's head stuck through the opening, rather cautiously, as though he expected them to be in a state of undress.
Did somebody order a shipment of cows for Grey Corps?
Cows? Oh, goodness, yes!
Emmy half rose from the table, nearly oversetting her soup, incredibly relieved to have the excuse to go.
Those are my cows. I mean, our cows. Do you have them with you?
The cows are in Nell, in a boxcar.
The man explained patiently, in very slow, simple French.
The station manager requests you come get them immediately.
Nell,
said Emmy, not sure what to do first, or how one was meant to convey cows, or, for that matter, where she was meant to be going. She had a vague idea that Nell was in Switzerland. She tried to picture the map in her head, but she'd never been much good with maps, or any sort of directions, really. She'd once got lost in Gramercy Park. Instinctively, she looked to Kate.
Where is Nell?
6 miles, said Mrs. Rutherford, unperturbed. You'll need someone to drive you. And the cows, presumably, pointed out Julia.
Oh, goodness, said Emmy. Will they fit in the white truck, do you think?
Take the jitney, suggested Mrs. Rutherford. We'll need somewhere to put them, said Fran England briskly, managing to push back her chair and rise without rattling so much as a single cup. I'll see if any of the outbuildings are fit to hold them.
I'll get my tools.
Anne Dawlish sprang into action, glowing with the opportunity to put her hammer and nails to use.
We'll need to do some repairs.
In the dark, said Maud. You can hold the lantern, replied Fran, and Emmy, miserably, saw her exchange a small grin with Kate, and hated that Fran had been able to do what she hadn't, to make Kate feel like one of them again.
You'll drive, won't you, Kate?
Emmy said, and felt about 4 again, tugging at her mother's skirt, begging her to look at her, to play with her, to be with her, feeling again that sensation of the fabric whisking away from her, her mother so impossibly far above her, always in motion, always moving away. There was a small, awkward pause. Kate rose neatly from the table. Of course. The messenger had no time for any of it. He waved them anxiously forward.
The train needs to go. If you could come now.
It was a bumpy 6 miles in the dark to Nell, with the messenger, who had slung his bicycle in the back of the jitney, guiding them through the turnings just a moment too late, so that Kate had to wrench at the wheel. It made private conversation entirely impossible. Kate focused on the road with white-knuckled concentration, and Emmy clutched the side of the truck and made bright observations on the weather, to which no one at all responded. She still didn't, quite entirely, understand what she had done wrong, only that she had, and she felt dreadful about it, with that creeping dread that comes when you know you've been in the wrong and have no idea how to make it right again, because you weren't aware of having done anything wrong in the first place. It had all been for the villagers. She had only wanted to find a way to make them comfortable. But she couldn't forget that horrible silence, that frozen look on Kate's face, the way everyone had stared at Kate as though she had suddenly grown horns. But it was nothing to be ashamed of, surely. Not here in France. One doesn't generally meet them, said Maud. And it was true she couldn't think of any other Catholic girls their year, but that didn't mean there was anything wrong with it, except for 1,000 comments she vaguely recalled hearing about the servants and their superstitions. Although no one had called it superstitious when Auntie May had married Monsieur le Comte de Taligourde. Then it had all been terribly romantic and so very medieval, and Auntie May had proudly worn a pendant that was supposed to have been blessed by some famous saint or other, but the main point about it was that it had been in the family since the Crusades and boasted a very large cabochon sapphire. The jitney bumped over a rail, and Emmy had to cling to the seat to keep from going head first over the side. The station master greeted them with something between amusement and pity. Once Emmy looked into the boxcar, she wasn't sure she blamed him. The cows looked like the beasts in the Bible who had been afflicted with pestilence, all skin and bone and covered with flies. Kate joined her at the opening of the boxcar. "Are you sure these are the cows you intended to buy?"
I took the best ones they had.
They did look awfully bony. She could have sworn they hadn't looked this bony in Paris. Emmy bit her lip.
Maybe they're just tired from the journey?
I don't think they walked all the way. Kate's voice still had that dreadful flat note.
Well, we can feed them up, and then...
Oh, I don't know. Emmy swallowed hard. They should have left this to someone better, someone more competent, someone who didn't muddle everything she touched.
Maybe they aren't as bad as they seem. I suppose we'll be able to get a better look once we get them out of the truck.
First, we have to get them out of the truck, said Kate grimly. Some helpful soul had inserted a plank into the opening, but the cows didn't seem inclined to go down it, huddling together in their sodden straw. Bending over, Emmy patted her hands against her knees and called, "Here, cows! Here, cowy cows!" The cows flicked her looks of what Emmy could have sworn was bovine disdain. The men loading packages stopped to stare. One said something to another, and they both snickered. A group of British soldiers climbing down from a train bumped into each other in their fascination.
It worked on our old sheepdog.
Emmy could feel tears prickling behind her eyes and hastily blinked them away.
What do cows like? Do they like grain? We could wave some grain in front of them. Or maybe a carrot, like horses. They do use carrots to lure horses, don't they?
Kate's face was a study in shadow in the torchlight. "Sugar," she said at last in an expressionless voice. "My father drove the wagon for a brewery. His pockets were always full of lumps of sugar to bribe the horse to go." For a moment, Emmy forgot the cows, forgot the soldiers on the siding. She'd never heard Kate speak of her real father before. She knew that Kate had a stepfather and 4 half-brothers. Their overabundance of brothers and regrettable lack of sisters had been something they had shared that first week at Smith, but all she knew of Kate's real father was that he had died. Emmy put out a hand in the darkness, her fingers grazing Kate's sleeve.
"Kate, I'm so sorry about tonight. I never meant..."
Kate acted as though she hadn't heard. "Let's get these cows back. If you guide from the front, I'll push from the back."
"I don't mind pushing,"
Emmy said, but Kate had already clambered up the plank and disappeared behind the large, bony rump of a cow. Emmy took a deep breath, grasped the rope someone had considerately looped around the cow, and tugged as hard as she could. The cow didn't budge. It might have been bony, but it was still large and determined. Emmy was also determined, but not nearly as large, and it didn't help that her feet kept sliding out from under her. "Emmy," came Kate's exasperated voice from behind the cow. "What are you doing?"
"Pulling, but this wretched beast just won't go."
Emmy's voice broke shamefully.
"Oh, heavens, and there are 5 more of them."
She wanted to sit down in the straw, pull her skirt over her head, and cry. How were they to move, any of them? The stench was tremendous, even from outside the boxcar. Emmy couldn't think how Kate was bearing it from the cow's other end. She redoubled her efforts, ending up with rope burns on her palms and little else to show for it.
"I think it moved a little,"
she called hopefully. "Oh, good," said Kate. "Another year should do it."
"Sugar. You said they like sugar."
Holding the rope with one hand, Emmy fumbled in her pocket and came up with a licorice twist, one of the sweets she'd brought for the children. The cow was unimpressed.
"There has to be another way,"
said Emmy, as Kate straightened up, stretching out her back.
We could hitch the boxcar to the jitney.
I think it's designed to run on rails, said a crisp British voice behind them, and Emmy promptly lost her grip on the rope and did an impressive wobble on the plank that ended in a pair of hands grasping her neatly beneath the arms and setting her down firmly on her feet.
Sir Percy,
said Emmy, vaguely aware that she smelled like cow and that there was something unpleasant on the heel of her boot.
Always happy to be of service.
Having made sure she wasn't in imminent danger of keeling over, he stepped back. Emmy hoped it wasn't anything to do with what was on her shoe.
Miss Van Alden, and your friend.
Catherine Moran, said Kate, making her way cautiously down the plank. Sir Percy?
Blakeney, the Scarlet Pimpernel, explained Emmy helplessly. They seek him here, they seek him—
Yes, I know that, said Kate. Aren't you a century or so off? The captain rubbed his brow with his gloved knuckles.
Whenever England is in peril and all that.
I thought that was King Arthur, ventured Emmy, sleeping under the hill.
The train did something unnerving, belching black smoke. The captain winced as the whistle shrilled, jolting the dispirited cows into protest. One lowed, another relieved herself.
Yes, if anyone could sleep through this racket. I take it these are your beasts?
They're cows, said Emmy.
Are you quite sure? Asked the captain.
These were the best that were to be had, I'm afraid.
Emmy hurried on before anyone could disagree with her.
We need to get them to Greycourt and feed them. Poor things, they look quite hungry.
So you really are going on with your plans, then?
There was something in the way he said it that made Emmy duck her head, feeling awkward.
We're trying to. I'm afraid I've made a hash of this. We brought the jitney, you see, and I haven't the slightest idea of how to get the cows into it.
The captain turned to look at the jitney and broke out in a fit of violent coughing.
My dear girl, you can't mean to get those cows into that.
If Sir Percy Blakeney can get into the Bastille, I don't see why we can't get the cows into the jitney, said Kate acidly, moving to stand next to Emmy.
It was the Temple prison, said the captain helpfully, not the Bastille, but even the Scarlet Pimpernel couldn't spirit those cows away in a Ford van. I think I might be able to help, though, if you'll pardon me.
As he strode away, looking impossibly British, Kate turned to Emmy. My dear girl? Emmy hunched her shoulders.
I don't think he meant it personally. It's just that he's English.
Said Kate. And a fictional character, apparently. The fictional character was looking quite solid as he returned from the station master's shanty.
The station master has a nephew who would be delighted to drive your cows to Greycourt for you.
Tonight? Asked Kate skeptically.
Tonight. He knows these roads and is well acquainted with cows, or was before the war. Your cows should be delivered to you at some point no later than midnight.
Goodness, said Emmy. Thank you.
You're both of you city-bred, aren't you?
Said the captain, sounding deeply amused. He smiled at Emmy.
A word of advice. A good station master knows everybody and can arrange anything.
How much do we owe him? Asked Kate.
Nothing, said the captain. It's been taken care of.
Oh, but we can pay. We do have funds. We're not nearly as destitute as we appear, are we, Kate?
Neither is the British Army just yet.
Someone called to him, and the captain raised a hand in response. He bowed to Kate and Emmy, a neat inclination of the head.
Consider this payment for getting your cows off our railway line. Good night, ladies. Enjoy your livestock.
I really should have insisted on paying him back, shouldn't I?
Emmy craned her head to try to catch a glimpse of him as she and Kate returned to the jitney.
Perhaps if we could find out how much he paid the station master.
It was just what he said. He wanted to clear the line. Kate settled herself behind the wheel. Let's hope I can remember the way back. Emmy dug around on the floor for the map, losing another 4 pins in the process.
If he hadn't been here,
we would have thought of it ourselves. Kate backed the jitney up, inching past an army camion. Eventually.
I feel the worst sort of fool. I should have known we couldn't get 6 cows into the jitney.
Or any cows. Now that she thought of it, it did seem insane. Emmy found herself truly, deeply hoping that their agriculturalist would arrive before she could make any other foolish mistakes. The captain was right. For all that her family spent a month every year in their camp in the Adirondacks, she was fundamentally city-bred. It would never have occurred to her to speak to the station master, or that a cow couldn't go in a jitney. Kate shrugged. No one else knew either. Mrs. Rutherford was the one who suggested it. It made it even worse that Kate was being so nice about it all.
Yes, but if Mrs. Rutherford had been here, she would probably have persuaded those cows to march nicely up the plank and arrange themselves neatly on the bench like animals in a children's book. I couldn't even get them to come out of the boxcar.
Yes, you did, said Kate reluctantly, and Emmy thought how like her it was to be fair even when she was furious. Eventually, with a little help.
Sir Percy Blakeney, Baronet. Oh, Lord, I forgot to ask him his name. Again. Do you think it's something deeply awful, like Algernon?
Or Cecil, said Kate, steering carefully around a very large pothole. Either that, or he's wanted by the police of multiple nations for crimes unspeakable.
Don't say that in front of Maud,
said Emmy, only half joking.
She thinks there are spies beneath every pillow.
Not our pillows. They're far too thin, retorted Kate. After a moment, she added, We'll see if our cows make it all the way back to Greycourt, or if your mystery man has a taste for roast beef. He might be making himself a feast in the forest.
I don't think there's terribly much beef left on them to roast.
It was such a relief to have Kate sounding like herself again, but Emmy knew she couldn't just leave it at that.
Kate, I really am sorry about what happened at dinner tonight. I never thought about your being Catholic, not as something that, well, when you think about it, absolutely everyone was before Henry VIII. Catholic, I mean. And he's not really a very good representation for the Reformation, is he?
She was aware she wasn't making much sense, but she couldn't seem to stop herself.
Of course, if I'd been alive then, I would have been Catholic too. In the time of Henry, I mean. Because everyone was. So it wasn't anything unusual at all.
In the time of Henry. Emmy nodded enthusiastically.
Can't you just picture Maud in a wimple?
Kate choked on a laugh. Strangely enough, yes. Probably as an abbess of a particularly exclusive convent, the sort of convent that wouldn't admit me.
If Maud were abbess, I don't think she'd admit anyone, said Emmy. I never meant to make you feel awkward. I just thought you might help, because it was something you might know something about.
I know. The jitney bumped along the road, broken tree stumps crouched on either side like the darker sort of fairy tale creature. Emmy thought Kate meant to leave it at that, but after a very long while, she said, It's disquieting to have people look at you differently. You can be just like everyone else, and then, just like that, you're not. You're an imposter, an interloper.
I don't think anyone thinks you're an interloper.
Even as Emmy said it, she remembered the way they had all stared.
You're as much a Smith girl as any of the rest of us.
Only until they learned that my father drove a delivery wagon, Kate said dryly.
My great-great-great-grandfather dealt in beaver pelts, offered Emmy. That's how the family fortune began. They call him an entrepreneur, but that's just a fancy name for a man who skinned small animals for a living. He must have smelled dreadful.
A few centuries take the pong off the pelt. The jitney bumped to a stop by the side of the road. Would you mind taking a look at that signpost? I want to make sure I'm not driving us straight into the German lines.
It's the sign for Greycourt,
Emmy said. They'd passed it at least 3 times that day.
Didn't you recognize it?
Sorry, said Kate briskly. I must be more tired than I thought. Now, how do we explain to the others that we let a fictional character wander off with our cows? Chapter 11. You'll never believe what I've been doing. Dr. Prine, who was raised partly in a convent, had the idea that the peasants would like a mass, so Mrs. R., who I hope will not be long with us, but more on that later, dug up a soldier priest working with the Red Cross nearby. Our people here, the ones who live in our stables, swept the church and trimmed it with flowers, and I must say it did look pretty and not at all gaudy. The unit stood in the back and sang 4 French songs which Dr. Prine taught us, some of which were really quite patriotic and charming, although there was far too much about the nom de Sacré-Cœur for my liking. But the effect was very good, and all the peasants seemed to enjoy it. They kept thanking us again and again until it was really quite embarrassing. Afterward, we had 123 children here to play games on the lawn. I'd thought it would be the most frightful din, but they just trooped in and stood there, not making a mess or a noise. Really quite good little creatures, and so happy for anything. Their mothers said they hadn't played for 3 years, so they'd forgotten how. I'm not sure we ought to teach them again. They're so well behaved this way. But the others insist it's not the least bit normal, and they ought to be taught to run around and scream. If that's the way of American kindergartens, maybe we ought to send our children to school in France. Miss Maud Randolph, class of 1909, to her fiancé, Mr. Henry Craig. September 1917. Grécourt, France.
Have you seen the skipping ropes? I could have sworn I took out the skipping ropes.
Anne Dawlish took them. Kate dodged out of the way as Emmy staggered past, bearing an armload of hoops. The mass was over, and the unit was attempting to marshal an alarming number of children on the lawn behind the chateau. Alice Patton and Margaret Cooper presided behind a long trestle table, doling out coffee for the adults, very watery coffee, but coffee all the same, and milk from their own cows for the children. The cows, contrary to all of Kate's expectations, had arrived as promised and had responded well to the enthusiastic, if untutored, ministrations of the members of the Smith College Relief Unit. The cows weren't the only unexpected success. Kate looked around the lawn, at the members of the unit rushing about being useful, at the villagers overflowing what had once been the Baroness's private preserve, and had to admit that the mass had been, well, a smashing success. Kate had been privately convinced that it would be a disaster. She'd been worried that no one would come, or that the unit would embarrass themselves. It would, thought Kate, be both the beginning and the end of their usefulness when the French villagers saw 17 American Protestants blundering their way through a mass, slaughtering the canticles and making inappropriate comments in carrying voices. But Julia had led them in procession across the fields, and Julia had sung the canticles in her high, clear voice, and somehow, with Julia in charge, it had all come out exactly right, and even Maud had behaved herself, clothed in an odor of self-conscious sanctity. The inhabitants of villages from miles away had streamed into the small church, filling it to capacity and overflowing into the churchyard. Kate had stood in the back of the church with the rest of the Smith unit as the priest in his scarlet vestments led the familiar Latin service, her lips moving to the long-known words, even as her gray uniform set her apart, set her with the other Smith women. Domine non sum dignus. Lord, I am not worthy. Alice had looked around nervously and copied whatever Julia was doing, usually several seconds behind. Liza had bounced on the balls of her feet and made the wrong responses in the wrong places, but with vigor. Emmy, of course, sang loudest of all, and almost entirely out of tune. The French were very patient about it and complimented them all lavishly, and Kate had left feeling somehow not cleansed, but with some unspoken fear unrealized. Even the weather had cooperated. It was the most perfect sort of autumn day, the midday sun gilding the grass and the browning leaves, lighting the faces of the old Robecours on the walls of the chateau. The mayor had cleaned all their uniforms for them, and the gray, with its touches of French blue, looked wonderfully official as they all darted this way and that among the villagers, fetching milk, holding babies, explaining about the dispensary and the store. The unit was, Kate realized with a faint sense of disbelief, doing just exactly what it had set out to do. For all their differences, all their false starts, it was working. Over the past 10 days, they had made a start, a true start. The social workers had been diligently making their rounds, bringing with them milk from their own cows. The villagers had begun to straggle into the makeshift clinic the doctors held at Greycourt in the mornings. Their traveling store was to begin the next day, the Ford truck loaded with the results of Maud's buying trip to Paris. Maud had brought with her not just the chickens, but 3 of the missing members of their unit. Miss Baldwin, the librarian, who had arrived clutching an armload of French children's books she had begged, borrowed, or quite possibly stolen. Miss Mills, full of ideas about nursing picked up during her brief time at the Villiers Hospital. Kate foresaw trouble there with Julia, who had pointed out that Miss Mills hadn't actually trained as a nurse. And Miss Ledbetter, the journalist, who came armed with a legion of anecdotes about the history of Greycourt, from the Merovingians to the present, almost undoubtedly apocryphal. They had all found themselves retiring very early from dinner the previous night under the onslaught of Miss Ledbetter's learned discourse. Fran poked Kate in the arm. "Quick, the Ledbetter is heading our way. Time to get more sweets for the children." "Do we have more sweets for the children?" Maud had bought what she could in Paris, but anything made with sugar cost the earth, and whatever packages had been sent them from home were all held up by the Red Cross clearinghouse, distributed as it pleased them. "Does it matter?" asked Fran. "Fair point," said Kate. She'd been spending more and more time with Fran when not on her rounds, grateful for the other woman's easy company. Kate was, if she was being honest, avoiding Emmy, who kept trying to have discussions about their feelings. Kate didn't want to discuss her feelings. Much of the time, she was so tired she wasn't even sure she had feelings, and she was really quite happy with that. Poor Alice. The Ledbetters got her. "I'm sure she'll be fascinated to hear all about Clovis's triumph at whatever it was," said Fran. Next to the refreshment table, Maud was whispering something to Liza, one eye on Mrs. Rutherford. "Maud's looking quite cat and canary. Have you heard she traveled first class on a third-class ticket?" Maud had only told them 6 times. "No, did she?" With mock seriousness, Fran said, "The real problem was that no one had thought to buy her a first-class ticket in the first place. This was only her way of putting the world back the way it ought to be. Like those people who insist that if they'd been born centuries ago, they'd have been nobles and not peasants." "In a pointy hat," agreed Fran, with a tame unicorn by her side. "Don't mention it to Miss Ledbetter, though, or you'll hear more than you ever wanted about it, with excursions into the Song of Roland and the Almanach de Gotha." "Were those at the same time?" "I have no idea. I was always more interested in physics than history. We aren't planning on letting Miss Ledbetter loose on those poor children, are we?" "Not the littler ones. That's Emmy and Anne Dawlish and Nell Baldwin. Emmy will recite lyric poetry at them, but I think they should be able to weather it." She was being catty about Emmy, and she shouldn't be. The truth was, she was still annoyed at Emmy, even though she knew she shouldn't be. And she was still punishing Emmy in small ways, even though she knew she shouldn't be. It made Kate feel petty and horrible, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. "Miss Ledbetter's supposed to be helping to teach the older children. You taught older girls, didn't you?" "Yes, French. I don't think that would be much use here." Fran raised a brow. "Still." "I was a terrible teacher," Kate said firmly. It wasn't that she disliked children. She just had no talent for making them either love or mind her. Not like Emmy, who collected small children like the Pied Piper. I hated every minute of it, and so did my unfortunate pupils. I refused to inflict myself on these poor children. Fran looked with concern at the group in front of them. They're so quiet. Children that age, they should be making such a din we could scarcely hear ourselves think. Miss Dawlish was working on getting a group of children to link hands and dance in a circle to Sur le Pont d'Avignon. She waved her arms about, bending exaggeratedly from the waist. Les beaux garçons font comme ça. The beaux garçons hung their heads and looked uncertainly at the ground. No one was running. No one was singing. No one was misbehaving. Emmy was running this way and that, with hoops and ropes, trying to coax children into activity, with distinctly limited success. I don't know much about children, but I do have 4 brothers. They used to tear through our house, screaming like banshees chasing each other. It had driven Kate mad at the time, the constant din, the way they would fling themselves at each other and at her, although they were rather sweet when they were snuggled up in her lap, for about 5 minutes. My brother and I were the same way. It gave my mother headaches. Fran thought for a moment. To be fair, everything gave my mother headaches, but Freddie and I really were that awful. Do you think it's because they're undernourished? Asked Kate doubtfully, eyeing the subdued children. They were certainly thin, there was no denying that, their skin an unhealthy gray, but it was more than that. They haven't played for 3 years. Dr. Stringfellow came and stood beside them, her eyebrows for once at rest. They don't remember how. Some of them have no memory of life being other than this. It's sickening. Is there anything we can do for them? Not my department. I'll worm the ones who need worming, but there's no pill for having the childhood crushed out of you. If there were, I'd dispense it in bulk. And bill Kaiser Wilhelm. Kate and Fran looked at each other as Dr. Stringfellow stalked away. I think she's experiencing human emotion, said Fran. Does she have children? Asked Kate. Fran shook her head. There is a husband. I saw a letter addressed to him, but I have no idea other than that. She's very private. I'm not sure I blame her. Fran cast her a sympathetic look. It's not easy to be private here, is it? All of us crammed into those little rooms, living in each other's pockets. Poor Alice keeps trying to find a place to have a private cry, but the best she can manage is under the covers when she thinks we're asleep. We shouldn't complain, I suppose, when you think of what we see in the villages. A little ahead of them, having failed with hoops and skipping ropes, Emmy was trying to coax a group of the children into a game of catch.
Look, I'll show you, Emmy said encouragingly. You just take the ball and throw it to a friend, like this.
Emmy lobbed the ball, but the girl she'd chosen had turned away and didn't see the ball coming at her. It hit her in the shoulder. It wasn't a hard ball, or a particularly hard throw, but the girl went rigid. For a moment, the world stood frozen, Emmy and the children staring, and then the girl dropped to the ground, her arms over her head, screaming in a way Kate had never heard before, horrible, high-pitched, inhuman screams.
I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry!
Emmy flung herself at the girl, trying to comfort her, but the girl just kept screaming and screaming, rolled into a ball in the dirt, kicking out when Emmy tried to touch her. Kate hadn't even realized she'd moved, but there she was, on her knees in the dirt next to the girl, elbowing Emmy aside, because couldn't Emmy see she was making it worse, that the girl didn't want to be touched? Don't! Leave her! Kate snapped. The girl's screams were beginning to turn into something like sobs. Her wasted little body heaved and shook. Emmy's face was ashen. She sat back on her heels, staring at the child in horror. I had no idea. I never meant... Oh, goodness. Get her some milk, Kate said decisively, and Emmy stumbled to her feet, tripping over herself in her alarm. The child was still shaking, her head hidden in her arms, curled up like a hedgehog. Hello, said Kate, not touching her, not moving. We haven't been introduced yet. I'm Miss Moran." A bit of tear-stained face poked out.
Mademoiselle Moran?
The girl had turned Kate's name into the French word for chestnut. "Well, yes, I can be Moran if you'd like." The girl lifted her head a bit more, sizing Kate up. She couldn't have been more than 5, 6 at most. She wiped her nose with the back of one hand. Her voice trembled.
"Your hair is the color of your name."
Kate instinctively put her hand to her hair, which had been braided and twisted back. The braiding was an ineffectual attempt to keep out insect invaders. "Chestnut? Yes, I suppose. I've only ever seen chestnuts after they were roasted." The girl didn't move.
"We have lots of them in the woods."
"Would you show me one of these days? I don't know anything about woods. I've only lived in towns." Slowly, the girl uncurled, sitting back on her heels.
"Like amiel?"
"A bit like amiel,"
"But not as big,"
said the girl, taking for granted that amiel was the extent of the metropolitan experience. "But much bigger." The girl's eyes widened. "We have buildings taller than the highest church spire, and railways that run on tracks in the sky."
"You're making it up."
"I'm not, I swear." Kate struggled up from her knees and held out a hand. "Do you think you can get up now?" The girl hesitated. There was dirt on her cheek where she'd buried her face in the ground. Kate resisted the urge to rub it away. The last thing the girl needed was fussing. Kate kept her hand extended, not moving. "No one is going to throw anything at you again without warning, I promise."
"I know it was just a ball,"
the little girl said with dignity. All the same. Kate glanced around. Miss Dawlish had very determinedly got her group of children singing around about a windmill and a fish. Emmy was waiting in line for milk, looking deeply distressed, but none of the French women seemed to be headed their way. "Where is your mother?" The girl's face closed.
"Avec les Boches."
Of course. She should have known better than to ask. "Mine is in America, all the way across the ocean, in a city called Brooklyn." The girl looked interested, but Miss Baldwin came up, holding out a picture book. "Won't you read with me?" The girl went with her, with a backward glance for Kate. Kate gave her a little wave, and then joined the group at the refreshment table. "Does anyone know who that girl was?" she asked, breaking into a discussion about the best way to kill fleas. "The one who was screaming." Emmy's face was gray. "I feel so awful. I never meant—" Alice Patton put down her coffee pot. "That's one of mine, from the Basse-Cour. She's called Zélie. It's a terrible story. Well, they're all terrible stories, aren't they? Her whole family, mother, father, 2 older sisters, were all taken away by the Boche. Zélie and her brother were left with a neighbor. She's 5, he was 8. Was? Kate could feel her stomach doing something unpleasant. They were playing in a field, running about, as children do. That's what the people there told me, and he stumbled across an unexploded shell. She didn't need to say more. None of them did. Kate had to catch herself to keep from crossing herself. It wasn't something she'd done for years. She wasn't even sure where the impulse had come from. "Oh my goodness," whispered Emmy, her eyes enormous in her stricken face, all bones and teeth. "Was he—" Alice fiddled with the handle of the coffee pot. She saw it happen. There wasn't enough left of him to bury. "So when I threw the ball," Emmy clutched at her collar. "I have to make it up to her." "Stop." Kate grabbed her arm before she could go. "Miss Baldwin's reading to her. Leave it be." "I can at least give her an extra candy and make her look like she needs special treatment. If you did that, it would be for your own sake, not hers." Emmy looked so stricken that Kate immediately felt guilty. "Emmy, I didn't mean—" "You're right. Emmy ducked her head, blundering around the side of the refreshment table.
She's better this way. I'll just go help Margaret with the milk.
It is a great success, isn't it? Said Alice uncertainly. I mean, aside from poor Zélie. Look how many people came to us.
And it will be even better when...
Liza began, but Maud elbowed her hard in the ribs. When we finally get some decent furniture in our barrack, said Maud decidedly. And curtains. It's unthinkable to have the sun shining in your eyes first thing in the morning. The general consensus was that the St. Matthew's Day celebration was a great triumph. When they met for breakfast the next morning, there was a festival air, everyone congratulating everyone else. Only Emmy seemed subdued. Kate had heard her thrashing about on her cot deep into the night. "Well done, ladies," Mrs. Rutherford called them to order by tapping her coffee cup with her spoon. "Monsieur le Commandant was deeply impressed that we, foreigners, have a care not only for our people's bodies, but for their souls. He says it is a sign that we understand this place and will do right by it, and anything we need from him, we need only ask." "Medicine," said Dr. Stringfellow firmly. "Ask for medicine."
"And more books,"
chimed in Miss Baldwin.
"Did you know," said Miss Ledbetter, "that the parish of Grey Cour was founded on St. Matthew's Day in the year of our Lord 1235? Just think of it. 20 years after Magna Carta, 200 years before Agincourt, this little scrap of land."
Everyone started talking at once, eager to avert further musings on the medieval. "That nurse told me we should go to Miss Morgan's place at Blarencourt. That nice French officer said he has another cow for us if we want it."
"Could we add another village to our rounds?"
Emmy's voice rose over the rest.
"Someone was telling me about another village just a little farther north called Courcelles. It's in an awful way, they say. The Germans were stationed there during the early part of the war, but there was a terrible fire, and a German officer died, and they retaliated rather horribly. The priest was telling me there are 50 children there, and not one of them well. Couldn't we do something for them?"
"We've scarcely got the resources for the villages we already have," objected Kate, filled with a deep foreboding. "We're practically out of medicine. We're going to have to go get some from the hospital in Amiens. And wouldn't we have to clear it with the French authorities?"
"It was the French authorities who brought it up to me," said Emmy,
looking around the table for support.
"Well, that nurse who was there with the priest, she said there's far too much for them to do. They would be delighted for us to take it on."
"I'm sure they would," said Fran dryly. Mrs. Rutherford tapped a finger thoughtfully against the side of her coffee cup. Kate was still having a hard time getting used to the cups. They were whimsical things, shaped like bowls with little wings to either side rather than a proper handle. "It's a sign of how word of our work is spreading. Monsieur le Commandant suggested we also add Bacquincourt and Epeville." "We can hardly take care of all of France," Maud protested. "No, but we can manage this bit of it," said Mrs. Rutherford, calmly applying jam to her bread. "In the little over a week that we've been here, Miss Van Alden alone has already made 51 calls on 42 families." Emmy blushed, looking modestly down. Kate resisted the urge to point out that she had been there too. "Multiply that number by the rest of the members of our social work department. We've distributed milk, bread, honey, and baby clothing in 11 villages. Miss Dawlish is organizing a weekly children's meeting. The medical department has seen how many patients?"
"Nearly 300,
said Dr. Stringfellow. "It would be more if the truck would stop breaking down." Mrs. Rutherford made a note on her ever-present notepad. "Perhaps if we exchanged the tires on the white for hard rims. If we can do this much in 10 days, how much can we accomplish in 10 weeks or 10 months? I believe we can fit an extra village into our schedule. You can go this morning after breakfast, survey the village, see if we might do something useful there." Emmy glowed like a saint in a medieval painting. Kate was feeling somewhat less sanguine. They already had more than 2,000 souls in their care, a large number of them children. As Dr. Stringfellow kept reminding them, they were nearly out of medicine. They didn't have enough lumber to build houses, even if they had people who knew how to build them, which they didn't. Most of their villages lacked pumps for the wells. The Germans had broken them, not to mention needing to dig new wells to replace the old ones which had been poisoned. And what if we decide it's too much for us? Won't we have raised expectations we can't meet? Even if you only go today, that's something too. Bring what you can, do what you can. You'll still leave them better off than they were. Any little bit is better than nothing? Kate couldn't keep the skepticism out of her voice. We're only 17 women. I know we'll be 18 once Miss Lewes finally gets here, but that's hardly any difference at all. Our strength is as the strength of 10, murmured Mrs. Rutherford. Kate decided not to get into a debate about pure hearts. Hers certainly wasn't. We can count angels on the heads of pins all we like, or Smith girls on the backs of trucks, but we have all of 3 motors, 3 teachers, and 2 doctors. How can we sustain services for that many people in that many villages? We don't, Mrs. Rutherford said, and smiled at her. That's the whole point of it. They have their own teachers, not as many as before, but some. Once we build their schoolhouses back up, once we give them the books they need, we'll leave them to it. Bit by bit, they'll need us less and less. We provide the foundation, and they'll do the rest. That's a lot of foundation, said Kate. An airplane droned overhead, a reminder that their time here might be limited. Mrs. Rutherford patted her hand. Day by day, Miss Moran. Day by day. Ah, there's the post. Through the window, they could see a man cycling along one of the few surviving paths. Shall we go meet him? There was a mad rush for the door of the barrack. Kate held back, trailing along at the end of the group. There wouldn't, she knew, be anything for her. She'd written her mother with their forwarding address, but her mother was busy, she knew. Busy with the boys, busy with the house, busy with the large circle of family and friends she had acquired through her second marriage. Kate had written, at first, that first year at Smith, but it had rapidly become clear that her letters only made things worse, that those things she had viewed as triumphs, being elected to a literary society, being chosen for a role in a play, seemed painfully trivial to her mother. Worse than trivial, frivolous. And on her side, Kate had tried not to be hurt that her mother's letters seemed to be exclusively devoted to praising her brothers. She had tried to go home again, briefly, after Newport, but her family hadn't known what to do with her. They had their patterns, which didn't include her. She didn't belong to Emmy's world, but she couldn't go back to her own either. She was lost, stranded, neither here nor there.
3 for you, Maud. Lucky you,
said Liza, delving happily into the mailbag like a puppy digging for treats.
And I've got one from Harry, too. Isn't he a darling to think of me? There's a thick stack for you, Mrs. Rutherford, and a telegram for you from the committee. You've got a telegram, too, Fran.
Is there anything for me? Emmy asked hopefully.
One from Andover,
said Liza, squinting at the stamps.
Oh, that will be my brother. There's nothing from anyone else? No, just the one,
said Liza cheerfully.
But you know how these things are. Nothing for weeks and weeks, and then you get 15 all at once.
Yes, that must be what it is, said Alice Patton, turning away from the pile, which contained nothing for her. Time to work, ladies. Mrs. Rutherford crumpled the telegram and let it drop to the table. We cannot rest on our laurels. This is a war zone. Time is of the essence. Miss Moran, Miss Van Alden, Courcelle. Miss Patton, Miss Mills, Dr. Prine, the dispensary, then take the jitney for visits. Miss England, Miss Cooper, the wheel has come off the white again. Miss Baldwin, Miss Dawlish, Miss Ledbetter, sewing and carpentry classes for the children of the nearer villages. What about us? Maud asked. She was looking at Mrs. Rutherford and the crumpled telegram in a way Kate didn't quite like. Cat and canary, Fran had called it yesterday, and she wasn't wrong. If Maud had had whiskers, she would be licking them. Mrs. Rutherford looked at Maud, her face seeming suddenly older. "Miss Randolph and Miss Shaw, load the Ford truck for the traveling store. Ava, if you could come with me for a moment." "Certainly," said Dr. Stringfellow, casting a quick, concerned glance at her old roommate. "Onward," said Mrs. Rutherford brightly, clapping her hands together, and whisked out of the room with more speed than grace. Dr. Stringfellow followed Mrs. Rutherford through the connecting door from the dining room into their office, which was also their bedroom, and shut the door firmly behind her, leaving the rest of the unit in the dining room, staring after them. "I wonder what that was all about," murmured Kate to Fran, but Fran didn't answer. She was holding her telegram, her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. "Fran? Are you all right?" Fran lifted her head, her eyes glazed. "It's my mother. She's dead." Chapter 12. I don't dare say much about the war. Somehow, the actual horror never got hold of me while I was at home, but here there is no escaping it. I can no longer think in terms of flags and parades and patriotism and glory. I just see mutilated bodies, destroyed homes, and wretchedness. Miss Alice Patton, class of 1910, to her sister, Mrs. Gilbert Thomas. September 1917. Grécourt, France. "Dead?" repeated Alice, horrified. Fran turned the telegram around so they could all see the stark block capitals. "Mother dead, Tuesday, stop, return home soonest, stop, Aunt M." "That's blunt," said Kate. Fran gave a choked laugh. It was a horrible sound. Auntie Mill won't have wanted to spend the extra money to say passed away. Marie stuck her head around the doorframe. "There are children in the orangerie," she said, much as she might have said mice. "Many children." "Oh dear," said Anne Dawlish. "That's my carpentry class. Fran." Fran gave a terse nod. "The children are waiting. Go." Miss Baldwin followed, giving Fran's hand a quick squeeze along the way. Miss Ledbetter paused in the doorway.
"When the old lords passed away, their bodies would lie in state in the castle chapel, all their loyal retainers passing by to pay homage."
Kate looked at her incredulously. "The children are waiting, Miss Ledbetter." Anne Dawlish grabbed the older woman by the arm and tugged her away before she could start singing entirely apocryphal medieval funeral songs.
"I think that's her way of showing sympathy,"
murmured Emmy. "We have a cook and a scullery maid," said Fran unsteadily. "I don't think they'll be kneeling by my mother's corpse with candles. Corpse. Mother. I can't believe. She's been poorly for so long. We thought her illness was a sort of hobby." Kate and Emmy exchanged alarmed looks. "Here." Emmy grabbed up Fran's coffee cup from the table. "Oh, dear, I wish we had some sugar. Sugar is meant to be good for shock." "Sherry," said Alice, turning with sudden decision for the door of the barrack. "What you need is sherry. I have some in my trunk, for medicinal purposes. If this isn't a medicinal purpose, I don't know what is." "No, no." Fran waved her arms futilely at them both. "The last thing I need is spirits at 8 in the morning, or your whole sugar ration. And aren't you supposed to be at the dispensary?" Alice bit her lip, looking back over her shoulder as though unsure what to do. "Miss Mills and Dr. Prine have already gone. They won't miss me for a bit. They'll probably be glad I'm not there. I'm always dropping the bandages." "What can we do?" Kate asked quietly. Fran put her hands to her temples. "A train. I'll need to take the train to Paris. My aunt will need bucking up. They've kept house together since my father died.
and there'll be practical matters to be dealt with. How long do you think it will take to get passage out?"
"I think you need to wait 6 weeks before they let you go,"
said Margaret Cooper. Emmy had forgotten she was there. She had been standing so quietly.
"Someone mentioned it to me in Paris. I think it's so they can make sure you're not taking home unauthorized information from the war zone."
6 weeks? But the funeral... Oh, heavens, what am I saying? I'll miss the funeral either way. And Freddie is over here too. Poor mother. We never imagined...
"Maybe they'll let you go sooner since it's a bereavement,"
suggested Liza. Fran shook her head.
"I doubt it. And if so, they shouldn't. I could be faking it for all they know. No, I'll wait my time. Maybe they'll let me see Freddie."
She turned her head so they couldn't see her lip wobble, saying in a falsely energetic voice,
"He's younger. He'll need me." "Well, I think you should go at once," said Maud, even though no one had asked her. "Come along, Liza. We're meant to be stacking boxes."
"Do you think we ought to send flowers?"
Emmy heard Liza whisper as she followed Maud out the door. Where would we send flowers? To the second barrack from the left?
"I just thought that we ought to do something."
The door thumped shut, cutting off their voices. Fran buried her head in her hands, choking on a laugh.
"I can't say I'll miss them, but I'll miss you. I'll miss all of you. I'll even miss that hideous Ford truck. Only on a downgrade."
Kate reached out, not quite touching her.
"I'm so sorry, Fran. It comes to us all, I suppose."
Fran managed a crooked smile.
"I'm sure my mother is feeling terribly vindicated." "I can go up to Paris with you until you sail," offered Alice with sudden resolve. "I've got to run Dr. Prine and Miss Mills on their rounds, but then I'll come back and go with you. We can catch an afternoon train from Noyon." "We'll be down 2 chauffeurs that way." Fran winced. "I mean, you'll be down 2 chauffeurs. Won't Mrs. Rutherford object?" Alice hunched her shoulders. "You shouldn't have to be alone in Paris while you wait out your 6 weeks." "Thank you. I won't say no to that." Fran blinked rapidly. "I need to tell Mrs. Rutherford, and I'll need to pack." "I'll help you pack," Emmy said quickly, feeling like she ought to do something. "You don't need to worry about a thing. Just let the rest of us take care of you." "I'm not an invalid," Fran protested. "Mother was the invalid." "You're the least invalidish person I know," said Kate bracingly. To Emmy, she said, "We're meant to be going to Courcelles, remember?" "I suppose we could go to Courcelles another day?" Emmy hated the idea of giving up Courcelles, but they couldn't possibly leave Fran by herself, not after news like that. "No," said Fran quickly. "No, don't put it off. The work is the important thing. I've held you up enough already." "I can go to Courcelles," offered Margaret tentatively. "I was supposed to be driving Dr. Stringfellow, but she's busy with Mrs. Rutherford." "That's all right then, isn't it?" said Alice, as it belatedly occurred to Emmy that if Margaret could go to Courcelles, she could equally well have stayed with Fran, and that both Emmy and Margaret would probably have preferred that. But it was too late now. Kate was giving Fran a quick, hard hug and telling her how much she'd be missed, and Margaret was buttoning up her uniform jacket and grabbing her hat, and Alice flitted off to the dispensary, and Emmy was left pressing coffee on Fran, who didn't seem to want either coffee or sympathy, but only to be left alone. Fran didn't need Emmy's help with packing. Alice's belongings were scattered all over the room, a small mirror hanging crookedly over a makeshift dressing table, hats in a drift on the floor, a shawl trailing over the end of a cot. But Fran's belongings were all neatly folded in her trunk in lieu of a wardrobe. It was the work of only a few moments to add her nightclothes and hairbrush. "I'll leave my blankets," said Fran, looking around the room as though trying to memorize it. "I'm sure you can find a use for them." "Are you sure you won't want them in Paris?" asked Emmy, and then realized how silly that sounded. "You'll be going back to the Quai Voltaire until you sail?
At least you'll be able to get one of the rooms with a bed this time.
Yes, said Fran bleakly. Small blessings. Emmy tried to make it better by bustling around, plumping pillows and rustling blankets.
Would you like to lie down? Can I get you a cold compress?
I've been bereaved. I haven't bumped my head. It's all right. You don't need to hold my hand. I have some letters I should be writing.
Are you sure? I could...
The look on Fran's face stopped her. It was a look of such uncomprehending misery that Emmy wanted to run to her and hug her, but that was clearly the last thing Fran wanted, so Emmy backed toward the door, saying,
I'll just go help Maud and Liza with the boxes, shall I? I'll be in the cellar if you need me, for anything at all.
Thank you, said Fran distantly. Through the bare windows, Emmy could see Fran sitting on her bed, not writing, not reading, not doing anything, just sitting. She looked the way Emmy's schoolchildren did when they fell in the play yard, when they realized they'd been hurt but hadn't quite started howling yet. That moment of stunned disbelief before the pain set in.
Mademoiselle!
Emmy gave a guilty start as Marie bore down on her, launching into a detailed scold. The other girls, they had been asking about their laundry. Did they not know that the laundry was available only on Sunday? Marie couldn't be expected to do all things. And why hadn't they finished the pot-au-feu she had made for them last night? Did they not appreciate her cooking? Did they know what it was to cook on a range beneath a canvas roof with such ingredients as she was given?
I'm so sorry,
said Emmy when she could get a word in edgewise. Marie had already threatened to quit twice in the 10 days since they had arrived. The answer was usually to apologize and offer her more money, but Emmy was feeling too wretched to go through the regular routine.
Miss England, her mother just died. Everyone's terribly upset.
Marie was instantly in charge of the situation. A consommé, that was what was needed. She would wring the neck of a chicken at once.
Oh, please don't,
said Emmy, and immediately realized her mistake.
I'm sure it would be delicious. It's just that we need the eggs for the children if they ever do start laying eggs. I do hope they start laying eggs soon, but perhaps some coffee? You do make the best coffee.
Maybe Fran might even want the coffee. Emmy wasn't sure what else to do for her. It was only 10 o'clock. It felt terribly strange to be left at Greycourt while the others were out. They had been here 10 days now, and except for the Mass, Emmy had spent every day visiting, making the rounds of villages with Kate, calling on each local mayor, looking in on families. Most days, they didn't even make it back for lunch, dining on bread and cheese as the white truck bounced between ruts. She really should have just gone with Kate. Fran didn't want her. But it was too late now, so she would just have to make the best of it and try to find something useful to do in between checking in on Fran. Emmy hurried down to the cellar, where Maud and Liza were bumping boxes around, sorting out goods to put on the truck for the inaugural journey of their traveling store.
Today?
Liza was asking, her voice muffled by a large pile of linens. I don't know. It depends what they... Oh, Emmeline! We didn't see you there. Maud made it sound like an accusation. Emmy looked around the newly whitewashed room. The poilu had done a thorough job. She couldn't see where the chicken wire or the rude German inscriptions had once been.
Fran is writing letters, so I thought I'd come and see if I could help you down here.
Yes, it's too terrible about her mother, but at least she gets to go back to Paris. You don't mind playing porter, do you? We're just about ready to haul everything up to the truck. Emmy carried armloads of pots and kettles up the stairs to the truck, juggling rakes and scrubbing brushes, papers bristling with pins, spools of thread in serviceable blacks and browns, boxes of nails, shovels and trowels in all lengths and sizes, and even a consignment of axes, which Emmy held very, very carefully as she navigated the uneven treads. I never thought I'd turn peddler, said Maud. Lord, what they'd say at home if they could see us now. The truck backfired and finally started. Emmy waved farewell to them, watching as Liza narrowly avoided smashing one of the gates on her way out. She could hear Maud's protest all the way over the moat. Overhead, a plane wheezed by, and then another, circling each other, emitting puffs of smoke. Those little cotton-colored clouds looked so innocent until one remembered they were ammunition, meant to bring a plane down and end a man's life. Another plane joined in, way up in the clouds, puffing away like anything. 40 puffs like candy floss and the high, whining sound of the motors overhead. Dr. Stringfellow stuck her head out of the room where she was in conference with Dr. Rutherford.
"Where's Kate?"
"She went to Courcelles,"
said Emmy, surprised that Dr. Stringfellow had forgotten.
"Is something wrong?"
The doctor didn't bother to answer.
"When she gets back, send her in to us."
Dr. Stringfellow's head disappeared again before Emmy could ask why they wanted Kate. She hoped Kate wasn't in trouble. She wasn't sure why Kate would be in trouble, unless it was something to do with... But no, as long as the money was being paid, it shouldn't matter where it was coming from. They were laying the table for dinner, Emmy trying to remember not to set places for Fran and Alice, the table looking so much emptier with their chairs removed from it, when the White finally lurched over the moat. Emmy left Anne Dawlish and Miss Baldwin laying out plates and ran out to greet them.
"Oh, thank goodness you're back. Did you have a puncture? You've missed Alice and Fran. They left an hour ago."
"It's Margaret," Kate said without preamble, sliding down out of the White into a patch of mud. "She's not well." Emmy hurried to the other side of the truck, where Margaret sat curled up on the bench, her elbows on her knees, her face in her hands, her thin back shaking. Emmy looked back at Kate with concern.
"Oh, goodness, what happened? Is she ill? I can get the doctors."
Kate lowered her voice, forcing Emmy to bend to hear her. "She's been like this since Courcelles. She had a fit of hysterics and then threw up by the side of the road, and she hasn't spoken since."
"That pot au feu did taste a little off last night. Poor thing. I think I have some bicarbonate left. It's not the food."
"I think she's having what the French would call a crise de nerfs."
"An anxiety attack?"
It sounded so much better, so much more elegant in French, but the result was the same in either language.
"What happened?"
"Courcelles," said Kate simply.
"Miss Moran,"
Dr. Stringfellow beckoned brusquely.
"You're needed." "They've been wanting to speak to you. I don't know what about,"
said Emmy.
"You go. I'll manage. Margaret? Your poor cold hands. Let's get you inside and warmed up."
It was hard getting Margaret out of the truck. She did little to help herself. Well, she couldn't, poor thing. She couldn't seem to stop shaking, and it took Emmy wrapping an arm around her waist and guiding her step by step to get her back to the barrack, tripping over things and slipping in the damp grass as they bumbled along together like the participants in a three-legged race. If one of the participants was shaking with fever, that was.
"It's all so useless."
Margaret leaned heavily against Emmy as Emmy tried to maneuver her through the door of the barrack without tripping on her own skirt.
"What are we really doing here? We'll never really be able to do anything." "Just one more step now. Almost there."
Margaret's arm around her neck was nearly choking her.
"Let me feel your head. I don't think you're running a fever. You do seem awfully cold, though. Let's get you wrapped up in some blankets. Fran left hers."
"Lucky Fran," said Margaret violently, and Emmy stared at her in shock. Margaret made a quick, apologetic gesture.
"I didn't mean that. Only I did. It's just, what are we doing here?" "Why don't you sit down?"
Emmy guided Margaret to her cot.
"Think how wonderful it was yesterday. All of us together and all the villagers so happy." "Happy?"
Margaret stared up at Emmy, her pupils dilated.
"I can hear that girl screaming."
Emmy bit her lip.
"I made a mistake. But the other children, they weren't like children at all. They were like ghosts. They're all ghosts here. We're living with ghosts.
No, not ghosts. Monsters. It's hideous. It's all hideous. Why are we here? We didn't have to be here. She was shaking so hard, Emmy could hear her teeth chattering.
Coffee, said Emmy. What you need is some hot coffee.
No, I couldn't. I'll be ill.
No coffee, then,
said Emmy soothingly, wondering if she ought to try Alice's sherry or if that would only make Margaret feel worse. Margaret was talking again in a small, hoarse voice. I thought if I could be busy and useful, then it might not be so awful, but it just gets worse and worse and worse. It was all Beth's idea, but then Beth didn't come. I never wanted to be here. I shouldn't be here. I'm not making anything better by being here. I'm just driving around in circles recording horrors.
Remember the singing? Asked Emmy desperately. Remember the canticles? Ils ne l'auront jamais, jamais se paie de pour notre France. Wasn't it tremendous? It made everyone feel so much better.
Did it? Margaret made a choking sound. We can't sing everything better. I thought we could. I thought we could do what Mrs. Rutherford said. We could bring them hope. It all sounded so easy. But the boy I saw today, he wasn't human anymore. Do you know what they'd done to him? They took an explosive and made him hold it. And then they set it off. He lost his arm and half his face, but he didn't die. That's the worst of it. Margaret's voice rose to a painful pitch on the edge of hysteria. He didn't die! Emmy's stomach twisted. This was in Courcelles. It was Emmy who had insisted they go to Courcelles. She should have been in Courcelles, not Margaret. I know it's a war. You don't need to tell me it's a war. But these aren't soldiers. These are just normal people. And there was no point to what they did to that poor boy. It wasn't a battle. It was just cruel. They maimed him for the fun of it.
Maybe it was an accident. Maybe they didn't mean for it to happen.
They did, said Margaret sharply. That was what the villagers said. You didn't see it. You didn't see him. It was inhumane, Emmy. It was evil. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm not cut out for it. Emmy sank down on the bed next to her, feeling the cot sag under her weight.
You don't need to go back to Courcelles. You should never have been there. It was my idea. I'm sorry.
Margaret leaned into Emmy, burying her head in Emmy's chest. If it were only Courcelles. It's all of this. Everything since we arrived, all the widows and the wounded and the air raids and the constant banging of the guns. I can't sleep at night without seeing those faces. Faces without noses, without chins, without ears.
You mean the ones in the hospital? But they're making them better. They're working wonders.
Nightmares. They're making walking nightmares. And those are soldiers. This boy, oh, Emmy. Shh, said Emmy, cradling her as though she were one of Emmy's little brothers having a nightmare. Margaret pulled away from her, staring up at her with haunted eyes. He was only 4 when they did this to him, Emmy. 4. I'll never be able to unsee that. I'll remember it when I sleep. I'll remember it when I die. Oh, Lord, I'm going to be ill again. Let me get you some water. Emmy lurched to her feet. Her hands were shaking as she poured water into a tumbler, slopping it over the sides. Only 4. She remembered holding her brother Bobby at 4. Bobby had always had nightmares, and Nurse wasn't the coddling sort, so Emmy had gone. She could remember the feel of that little body, the smell of his head, the trust. Only 4. Making a decision, Emmy reached into the bag she took with her on her rounds with its meager supply of amberine, headache powders, and sleeping draughts. She took out a twist of white paper, emptying the powder into the glass. I thought I could bear it, Margaret said plaintively. I really did. I know it's hard, said Emmy. She held out the glass to Margaret, feeling like Lady Macbeth. But Macbeth murdered sleep, and Emmy was trying to bring sleep, so it really wasn't at all the same. At least, she hoped not. Water darkened the blanket as Margaret tried to take the cup.
If Beth had been here, at least you and Kate have each other. It makes it easier to have someone. You need someone here.
Emmy sat down next to Margaret, helping to guide the cup to her lips.
You'll feel better after a sleep.
But I can't sleep. If I dream,
I'll sit by you,
promised Emmy, aware that it was so little, so painfully little. Courcelle had been her task, her responsibility. She'd wanted to feel like she was doing something for Fran. It had been irredeemably selfish.
I'll sit by you, and if you feel a nightmare coming on, I'll be here with you.
I wish I were brave, like you.
You are brave, Emmy said, stroking Margaret's hair.
You're brave to have come here at all. You'll realize that, once you've had a good sleep.
Can't sleep.
Margaret's shivers were subsiding, her body relaxing into sleep. Emmy hoped she hadn't misjudged the dose. She hadn't realized how thin Margaret had become, much thinner than when they'd set sail on the Rochambeau. She hadn't realized a lot of things. Gently, Emmy tucked an extra blanket over Margaret, one of Fran's blankets.
She's sleeping,
Emmy whispered as Kate came through the door. Not that she needed to whisper. With that much sedative, nothing short of a German invasion should wake Margaret now.
Are they waiting dinner for me? I don't want to leave Margaret. I promised I'd stay by her.
No, they've all eaten. Kate's voice sounded funny. Emmy couldn't see her face properly. Darkness had fallen, and Emmy hadn't thought to light the lamp. Emmy rose very carefully, trying not to jostle Margaret.
What is it? What's happened? Why did they want to see you?
Mrs. Rutherford is resigning as director. Emmy caught her shin on the edge of her trunk, barely noticing the pain.
But that's impossible. Mrs. Rutherford is the unit.
Not according to the committee. Kate kept her voice low, glancing back over her shoulder. The walls of the barrack weren't particularly thick. Mrs. Rutherford is being forced to step down effective immediately. They're going to put it about that she's resigning for health reasons.
I don't understand.
Emmy realized she had her hand to her mouth like the heroine in a melodrama. She forced herself to lower it.
I know Maud was trying, but why would the committee?
Kate shook her head wearily. Apparently, there were some issues in the past. The committee wasn't sure Mrs. Rutherford was entirely stable. I don't know all of it. Dr. Stringfellow wasn't exactly forthcoming. She's the new director now.
Oh.
Dr. Stringfellow was certainly competent, frighteningly competent, but Mrs. Rutherford had a magic about her, a way of making things happen when you thought they could never happen at all. Passes, army camions. The unit without Mrs. Rutherford was unthinkable. Emmy was suddenly, desperately afraid.
Is Mrs. Rutherford staying on at all?
She wanted to, but Dr. Stringfellow thought it would be too divisive. So she's going to go to Paris for a month in case we need her, and then back to the States to raise money for the unit.
But we do need her. We need her desperately.
Emmy's mind was roiling. She could write her mother. Her mother's name had authority, there was no denying it, although whether her mother would decide to help or not was entirely uncertain. Don't you think we can manage without her? Kate's voice had a funny note to it.
I don't want to manage without her.
She sounded like a child. Emmy made a conscious effort to gather her wits about her.
Why were they asking for you? Are they telling us all one by one?
No. Kate sat down, very slowly, on her cot. Mrs. Rutherford had certain conditions before she would agree to go.
Conditions?
Margaret was snoring now, little snorts and hums. She wants me to take Dr. Stringfellow's place as assistant director. But Kate hadn't even wanted to come. She had no background in social work. This hadn't been her project to begin with. Emmy looked over at Kate, looking so small, so braced for battle, and abandoned everything she had been about to say.
Congratulations. I'm sure you'll do a brilliant job.
Mrs. Rutherford didn't ask me for my brilliance. She asked me because she thinks I can keep the accounts and keep the machinery she's set up running. She doesn't want the unit broken up and sold for scrap to the Red Cross.
Is that what she said?
Emmy wasn't sure whether to be relieved or offended on Kate's behalf. In that many words, Dr. Stringfellow is too busy with the medical end of things to manage everything that needs to be managed, so they need someone practical to run the day-to-day. That's all. I think she wants me because I don't have a vision of my own.
Do you think we'll be able to go on without her?
Kate rose, pressing the wrinkles out of her skirt with her hands. I'll have to see that we do.
We'll have to see that we do.
Impulsively, Emmy reached out and took her hand.
We're all in this together.
Except for Fran, who had left, and Alice, who had gone with her, and Margaret. Emmy glanced down at her blanket-wrapped form. Hopefully Margaret would feel better in the morning, as long as the sleeping powder didn't give her a terrible headache. Emmy decided not to mention any of that.
I'm sure you'll be a wonderful assistant director.
And she was, mostly. Thank you. Kate let go of Emmy's hand. We'll see how long I last. I'm sure Maud will waste no time writing the committee about me. Chapter 13. We have been driving and driving and driving. Liza and I have become milkmen as well as peddlers. We spend half the day taking milk to girls with Bosch babies and the other half taking the doctors on their rounds. I can't tell you the misery of driving in the falling dark with the rain coming through the open truck and the wind howling like anything. And it's only October. I don't want to think what it will be like come Christmas. But maybe by then, we'll see. There's no rest for anyone as we're a depleted group. Mrs. Rutherford is gone for good. One girl had to leave as her mother died, and another went with her to keep her company. Another girl had a breakdown, a real breakdown, and had to go to Paris for her nerves. The official line is that she'll be back, but I wouldn't put money on it. And our agriculturalist still hasn't arrived. It's really quite dire. We've got 72 chickens, and not a one has laid an egg in the 3 weeks we've had them. One of the girls, the one in charge of the dairy, mistook a cow for a bull simply because it had a ring through its nose. I can't imagine why more farms aren't clamoring for Smith graduates. Miss Maud Randolph, class of 1909, to her fiancé, Mr. Henry Craig. October 1917. Grécourt, France.
And they had a wonderful dinner for us,
Alice said, as the White bumped back across the moat. It wasn't a cakeless day, so we reveled. That was kind of the Paris committee. Kate maneuvered around a rut masquerading as a swimming pool. The rainy season was upon them, turning everything to mud, mud up to their knees, mud that tugged at the tires of the trucks and created hazards at every turn. The Paris committee had invited her, in her new position as assistant director, but Kate had turned them down on the grounds of work. To take 2 days away, as things were, was impossible. It had nothing at all to do with the fact that she was afraid of using the wrong fork. "Well, we are something of a sensation now," said Alice frankly. "Mrs. Barrett was telling me there have been articles in the Chicago Tribune and New York Globe. They've been terribly complimentary, but they all include that same horrid photo of us together before we sailed. I do wish our uniforms were more becoming." "They may not be glamorous," said Kate, drawing up by the orangery, "but no one can deny we're well supplied with pockets." "Yes, because Mrs. R." Alice looked at Kate, flushed, and broke off, looking guilty. Kate had never asked, but she strongly suspected that Alice had been part of Maud's cabal to oust Mrs. Rutherford, not out of any personal animus, but because Maud had asked and Alice wouldn't have liked to say no. Kate wondered what they had been saying of her in Paris. She knew that Maud had been writing to the committee again, writing about her. "Did you see Margaret in Paris?" asked Kate, swinging down from the truck. "Only briefly." Alice stepped down somewhat more gingerly, wincing as her Paris boots sank ankle-deep in mud. "She didn't stay at the Quai Voltaire. I don't think she wanted to be around the unit after whatever happened. I bumped into her once shopping, and she seemed awfully broken up about breaking her contract and leaving." "Well, thank goodness you're back," said Kate honestly. "No one has a way with the motors like you do. We've been relying on the engineers to fix our engines, and they're not nearly as good at it as you are." Alice's head popped up, a gratified expression on her face. "It's just a knack. I can't think where I got it." "Do you mean the 11th engineers, the ones we met before I left?" "Those are the ones. They've taken to inviting themselves over at odd hours, along with half the other men on the front. We've been overrun by American engineers and Canadian foresters, and even some Quakers. They've got a base near Maud had tried to send the Quakers packing, on the grounds that they didn't want a pack of pacifists hanging about, but Kate had overruled her, on the grounds that whatever the Quakers' principles, they certainly had better carpentry skills than the unit. Maud was still simmering over that. Goodness. Alice sat up straighter, unconsciously adjusting her hat to a more flattering angle. "I hadn't realized it would be so social." "Neither did we," Kate said wryly. "We've had to ask them to confine their visits to weekends. The engineers had us to supper at their camp last weekend, which means we'll have to reciprocate at some point, although goodness only knows how. We haven't nearly enough cups and plates to go around. Or enough food, or enough coal to cook with. The cold had set in with a vengeance, but the coal delivery they had been promised had yet to arrive." Kate was finding it very hard to untangle Mrs. Rutherford's systems. Mrs. Rutherford had procured supplies from all sorts of places, getting the unit classified as an infirmary so they could receive more than the usual ration of sugar, and as a military unit so that they might qualify for an allowance of essence, but not everything had been properly recorded. Some transactions were with the civil authorities, others with the military, and others still with the American aid organizations, the American Fund for French Wounded, and the Red Cross. Mrs. Rutherford seemed to have managed almost entirely on force of personality. Lacking that kind of charisma, Kate would have been glad for some nice, plain record-keeping. Ledgers, for instance. Ledgers would have been marvelous, not just piles of letters and receipts and carbons typed too thin to read. It was all impossibly knotty, and Kate never seemed to have enough time to tackle the paperwork, to even try to untangle it. With only 2 drivers left at Greycourt, she spent her days in the white truck, driving the social workers and doctors from village to village. By the time Kate settled down with Mrs. Rutherford's records, it was usually past 9 and freezing cold, and she was more likely to fall asleep on the papers than read them. But now that Alice was back, she might just possibly be able to clear a day. Even a few hours would help.
"Alice!"
Emmy was skimming and sliding through the mud, embracing Alice with a force that nearly sent them both flying.
"Welcome back."
Alice disappeared in a welter of greetings, Miss Ledbetter waxing poetic about returned warriors. In the midst of the hubbub, Anne Dawlish quietly touched Kate's shoulder. "Kate, the coal came while you were away." Kate let out a long breath. "Thank goodness. Dr. Stringfellow told me she has enough to do without tending to frostbite." 2 worried lines appeared between Anne's eyes. "You might want to come see it."
"Did I hear coal?"
asked Liza, detaching herself from the scrum around Alice.
"Oh, goody. I'm freezing, and we haven't been able to do any baking for days."
"I had them put it here," said Anne, pointing to a crate next to the barrack they used as their dining room. It was not a large crate. "Is that for the week?" Kate had thought Mrs. Rutherford had arranged for monthly deliveries, but maybe... Anne shook her head. looking like she was about to cry. They said it's for the month.
For the month?
Liza turned too fast and nearly landed on her bottom in the mud. I don't know how I'm meant to keep the children warm during lessons, said Anne, her voice scratchy. I'd hoped they could at least be warm with us before they have to go home to the damp and the cold, and not a decent coat among them.
We could burn wood,
said Liza hopefully. No, not if we want to try to provide any shelter for the villagers. The Germans had felled as much as they could, sending it back to Germany to fuel the German war effort. Wood was desperately needed for rebuilding, for furniture, for heat. To burn it for themselves would be selfishness beyond countenancing. Although, if it got much colder, Kate might just be willing to live with the guilt. I hope you brought extra sweaters and warm socks.
We could, like the medieval peasants, burn the dung of the cow, offered Miss Ledbetter. One takes the hardened pats and—
No, said Maud firmly. I don't care what the peasants do. I'm not scenting my room with cow dung. Liza looked thoughtfully toward the stables.
If it gets cold enough.
No, said Maud. We can keep warm by walking, interposed Kate. It was time to relay the rest of the bad news. We'll have to walk anyway. We've run through most of our allowance of essence. We're going to have to start rationing it.
Can we get more?
Asked Miss Mills, looking outraged.
Surely, given the importance of the services we're providing.
I tried, said Kate shortly. She'd written the French military authorities, the French civil authorities, the Red Cross, and the AFFW, all of whom had told her the same thing. They can't conjure essence out of thin air. There's only so much to be had. We'll just have to be careful with what we have.
Mrs.
began Emmy, and then stopped. But Kate knew what she had been thinking, that Mrs. Rutherford would have found a way.
That nice French officer who stopped by the other day offered to bring us a pony and trap. I could use that to get to Courcelles and Canisy.
All that way by yourself? It was far enough by car. By trap, on the rutted roads, it would be hours. It's so far, Emmy.
We could go in pairs,
Emmy argued. She'd adopted Courcelles as her own since Margaret left, and had clashed with Kate more than once when Kate had vetoed extra trips on the grounds of saving their gas ration. Kate wasn't convinced. But how would a pony carry two of us? And supplies?
We're not that heavy,
insisted Emmy. For a pony?
I had a pony once, said Liza. Her name was Snowdrop.
Not Snowdrop again. Rounding on Kate, Maud demanded, What are we meant to do about the store? Unless you mean us to yoke ourselves to the truck like oxen and pull it all the way. No, said Kate reluctantly. The store had been a smashing success, thanks in no small part to Maud. You and Liza are working wonders with the store. We may have to hold more store hours here in the chateau, though. Anyone near enough to walk can come to us. Maud folded her arms across her chest, narrowing her eyes at Kate. Shouldn't Dr. Stringfellow be making these decisions? She is our director. Or had you forgotten? The others had stopped talking. They were all watching, with varying degrees of interest and discomfort. Dr. Stringfellow is seeing patients, said Kate neutrally. It's absurd having a doctor as director of the unit, said Maud, addressing herself to the circle of women. We need someone proper to manage us, like Mrs. Barrett in Paris. Kate didn't miss the way Alice began fiddling with the brooch on her coat. So that was it then. Another coup. A coup against Dr. Stringfellow, which meant a coup against Kate, since Kate was the one actually running things. Kate had no illusions about the matter. She was the one Maud wanted out. Kate didn't intend to oblige her. She might not have asked for this job, but now that she had it, she wasn't prepared to relinquish it. Mrs. Barrett, said Kate reasonably, is in Paris, where her husband is. I doubt she'd be interested in relocating to Greycourt, even if we wanted her, which we don't. She sets a wonderful table, put in Alice unhelpfully.
She had the most wonderful dinner for Smith girls in Paris, and it wasn't a cakeless day.
Cake,
said Liza wistfully.
I do miss cake.
Oh, look, said Maud, before Liza could wax rhapsodic about chestnut cream and almond paste. Here comes our director. Dr. Stringfellow ignored her, nodding briefly at Alice, and then looking past her at the bags in the white truck. Welcome back. You brought our medical supplies? Alice picked at a clump of mud on one boot with the toe of the other. I did try. When you say try, Dr. Stringfellow made a visible effort to retain her patience. Do you mean to tell me that our supplies are still in Bordeaux? Well, no. Mrs. Barrett made inquiries on our behalf, and it seems that our medical supplies were distributed. Distributed? Dr. Stringfellow's eyebrows were practically vertical. Distributed to whom? She's not quite sure. Hospitals, most likely. Avoiding Dr. Stringfellow's eyes, Alice added hastily, You know the Red Cross is pooling all donations and giving them out as they're needed, so it probably made sense at the time since we weren't there. Those weren't donations, Julia said, as though speaking to a toddler, all short words and simple sentence construction. Those were our supplies, bought and paid for. Well, yes, but it's not her fault, said Kate, stepping in on Alice's behalf, even if Alice was possibly plotting against her. It wasn't her mistake. Julia's blue eyes were practically black. No, it was ours for not collecting them at the first opportunity. Instead of collecting trucks, we ought to have made sure of our medical supplies. Without the trucks, we wouldn't be here, pointed out Kate. Julia looked at Kate, her lips a thin line. We'll have to go to Amiens and beg. There's only so much we can do with bicarbonate of soda and prayer. I'm surprised you don't just go light a candle, said Maud, who had never forgiven Julia for making her participate in a Catholic mass. Yes, to the patron saint of small annoyances. Julia turned to Kate. When can we go to Amiens? Or does our essence allowance not stretch to medical necessities? I'll drive you to Amiens tomorrow. Never mind that she would rather do anything but. Kate raised her voice, trying to pretend that she was in control, that she wasn't failing miserably in her role as assistant director. Shall we go into dinner? We would have brought out the fatted calf for you, Alice, but Emmy refused to let us slaughter any of her cows. Some idiot's blocking our drive, said Julia. The rain was sluicing down by 10 the next morning when Julia finished her morning shift in the dispensary and appeared beside the white truck, as though Kate were her chauffeur. Which she was, Kate reminded herself. Is it Dave, the Red Cross driver? Dave frequently landed in the ditch beside the gates. It happened with such regularity that they'd begun to suspect intent rather than incompetence. No, some buffoon in a bow tie. Hello? Anybody home? The buffoon in a bow tie was slipping and sliding his way along the path around the chateau, or what had once been a path before it turned into a mud slick. Is this the Chateau de Robecourt? No, it's the Palace of Versailles, snapped Julia. Your truck is blocking our gates. The man's smile wobbled slightly. Lowell Markham of the Boston Commercial Advertiser. I meant to be finding the Smith's Social Service Unit. He sounded as though he rather hoped he'd landed in the wrong place. Gritting her teeth, Kate hopped off the running board and walked forward with hand extended. Welcome, I'm Miss Moran, Assistant Director of the Smith College Relief Unit, and this is Dr. Prine of our medical department. Doctor? Mr. Lowell Markham regarded Julia with frank interest, examining her as though she were a zebra caught sunning itself in Central Park. I didn't know you had lady doctors. Kate cut in before Julia could say anything rude. Dr. Prine is one of 2 doctors attached to the unit, both graduates of Smith College. We were just leaving on urgent medical business. The reporter's eyes lit up.
He was going to ask to come with them, Kate could tell. They all did. He was the fourth reporter they'd had that month. It was all part of Mrs. Rutherford's plan to outwit the committee, to make the unit such a media sensation that no one would think of disbanding it, which was all very well for Mrs. Rutherford in exile in Paris, but an absolute nuisance in Greycourt. They didn't have time to coddle self-important journalists who saw them as amusing curiosities, and they certainly didn't want to drag one to Amiens to watch them beg for supplies. Kate spotted Emmy heading toward the Bosqueur, head lowered against the rain, a roll of chicken wire clamped under her arm. "Do come meet the head of our social service department, Miss Emmeline Van Alden." "Of the New York Van Aldens," said Julia, straight-faced. Kate frowned at her, knowing how much Emmy hated to be seen as an extension of her mother. But the reporter had already taken the bait. "Any relation to Mrs. Livingston Van Alden?" "Her daughter." It was for the unit, Kate reminded herself. Emmy would understand that. "Emmy, come meet Mr. Lowell Markham." The last thing Kate heard as they made their escape was Emmy saying,
"Do you know anything about chicken coops, Mr. Markham?"
As they pulled away in the white, she could see the bemused reporter tangled in chicken wire as Emmy explained something, her hands moving vigorously in illustration. Members of the Bosqueur had come out to inspect and comment, and 3 of the chickens appeared to have escaped and were pecking at Mr. Lowell Markham's good Boston shoes. "That should hold him for a bit," said Kate neutrally. "It had better," said Julia, inspecting the contents of her medical bag. "If he interrupts Dr. Stringfellow's surgery, she'll go after him with her scalpel. Of course, they'll never find the body in this mud." Kate looked sharply at Julia, but Julia's face, as always, betrayed nothing. It was a perfect blank, as serene as a statue of Diana getting ready to skewer some upstart huntsman, just as she'd skewered Kate all those years ago. Emmy's latest charity case. "He won't be able to write the article if we bury the body," said Kate, more sharply than she'd intended. "Are you so eager for publicity?" Julia made it sound distasteful, something sordid and common, like Kate. Kate focused on the road. "I'm eager for donations. Socks knit by Granny and lumpy aprons?" Admittedly, Kate had just been complaining to Emmy about some of the boxes they'd been sent, which had been packed with more enthusiasm than consideration, but it still annoyed her to hear Julia say it. "Money," she said distinctly. "Donations of money. Or is that too vulgar a topic for you?" Julia gave a short bark of a laugh. "My dear, I root in people's entrails for entertainment. I'm hardly going to quail at a bit of filthy lucre." Kate knew she shouldn't, but she couldn't help herself. "Even if it's charity? You wouldn't want to have anything to do with charity." That caught Julia's attention. She stared at Kate for a moment, and then said, very slowly, "Not such a mouse after all, are you? You do have teeth." Kate wasn't sure why Julia should mind. It was Julia who had sneered at Kate for being a charity case all those years ago, not the other way around. But for whatever reason, Julia retreated into an offended silence. The silence continued all the way to Amiens, where Julia remained elegant and uncommunicative as Kate wrangled her way through the various levels of underlings to the commander's office. "Do feel free to join in at any time," muttered Kate, who knew that her French, while good, was nowhere near as aristocratic as Julia's, and that these things did matter. "You're the assistant director," said Julia blandly in English. "Do go on." Monsieur le Commandant was more than willing to help them, and by help he meant chat for longer than they could spare, offer a coffee they hadn't time to take, and direct them to the hospital with his compliments. He was, Kate knew, being exceptionally helpful, and she was being exceptionally ungrateful. It was Julia's presence setting her on edge as Monsieur le Commandant escorted them to the hospital, making the necessary introductions, interspersed with compliments and small talk that strained Kate's French and her courtesy. A nurse was sent to fetch a junior doctor, who in turn was sent to fetch a more senior physician. "We only need to borrow supplies," said Kate in desperation. The rain was pouring and the clock was ticking. "It is good to know one's colleagues," said the commandant, patting her arm in a fatherly way. "And everyone wants to know the so intrepid dames américaines." "More muddy than intrepid right now," said Kate, and everyone laughed as though she had said something very clever. Except Julia, of course. "Dr. Prine has prepared a list of the items we need most desperately. We must not have you reduced to desperation." Underlings were dispatched to fetch various items. More coffee was offered and refused. Kate suggested that she sign a receipt and felt that she had committed a faux pas. "Ah, one of your countrymen." The commandant waved at someone above Kate's head. "Dr. Stapleton. Dr. Stapleton is visiting from the hospital of the Red Cross in Nel. Have you met les dames américaines?" They had, Kate noticed, gone from being collégiennes to being dames. She wasn't sure whether that was a promotion or a demotion. "Not in this country, I haven't," said an American voice. A man wearing a white medical coat walked up to them, stopping at the sight of Julia. "Julia, what brings you to this mud pit?" "That's Dr. Prine." Julia's voice was as sharp-edged as ground glass. "On such long acquaintance?" He began humming something. Kate recognized it immediately as Auld Lang Syne. "Should old acquaintance be forgot?" The song had the most remarkable effect on Julia. Her back tensed. Her face was totally expressionless except for her eyes, which glittered in a most disconcerting way, like seeing the painted eyes in a portrait come alive. Kate looked from one to the other. "I take it you know each other." "Classmates," Julia bit out, her lips clamping down hard on the words. "At Johns Hopkins." "And now colleagues." Dr. Stapleton held out his hand. Julia pointedly failed to take it. Dr. Stapleton shrugged, not visibly distressed. "I look forward to renewing our acquaintance." "We're very busy," said Julia flatly. "Kate, we have everything?" It was, thought Kate, the first time she had ever heard Julia use her name. "Yes, we should be getting back. I'd rather not drive after dark." "No," agreed Dr. Stapleton, falling into step with them as they walked to the door. Julia made sure Kate was between them, but since Kate was considerably shorter than both, she proved a less than effective barrier. "It's dangerous out there for young ladies." "Don't worry," said Julia, looking straight at him over Kate's head. "I have a revolver and I'm not afraid to use it." "You don't really have a revolver, do you?" asked Kate as they loaded the parcels into the white truck. "Why not?" Even in the grips of some strong emotion, Julia was careful with the precious parcels. She saw the last one secured and then looked defiantly at Kate. "Maybe, like Maud, I have an ambition to pot a German." A German or her old classmate? Julia, Kate remembered, had always been insanely competitive. She'd been first in their class at Smith and never let anyone forget it. Kate squinted at the road, or what had once been a road before the rains had got started on it. Army trucks had carved deep ruts in the mud. What had happened? Had Dr. Stapleton come out tops in an exam? It would be just like Julia to hold a grudge. Kate entertained herself thinking of various possibilities. A thwarted romance? A scholastic competition? She couldn't resist needling Julia just a bit. "That Dr. Stapleton,
Do you think he'd help out with the infirmary once a week? If you went to school with him, we could use the extra pair of hands."
"We don't need the help," said Julia flatly.
"Oh, don't we?"
One of Kate's innovations had been to have all the committees submit weekly reports. She knew exactly how many patients Julia and Dr. Stringfellow had seen last week and how many remained to be seen. The numbers were staggering.
"Not his help,"
said Julia fiercely.
Kate looked at her askance. "Is he that bad a doctor?"
"That's what I should judge, isn't it?" There was a strange note to Julia's voice. She took a deep breath, choosing her words very carefully. "His value as a doctor. That's what matters. As to that, I don't know what kind of doctor he is now. He was an ambitious student. Whether that translates to success in practice, I can't tell you." It was dusk already, a rainy day dusk, casting Julia into shadow. But Kate could see Julia's hands clenched on the edge of the bench, as though holding on for dear life. Kate didn't think she was that bad a driver. They hadn't hit a pothole for at least a mile.
"I imagine any doctor is better than none,"
said Kate, looking sideways at Julia.
"Out here." "No!"
The word exploded from Julia.
"You don't want him at Greycourt. He's a pig, a vile, rutting pig. He can't be trusted."
Julia stopped, closing her lips on the words.
"All right,"
Kate said.
"No dinner invitations."
They drove in silence, the dusk thick around them, the rain weeping down off the roof of the White. Kate concentrated on making her way past a cart that had stuck in the mud and been abandoned. A plane whined overhead, a noise so commonplace they barely noticed it now. The night was alive with the distant sound of the guns at the front. Next to her, Julia was very still. It was a brittle, haunted silence, like a mouse in a hole, although it was really absurd to think of Julia in those terms. There was no one less mouse-like than Julia. But there it was. Not hauteur, wariness, worse than wariness, fear. Kate thought of the way Julia had looked when Dr. Stapleton had hummed Auld Lang Syne. He had made it seem a joke, but Julia had looked terrified, sick. She'd never seen Julia look like that before. Or had she? Uncomfortably, Kate remembered the way Julia had stiffened when the doctor in Paris had patted her arm, her insistence on not spending the night where men might walk through her room in Noyon, the way she had frozen when Dr. Stapleton approached them, as if trying to decide whether to fight or run. But this was Julia. It wasn't that Kate hadn't heard of such things, especially here, where Dr. Stringfellow had delivered at least 5 Boche babies already. But Julia was one of the golden ones. It was the unprotected women who got taken advantage of, the maids and the shop girls, not the Julias of the world. It was probably just an academic rivalry, Kate told herself. She'd probably got the wrong end of the stick. Julia would laugh at her. No, Julia would be offended. And then she would laugh at her. "You don't need a revolver," Kate said before she could think better of it. "Not if you know where to hit. The best place to strike a man is the nose. He won't expect it, and if you hit hard with the palm of your hand, you can break it fast. Nails to the eyes also work." Julia's head jerked toward Kate. "Were you also?" "No." The single syllable felt like a betrayal. She hadn't really thought, but there it was. That word also. Everything she hadn't believed could happen to Julia. Kate swallowed hard. "My stepfather taught me, just in case. He felt it was something I ought to know." Julia was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Would you teach me?" She was dead serious. Kate tried to make light of it. "Perhaps we should organize a boxing class for the unit." "Not boxing," Julia said passionately. "No Queensberry rules. They don't abide by them. Why should we?" Tentatively, feeling on very uncertain ground, Kate asked, "Did you tell anyone about Dr. Stapleton?" "Are you mad? They would have said I invited it. Bad enough to have women in medical school, worse to have them distracting the real doctors. I would have been out on my ear." Julia flexed her gloved hands. "I started carrying a knife in my pocket. I told him if he did it again, I'd gut him and stand in the dock with pleasure." Her voice resonated with emotion, so much emotion, more emotion than Kate would have thought Julia was capable of feeling. Kate said the only thing she could think to say. "Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe he'll be hit by a shell." Julia gave a guttural laugh. "I'm not sure I want to rely on the intervention of Providence." "We can just tell Maud he's a German spy and let her at him," Kate offered. "That might be punishment enough." Julia cast Kate a long, sideways look. "You won't say anything to Emmy?" Kate had never expected to feel sorry for Julia, or to feel kinship with Julia. "No." Julia stared straight ahead, at the raindrops glinting in the light of the lamps. "I was such a little fool. I thought we were colleagues, equals. When he said he wanted to exchange notes, I actually thought he wanted to exchange notes." Kate winced as the white slid a little too far to the right, fighting to keep the truck on the road. "He ought to have. You were always at the top of our class at Smith." "That was only because I worked extra hard to stay ahead of you." Julia turned away before Kate could see her face, pointing at the signpost. "There's the turnoff for Greycourt. Do you think that reporter's still infesting the place?" Chapter 14.
In addition to running our own classes, we are making an effort to supply the schools with everything the state gave them before the war, so the education of the children won't suffer any more than it already has. You can imagine our joy when the inspector of education in Amiens told us there were some old school benches in the attic of the national school. There are scarcely any benches or desks, and no wood to make any, which has been a great trial in trying to restore school hours to what they were. He said he had been trying for 4 months to send them to a certain sector, but there was no way to get them to the station. We asked him if we could have them, if we could move them. He said yes, only it couldn't be done, and anyway it would require the permission of some other official, and what about the other people to whom he'd promised the benches? We told him we would wait while he got the proper papers. He shook his head and said something about Americans. The poor man stayed over his lunch hour before he knew it, and I don't think he will ever quite recover. But we have our benches. I know how deeply you concern yourself with education, and particularly the education of young women, so thought you might like to hear of this small victory in the grand battle for universal education.
Miss Emmeline Van Alden, class of 1911, to her mother, Mrs. Livingston Van Alden. November 1917. Greycourt, France.
In the midst of a vast desolation close to the front, 17 American college girls are carrying the kindly spirit of the New World to martyred peasantry. Martyred peasantry?
Nell Baldwin choked on her war bread.
That sounds a little too Golgotha for me.
Joan of Arc would be more appropriate, I should think, offered Kate, sounding more relaxed than Emmy had heard her in ages. A holiday air prevailed at the breakfast table, where the Smith unit was partaking of an unusually late repast, not because it was a Sunday, but because the engineers were coming for luncheon. It had been decided that there would be hardly enough time to do their morning rounds and prepare for guests. So, here they were in their dining/sitting room, with Nell toasting her feet on the fender, and Alice reading aloud from a crumpled piece of newspaper that had just been forwarded to them via the Paris committee. Even Dr. Stringfellow had closed the dispensary for the morning and was eating bread and jam quite like a normal person. It was cold in their makeshift dining room, but the cold didn't bother Emmy as it had in New York. Maybe it was because here they were always doing, always busy, always moving. There was always a visit to make, or animals to feed, or something to be repaired, or crates to be stacked, or beds to be delivered to villagers. They could do duty as furniture movers when this was all done, Maud complained, but Emmy loved the feeling of her muscles stretching, of walking distances she never would have contemplated at home, of being able to be really, truly useful. Even if she did worry, sometimes, that her use was limited to fetching and hauling and bandaging scraped knees, the sort of thing anyone could do. She didn't have Julia's medical training or Kate's grim determination. She couldn't even drive the cars. When it came to bullying bureaucrats, she was, Emmy had found, rather ineffectual. Yesterday in Amiens, for example, they'd got word of some school benches stored away in an attic somewhere, a find so rare that Kate had agreed to take the jitney and drive Emmy up. But after 10 minutes of the official from the Department of Education telling them how sad it was the benches were just sitting there and how impossible it was for them to be moved, Kate had taken over. The benches couldn't be moved? Why not? They had been promised to 4 other villages? Well, clearly they were going to none of those, so why not the Smith unit? Haulage? They would deal with haulage. Really, they were doing the department a favor taking these benches off their hands. There was something about the way Kate spoke that made Emmy think of building blocks, each phrase a stone in an indestructible wall. The poor inspector of education had been so cowed he'd not only promised them the school benches, he'd stayed past his lunch hour. They'd left him muttering something about les Américains, looking thoroughly unnerved by the whole experience. But they'd got the benches. Glorious, glorious benches, which would furnish the schools at Ambleu and Canisy, and most particularly, Courcelles, Emmy's own special village. Kate had promised she'd have first pick of the benches for Courcelles. Emmy had already wrangled a temporary building that they could use as school and town hall over the objections of Miss Mills, who had protested that the nearer and larger villages ought to be served first. But the nearer and larger villages hadn't been so thoroughly decimated as Courcelles, and Emmy was determined that her people there, her 50 children, none of them well, would get their due in buildings and benches, tools and school books. She couldn't wait to tell them. Wednesday, perhaps. Her visits to Courcelles were limited by the number of cars in service at any given time, and right now the White was in Paris having hard rims put on, and the old Ford truck was sounding decidedly roomy, leaving only the jitney. Sometimes Emmy rode with Maud and Liza in the store, but they never stayed quite long enough for Emmy to visit all of her families, not properly. With the cars constantly out of commission, it was a struggle to find someone who would take her. Even the doctors were doing their rounds on foot, hiking miles across muddy fields with their medical bags strapped to their backs. So she supposed she shouldn't complain, not really. It was just that the need in Courcelles was so great. What on earth is this rubbish? Kate took the paper from Alice. Ah, this must be that pest who came the day we went to get medicine, Julia. I would have turned back, thinking I had mistaken the way, had I not then perceived 2 female figures in black oilskins and rubber boots. Their quick, muscular movements left no doubt these were Americans. Alice looked down at her arm, in its rather ragged, gray wool casing. I wouldn't say we were muscular, would you? It just sounds so mannish.
At least the engineers don't seem to mind,
said Liza cheerfully, through a mouthful of war bread.
Yes, because we're the only women for 50 miles, said Nell, unless you count the French.
Kate flapped the paper to get their attention, and Emmy couldn't help noticing how naturally she took charge. There's a bit about you in the chicken coop, Emmy. The noble descendant of one of our first families, not too proud to wrestle with menial tasks in the thick mud of the Somme.
I suppose it's a good thing I'm muscular then,
said Emmy, feeling a bit as though she'd been reduced to the role of cart horse. They'd had such a conversation, she and that reporter, all about the children and their needs and the work they were doing, but all he remembered was the hammer and the mud. Not that there was anything wrong with good, honest labor, but it made her feel as oversized and awkward as the time Auntie May had pretended to mistake one of her dancing slippers for a boat. "Anne got a look in, too," said Kate. "You waxed eloquent about the children not knowing how to play anymore." "Did I?" asked Anne, and Emmy bit her tongue to keep from pointing out it hadn't been Anne, it had been Emmy. It shouldn't matter, of course. What mattered was that it had been said. "I mostly remember swatting him out while I was trying to teach the 5 to 8s. Kate raised her voice to be heard over the commentary. "Far from resenting the advice of ces dames américaines, the people have already come to love them and look to them for guidance of every sort. After 3 years of bitter loneliness, suffering, and oppression, at last someone is really taking a personal interest in them. No wonder they are grateful." There was a moment of quiet as the words resonated around them. "Mawkish rubbish," said Julia, breaking the silence. "Did they pair it with a drawing of a draggle-haired infant?" 3 draggle-haired children, corrected Kate. "Oh, don't," said Emmy, feeling a rush of guilt for her pettiness. What did it matter who did what when this was the result? What if she was muscular?
"I think he understood exactly. Everyone else just sees these poor people as being in the way of the war, but we're here for them. Whatever we do or don't do, that's something, isn't it?"
Kate set down the paper. "Yes," she said. And for once, Emmy felt as though she understood, really, truly understood. They might have had different ways of getting at it, but Kate felt it too, why they were here. More than something. "I should say so," said Maud indignantly. "When I think of waking at 6:30 to load up that blasted truck and getting soaked to the skin driving about in all weathers, I should think they should jolly well give us a medal."
"Or at least some rain hats," said Nell, grinning. "Mine's got more holes in it than a cheese grater. It doesn't so much keep the rain out as gently disperse it."
"Just think of it as a hair wash," said Kate, pushing back her chair, which heralded a general folding of napkins and brushing off of crumbs. "It saves time."
"I'll just tuck some soap underneath next time," said Nell. "We can patent it when we get home and call it a time-saving device. What do you think, girls? Nature's own shower." "Yes, with all funds to go to the unit," said Emmy gamely, trying to get in on the joke.
Maud rolled her eyes. "You're all mad. I'm going to go set the tables in the orangery. Someone has to prepare for our guests." "I," said Kate, "am going to tackle the unit's official correspondence. I'm weeks behind." "Weeks behind?" Maud looked pointedly at Kate. "That's a fine face the unit is putting to the world." "If you'd like to answer all the correspondence, be my guest," said Kate, dropping her napkin onto the table. "You can tell Mrs. Patterson from Sheboygan why we haven't received her parcel of 25 hand-knitted mufflers, and put in all the paperwork for renewing our permits with 5 separate agencies, none of which use the same form."
"Don't they?"
asked Anne Dawlish, with genuine interest.
"Well, someone ought to suggest it to them."
Maud folded her arms across her chest, staring at Kate. "We need a director who can properly represent the unit, not someone who lets letters sit for a month." But she hadn't, Emmy wanted to say. Night after night, after a full day of driving the truck, Kate sat hunched next to their tiny stove, trying to thaw out her hands and the ink, scratching out replies by the meager light of one lamp. Sometimes Emmy would wake in the morning to find Kate with ink on her cheek, having fallen asleep on the letters she was trying to write. "If Mrs. Rutherford were here," said Kate, staring at Maud with palpable dislike, "she would handle all of this, but she's not." And they all knew why. Anne Dawlish checked the watch pinned to her breast. "Goodness, is that the time?"
"Tooth mugs,"
sang out Nell, clunking dirty dishes together with reckless enthusiasm.
"Everyone bring me your tooth mugs. We haven't nearly enough bowls for the pumpkin soup, so we're going to have to slop it into the mugs, and so much for style."
"I'll fetch ours," Alice said to Maud and Liza. To Kate, she added, "I've put the accounts on your bed."
The accounts?
Emmy realized she was holding a stack of plates and put them down very, very carefully, lingering as the others jostled out.
I'd forgotten that Alice is treasurer.
Kate grimaced. Just what I was wanting, more paper. Alice is really quite brilliant with numbers, so at least I won't have to go and fix all her figures. It's just so much. I'd like to see Maud handle half of it, she added viciously.
Would you like me to go through them for you?
Emmy asked tentatively. She could almost convince herself that she was offering just to help, just because Kate was overwhelmed, and not because she wanted to see those numbers before Kate did, just in case.
I know I'm not as good as you are with numbers, but I can make sure the columns tally. It would be one less thing for you to do.
Kate blinked, hard, and in a rare gesture of affection, put her hand on Emmy's arm. Thank you. I appreciate it, I really do, especially since I know just how much you hate arithmetic. Emmy felt like the lowest sort of crawling creature.
It was all the fault of that governess of mine, wrapping my hand whenever I got a sum wrong, which was pretty much every single time. I still cringe whenever I see a row of figures.
She was, Emmy realized, hardly helping her own case.
But I don't mind, really.
Bless you, said Kate, giving Emmy's arm a squeeze. But even the Smith unit hardly demands that sort of sacrifice. If you're determined to beard dragons, could you go see Marie? You know she likes you better than the rest of us. She said something about digging up some extra dishes for us. It appeared that digging was the operative term. The Germans never found them, said Marie proudly, holding up a dirt-encrusted dinner plate in the canvas-roofed kitchen of the old gatekeeper's house, where Marie cooked for them on the one working range left in the whole village. Idiot Bosch.
They're beautiful, said
Emmy, yanking her mind away from Kate and those accounts. Through the clinging earth, Emmy could just make out a red and white design.
What a lovely pattern, and how clever of you to hide them.
I wasn't going to let those swine eat off them.
Marie clutched the dish in both hands, her face contorted with anger and grief.
They were my wedding dishes.
Oh, said Emmy. She took the plate from Marie, holding it very, very carefully. Her wedding dishes, symbol of her life with a husband who was away now, off at the front, his prospect of coming home slim.
You're so kind to let us use them.
Marie thrust a trowel at Emmy.
Here, I've marked this spot by the moat. See you don't break any.
Emmy set the plate tenderly down on the ground. It was really a rather ugly plate, but to Marie, did she look at it and wonder if her husband would ever come home to eat off that plate again? One could argue that it might have been worse. Marie's husband hadn't been shot outright or shipped off by the Boche. He was fighting and free. But still, how awful to be constantly wondering, with every German plane overhead, if this was the bomb that would end it all, with every tremble of the earth, if this was the sapper who would make her a widow. It made Emmy feel very small. No matter how hard they tried to help, they were just passing through. This wasn't their tragedy. It was the Maries who were suffering, who had had their lives upended, who had buried their china so the Boche wouldn't eat off it. It seemed almost wrong to be digging it up so that a group of American officers could be served roast beef and cauliflower au gratin. Never mind that those American officers were fighting to free France. It still made Emmy feel that they were imposing. Kate would tell her that she felt too much, that she shouldn't give way to every stray emotion. What would Kate feel when she found those accounts Alice had left for her? They mightn't be that detailed. It would just be numbers. It wasn't necessarily all itemized. At least Emmy hoped it wouldn't be. Maybe there would just be one lump sum for payments from all unit members instead of individual ones. Emmy dug her spade deep into the damp earth. She was probably worrying about nothing. These weren't real worries, not like Marie's, and if Kate did find it, well, it had been such a little lie. Not even a lie, really. More of an omission. Next to her, the bridge over the moat quivered on its supports as it always did when a car approached. And this was the very creme de la creme of cars, as long as a boat and as shiny as anything could be in the mud of the Somme. Emmy wiped her hands hastily on her skirt before staggering to her feet, her thighs aching. She couldn't possibly have been digging that long. The engineers weren't meant to be there until 1, and it couldn't be much past 11, could it? The big black car rumbled to a stop, and the door opened, followed by a pair of long legs in tall black boots. "It's an odd season to be gardening," said the British captain, as the rest of him emerged from the car. "You're not burying the body, are you?"
"I'm digging for dishes," said Emmy brightly, and immediately wished she hadn't.
"Digging for—" He peered narrowly at the patch of disturbed dirt and the small pile of plates next to it. "You do realize that transferware doesn't grow underground like potatoes?"
"Don't be silly. Everyone knows plates grow on trees."
He looked as though he couldn't tell whether or not she was serious. Flushing, Emmy launched into an explanation.
"These are Marie's wedding dishes. Our housekeeper. She buried them to keep them from the Germans. We've 12 officers from the American engineers coming for luncheon today, you see."
"And I've gate-crashed it. Don't worry, I won't impose on your hospitality. 13's an unlucky number."
"Doesn't that depend on who you ask? Besides, we'll be 25 if you count the unit, 26 with you. We do mean to wash the dishes first,"
Emmy added hastily. "I don't know," said the captain. "A meal of good, honest dirt makes a nice change from bully beef. I should imagine it would taste better, too. But I didn't come by to beg a meal. I found more of your property left lying about at the station, so I thought I'd bring it round." The passenger door edged open, and a rather squashed brown felt hat poked out the side. "Hello? Is this the place?"
"Miss Lewes!"
The unit's agriculturalist was still in civilian clothes, but Emmy recognized her from the luncheon, a comfortably rounded woman of less than medium height who looked more like a children's book illustration of Old Mother Hubbard than a woman who could hobble cows or whatever else it was that agriculturalists were meant to do.
"We didn't think we'd have you until next week."
Ignoring the captain's offered hand, Miss Lewes rolled out of the car. "Neither did I, but my pass came through, so here I am. I'm afraid I've a good deal of gear with me. Everyone was pressing parcels on me for the unit."
"Oh, goodness, what a time you must have had getting this all down to us."
The back of the big car looked like a jumble sale, filled with crates and brown paper parcels, some rather the worse for wear. One of the cases appeared to be moving of its own accord. "I can tell you, I wasn't looking forward to trekking all the way here with my poor little bunnies." Miss Lewes burrowed in among the parcels, lifting the burlap over a large cage. "They've been jostled enough, poor dears, but Captain DeWitt was kind enough to give me a lift from the station."
"DeWitt?"
Emmy looked over her at the captain.
"So it's not Blakeney, then?"
"No," said Captain DeWitt shortly.
"DeWitt, like the biscuits?"
The captain stood like Patience on a monument, if Patience had a thin mustache and a decidedly frozen expression. Emmy recognized that freeze. It was the same way she froze when anyone mentioned her mother.
"Oh, goodness, you are the biscuits, aren't you?"
"That, I am afraid," said Captain DeWitt politely, "would be anatomically impossible."
"My father sent a box, but we've run through them already. There's fierce competition for them. They're really quite our favorites."
Emmy was babbling, she knew, but she felt as if she had to make up for mentioning it, for making him feel awkward.
"You've the endorsement of the Smith unit, for what that's worth."
"Thank you. I'm sure they'll put it on the advertisements going forward." Captain DeWitt sounded very, very British.
"We won't even charge you for the use of our photo."
Captain DeWitt was not amused. Emmy locked her hands together at her waist, saying more formally,
Thank you for bringing Miss Luz to us. You can't imagine the trouble I've been having with my chickens.
Can't I? Captain DeWitt relaxed into a smile. It worked wonders for his thin face. You do have the most curious notions of agriculture, digging for dishes and all that.
Now you're making fun, said Emmy with relief. I'll have you know that our crop of porcelain is second to none. We're thinking of going into business.
Crop? Miss Luz emerged, rear end first, pulling her case of rabbits along with her.
I hadn't thought you'd begun. Oh, no, said Emmy hastily. It was just a joke. I'll show you to your room, shall I? And by your room, I mean our room, Kate's and mine. Kate Moran, that is. You wouldn't have met her at the luncheon. She's our assistant director since Mrs. Rutherford left.
I'll help with the bags, said the captain, once Emmy had run out of breath.
Oh, there's no need, really. We're used to hauling things. We're all terribly muscular, apparently, at least according to the Boston papers.
Why, oh, why had she felt the need to tell him that? Emmy took refuge in peering into the back of the car.
What is all this, Miss Luz?
Miss Luz began hauling bags from the back of the car.
The carpet bags, the rabbits, and the seeds are mine. The rest are all bundles from the Paris Committee. They've sent Christmas stockings and presents for the children. There's even some chocolate. How thoughtful of them.
It couldn't possibly be that close to Christmas already, could it? Emmy couldn't decide whether they'd been at Greycourt for a week or a year. Time blurred here. It had begun raining again, the steady drip they'd all come to dread.
Don't tell the others about the chocolate, or it might not last until tomorrow, much less Christmas.
Would you like the British Army to guard it for you? Offered Captain DeWitt.
If by guard you mean eat, then no,
said Emmy, softening the words with a smile.
It's for the children, you see.
Ignoring her instructions, he efficiently stowed a parcel under each arm and a bag in each hand. How many do you have in your care? Since it didn't seem worth arguing with him, Emmy started walking, leading the way down the path that branched out to the right from the moat, past Marie's house and the old stables.
Altogether, counting all of our villages, roughly 2,000. Here at Greycourt we have 27, but there are always more coming in from the nearer villages. We have the children in for games and sewing and carpentry classes here in the orangery on Thursdays. Oh, do let me help you with that, Miss Luz. What about the animal population? Asked Miss Luz as they rounded the side of the old chateau. We've 8 cows now. Our people in the Basse-Cour, that's the sellers of the old stables, take care of them for us and do the milking.
Have they recovered from their ordeal in the boxcar? Inquired Captain DeWitt.
The more apt question is, have we? Captain DeWitt helped us get the cows home for us.
Emmy explained to Miss Luz.
We did appreciate your assistance, you know. They might still be there at the train station at Nell, but for you.
They'd have been steaks long since, said Captain DeWitt cynically.
Oh, don't say that. They're now quite wonderful milkers. We've so much milk that we've not only enough for our children, but to spare. It's a wonderful feeling being able to give a child a pail of milk and not have to ration it, especially when they haven't had any for so long.
I can imagine it must be, said Captain DeWitt quietly, looking at her with a strange expression on his face. She was going on again, wasn't she? Boring on, Auntie May would say. Emmy determinedly turned her attention back to their agriculturalist.
But you wanted to know about the animals, Miss Luz. We're waiting for a delivery of pigs and also some goats, which we mean to sell on to the country folk. We also keep hens, although our hens have been rather a worry since they're not great layers. Well, to be honest, they haven't laid anything so far. We can't think why. And here we are. Watch your step. It can be a bit tricky over here.
The path between the barracks was knee-deep in mud. In desperation, they'd laid some duck walk left by the Germans, but the knobby concoction of twigs and wire was treacherous at best, apt to trip the unwary. Emmy had landed flat on her backside more than once, and Miss Ledbetter had a bruised hip and had spent a week ostentatiously hobbling with a cane. Captain DeWitt nudged the duck walk with one booted toe. What is this? Emmy looked up at him in surprise.
Duck walk. Isn't that what you use in the trenches to keep your feet dry?
By a certain definition of dry. The captain detoured around the duck walk. That isn't duck walk.
The German said it was, said Emmy, stepping blithely onto the duck walk and tripping over a protruding twig.
Captain DeWitt grabbed her arm before she could go over. It was clearly a mistranslation. Or a booby trap. You'll break your neck on that if you're not careful.
We're careful,
Emmy promised, just as Liza came running from the orangery, launched herself onto the duck walk, and went into a long skid that had her arms waving like propellers. Miraculously, she managed to right herself and scramble through the door of her barrack. Captain DeWitt raised an eyebrow at Emmy.
Mostly careful,
amended Emmy, smiling helplessly at Captain DeWitt. She felt strangely giddy, as if that smile had taken over her whole head, turning it into a sort of balloon. She could just float up and away. Only her legs were quite firmly planted in mud up to the middle of her rubber boots, and her hem was so sodden she couldn't float anywhere.
Forgot my tooth mug,
Liza panted, waving it at them from the door of the barrack.
Who's this? You're not the engineers, are you?
Emmy made a note to herself to take Liza aside at some future point and gently suggest it wouldn't be such a dreadful thing to wear her spectacles.
Miss Luce has arrived, and this is Captain DeWitt. Oh, like the biscuits?
Her face lighting up, Liza started forward, tripped over the edge of the duck walk, executed a complicated sort of flip, and landed hard on one shoulder.
Oof! Liza!
Dropping Miss Luce's parcels, Emmy flopped down on her knees in the mud beside her.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Liza made an attempt to lever herself up, turned an alarming color of gray, and collapsed back down. No, you're not. Captain DeWitt was on Liza's other side. Can you move your arm? Liza tried, and immediately turned gray again. If I may. Captain DeWitt rapidly and impersonally examined Liza's arm and shoulder. In an undertone, he said to Emmy, It's not the arm. I think it's the collarbone. You have a doctor on site?
Yes, 2 of them.
Miss Luce elbowed Captain DeWitt. Let me take a look. I've set a few broken hocks.
Hocks? Like ham?
Liza made another attempt to sit and rapidly subsided.
That's terribly kind of you, said Emmy to Miss Luce. But would you mind getting Dr. Stringfellow? She should be at the dispensary. It's the little temporary house next to the orangery. Down that path that way. It would be a great help.
For a moment, she thought Miss Luce might protest, but she evidently saw the wisdom of it because she sprang to her feet and slogged off through the mud, largely in the right direction. Well done, said Captain DeWitt quietly, and Emmy decided not to remind him that she wasn't one of his soldiers. We need to get her out of this mud, and get that bone set. Do you think you can bear it if we lift you? Liza started to nod, and then stopped abruptly, her lips an alarming bluish white.
It's a good thing we haven't far to go, said Emmy cheerfully. We'll have you in your own bed in just a tick.
On the count of 3, said Captain DeWitt. He took one side while Emmy took the other, sliding their hands into the mud under Liza's back and knees. This is going to hurt. His eyes met Emmy's across Liza's prone form, and she could read what he was thinking as loudly as if he had said it. There was no room for error. No slipping in the mud, no losing their grip or their balance. This had to be done quickly and cleanly. Emmy gave a short, firm nod. 3, said the captain, and together they rose to their feet as smoothly as they could, which wasn't very smoothly at all. Liza made a gurgling noise, her face going very white and her eyes rolling back in her head. Together now. Together, they carried her through the open door of the barrack. Emmy thought vaguely that the first time she had seen the captain had been just after Margaret had keeled over. It was much easier carrying Liza with the captain than it had been carrying Margaret with Kate. She and the captain were nearly of a height. There was no need to stoop or jostle. They moved together as one. Bed? Asked the captain.
The one with the bear on it.
They lowered Liza gently onto her bed, which was covered with a steamer rug, a sleeping bag, 4 blankets, and 1 slightly battered teddy bear.
"We need to get her out of those wet things," said Emmy worriedly. "She's soaked through with mud. She doesn't need a chill on top of an injury."
The captain didn't waste any time on false modesty.
"We'd best cut her jacket off. Getting those sleeves off will only hurt her."
"But her uniform—"
Emmy shook her head.
"Never mind, you're right."
She'd never realized before just how durable wet wool could be. After what seemed an eternity, they had Liza out of her wet skirt and jacket, covered with 3 blankets filched from Maud's bed, the covers carefully tucked just so they wouldn't put pressure on her left side. Kneeling by the side of the cot, Emmy checked Liza's pulse. It was slow but regular. Captain DeWitt, she realized, had risen to his feet and was standing just behind her. Looking up at him, Emmy said quietly,
"Thank you."
He held out a hand to help her to her feet.
"All in a day's work."
"Rescuing fallen damsels?"
"I warned you that duck walk was a German trap."
"So you did."
In her thick rubber boots, she was only an inch or 2 shorter than Captain DeWitt. They stood eye to eye. His, Emmy noticed, were a rather pleasant shade of hazel, all greeny brown, like the sort of stream one stumbled on in the Adirondacks in summer, green leaves and brown silt and quiet contentment.
"Where's my patient?"
Dr. Stringfellow stalked into the room, followed by Miss Lewes.
"Over here,"
said Emmy, dropping Captain DeWitt's hand. Or maybe he dropped hers. She wasn't quite sure.
"She's insensible, poor thing."
"Lucky thing, you mean,"
said Dr. Stringfellow.
"We haven't enough morphia to spare. The less she feels, the better."
"I'd be happy to examine,"
Miss Lewes began.
"When I have a lamb that needs looking at, I'll call you."
Dr. Stringfellow leaned over Liza's recumbent form.
"It's her collarbone. No heavy lifting for her for quite some time, I'd say.
You, Captain, do you have any experience setting bones?"
"I've some experience with field dressings."
"Good. I need to put that arm in a sling. We'll immobilize it and hope for the best. You can lift while I wrap."
"Doctor,"
said Captain DeWitt gravely, and saluted. Dr. Stringfellow snorted.
"Less nonsense, more lifting. Save your flirting for the young fry."
Emmy was feeling decidedly de trop.
"I'd best tell Kate."
"Better you than me,"
said Dr. Stringfellow without looking away from her patient.
"Let her know she's down a driver."
"I'll get my things,"
said Miss Lewes.
"Oh, goodness,"
Emmy said guiltily. She had forgotten all about their new member.
"What a welcome for you. I wish I could say it was out of the ordinary, but I'm afraid it's always something around here. Although not always something like that. Poor Liza."
Miss Lewes's carpetbags had been left just outside, half off the duck walk, cheerfully soaking up mud.
"No matter,"
said Miss Lewes, picking up one bag and giving it a brisk pat.
"There's nothing wrong with a bit of dirt."
"Except that it leaves the most dreadful stains,"
said Emmy, struggling to extract the other bag from the mud, which appeared to have gotten hold of it and didn't want to let go.
"Marie, our mayor and general factotum, does the laundry for us. She starts on Monday, and we get our clothes back on Sunday, although not always the same ones we started with."
"Washing is highly overrated,"
said Miss Lewes cheerfully.
"There's nothing like a good layer of dirt for keeping the warmth in."
"Well, we've certainly plenty of that. Dirt, I mean, not warmth. We're 2 barracks down, that one over there."
As she struggled along the duck walk that led between the barracks, Emmy wondered how she was going to break it to Kate that they were a driver down. That meant Kate taking more shifts in the truck, and Kate was doing too much already.
"Kate?"
Emmy called as she opened the barrack door.
"Kate?"
Her roommate was sitting on her bed, surrounded by a welter of papers, a portable writing desk sitting on the coverlet beside her. But she wasn't writing. She was just sitting there, her head bent. "Emmy," Kate's voice sounded rusty. "Emmy, there's something I have to ask you about these accounts." Emmy felt the world lurch around her as her stomach dropped down into her boots. She'd forgotten. With the captain and Miss Lewes and Liza, she'd forgotten about Kate and the accounts, about what Kate might find in the accounts.
Kate, Miss Lewes is here.
Emmy dropped Miss Lewes's carpetbag with a thud, effectively cutting off what Kate was about to say. They would talk later, Emmy promised herself. She would explain. She would, somehow. And once she explained, Kate would understand it was all for the best.
I've told her she can room with us, since we've an extra bed since Margaret left.
Chapter 15. We had thought we worked hard the rest of the week, but Sunday has become our most hectic day, because that's the day when every man in the neighborhood comes to call. Last Sunday, we had more than 20 men over for tea. French, British, and American, Quakers, engineers, cavalry, aviators, and civilians. This Sunday, it was luncheon for 12 officers of the American engineers. Roast beef, cauliflower cheese, and chocolate rice pudding. If you think it sounds good, it was. And a British captain who wandered in for some reason or other and turned out to be the DeWitt of DeWitt's Biscuits. Our guest book is absolutely killing. You'd never believe the signatures we've collected. Miss Alice Patton, class of 1910, to her sister, Mrs. Gilbert Thomas. November 1917. Grécourt, France. Miss Lewes? Kate's muscles moved without conscious direction from her brain. Setting aside the paper she'd been holding, she rose from the bed, saying automatically, "Welcome to Grécourt. We didn't expect you so soon."
My pass came through, so here I am. Is this my bed? Lovely.
Emmy had fallen back behind the other woman, trying to make herself as small as possible. A fund, Emmy had told her, a fund set up to pay living expenses and fees. Some of the girls were volunteering to pay their own way, to save the unit expenses, but the money was there, part of the plan. Not charity, Emmy had sworn. Impersonal funding donated by scores of Smith alumni who wanted to do their bit but couldn't go themselves. Money available to anyone. A lie. All a lie. There was no fund. Everyone was paying her own way. Everyone except Kate. "That's your washstand, Miss Lewes." Kate felt thoroughly distracted, but the amenities had to be observed. Her voice sounded like it was coming from someone else, calm and normal, when she wanted to scream and howl. "The water tends to freeze overnight, but Marie's son Yves brings us 2 cans of hot water every morning for washing." "Sounds like luxury," said Miss Lewes, carpetbags underneath her cot.
Where can I keep my rabbits? In the basse-cour, I would think. That's where we keep our cows. Kate.
Emmy was wringing her hands like Lady Macbeth after a hard night of regicide, wringing and wringing them until Kate wanted to reach out and make her stop, just stop.
Kate, you should know.
Yes? Every muscle in Kate's body tensed. She both wanted to hear what Emmy had to say and was dreading it.
Liza broke her collarbone,
Emmy blurted out. Her collarbone.
On the duck walk, although Captain DeWitt says it isn't really proper duck walk, so maybe that's why.
Liza, duck walk, broken bones. Kate's brain felt like it had been stuffed with wool. Nothing made any sense. Captain DeWitt?
That Englishman we met at the hospital. He just happened to be passing by and gave Miss Lewes a lift.
Emmy was backing away, toward the door of the barrack.
Welcome again, Miss Lewes. I'll tell the people in the orangery to ladle out an extra tooth mug of pumpkin soup for you. Unless you can have Liza's. I'm not sure if she'll be up to lunching. I'll just go and check on her, shall I?
With that, Emmy fled, letting the door bang shut behind her. A bit nervy, that one, isn't she? Said Miss Lewes, looking after Emmy with interest from her perch on the cot. Her eyes roll just like a colt I once knew. Not usually, said Kate shortly. If Emmy was nervy, it was because she'd been caught out. It's been a trying day, I gather. Will you excuse me for a moment? Maybe there was an explanation. Maybe she'd misunderstood. Maybe the accounting was wrong. Either way, Kate needed to know. She needed to hear it from Emmy's own lips. But by the time she found Emmy, diligently scrubbing plates, the engineers had come roaring in, and Kate found herself pressed into service with a ladle, dishing out pumpkin soup into tooth mugs. And then it was a regular melee as everyone rushed about collecting the tooth mugs to be re-washed for the chocolate pudding, setting out platters of cauliflower cheese and roast beef, parrying the banter of the engineers, who were in roaringly high spirits. All the while, Kate couldn't help looking around the table at her sisters in arms, seeing them as if for the first time, all of them with their own quirks, their capable hands and determined faces, Alice's lacy jabot contrasting with her grimy uniform, Maud ostentatiously waving her engagement ring and speaking loudly of Henry, Liza trussed up in bandages from the waist up, but pink-cheeked and happy as could be, with 2 engineers to help her manage her cutlery and grab her the best pieces of beef. They all looked so sure of themselves, despite their ragged uniforms that could never be made entirely clean, no matter how Marie scrubbed them. It was an assurance that couldn't be taught, an assurance that came of always having had a cook and housemaid, of knowing that Daddy was a lawyer or a professor or a banker. It sat on them like polish. Kate, wearing the same uniform, no more ragged than the rest, felt nonetheless very small and shabby, as if they could see in her bones she was different, that she wasn't pulling her weight. Her head ached with the din of all those voices, all those strident, confident, honking voices. One of the engineers was asking her about her people, and Kate smiled and responded vaguely. It didn't matter. He mostly wanted to talk about himself anyway, but Kate felt naked and a fraud. Only Julia sat silent, with Dr. Stringfellow on one side and Emmy's British captain on the other. Charity case, Julia had called Kate all those years ago, and Kate had burned at it, at the indignity of it, when she had never accepted a penny from Emmy, when she had been so very, very careful not to ever take anything from Emmy. But now she was what Julia had called her, and worse. Kate looked around the table, wondering what this made her. Not a proper member of the unit, a member of their fellowship, but a sort of paid companion, only there due to the munificence of, what had that loathsome reporter called her? The noble descendant of one of our first families. Emmy's charity case. Would this lunch never end? Finally, the tooth mugs were cleared a second time, sounds of repletion made, napkins dropped. Finally, they could disperse and Kate wouldn't have to keep smiling in a way that made her face hurt. But then the engineers produced, with a great air of triumph, a Victrola. "A dance!" cried Nell, hiking up her skirt and hopping out of her chair. "Huzzah!" There was no hope for it after that. The tables were pushed aside, the dishes stacked haphazardly to await cleaning later. Marie was miraculously induced to produce coffee, and the luncheon turned into a dance, engineers and smithies galloping around the makeshift dance floor in their rubber boots. Julia, Kate noticed, had disappeared, and she was deeply tempted to do the same, but there were more men than women, and she found herself yanked into first one dance and then another, dancing with a sameness of pink-cheeked, clean-shaven men who all seemed to have a first cousin once removed who was engaged to this or that Smith girl, and say, wasn't it a bully thing they were doing here? Emmy's Brit had been attached by Alice, who was attempting to lead him in a Viennese waltz, swirling and dipping with anxious gaiety. Emmy, meanwhile, had busied herself quietly collecting plates, as if trying to make herself as small as she could. For a moment, their eyes met, and Kate saw pure misery and guilt, before Emmy ducked her head and began stacking plates with renewed vigor. Kate tried to make her way across the room to her. This was absurd. They needed to talk about this. They couldn't just go on being miserable at one another. But she was plucked off by an engineer in want of a dancing partner and neatly suborned into another dance. Waltzing past her, Kate heard Maud's voice, too loud as always. Look at Emmy Van Alden sulking. She shouldn't think she can monopolize DeWitt's biscuits just because she saw him first. Did no one ever teach her to share? Share? Kate wanted to kick Maud's booted legs out from under her. Emmy was the most generous person Kate knew, which was, of course, just the problem. Kate's head ached with thinking about it. She'd pay it back, of course. She wasn't sure how, but she would. But it ate at her all the same that all this time, from the very beginning, Emmy had been lying to her. The engineers stayed, and stayed. When they finally took their leave, with promises of return engagements, there was Miss Lewes in their room, and Kate could have screamed in frustration. "Emmy," she tried whispering, once Miss Lewes had subsided into snoring slumber on the third cot. But Miss Lewes murmured and turned, and Kate had to retreat beneath the pillow. It wasn't until after breakfast the next day that Kate finally caught Emmy at the chicken coop, draped over the chicken wire, looking mournfully at her poultry. As impossible as it was, the mud seemed even thicker here. Kate sank to the tops of her boots with every step. "Emmy?" Emmy looked up at her, her eyes glassy with unshed tears. "My hens are roosters." "What?" "My hens." Emmy sniffed, scrubbing her nose with a large, monogrammed handkerchief. "Miss Lewes just told me. The reason none of my hens are laying is that they're all roosters. I bought 72 roosters instead of 72 hens. What are we to do with 72 roosters?" "Make stew?" It would be so easy just to let herself be drawn back into the day-to-day, to let it all go. But she couldn't. And Kate minded terribly that Emmy was making her feel sorry for her just when she wanted to be angry at her. "They didn't have big combs, so I thought, but apparently not all French roosters do." "Yes, things aren't always what they appear, are they?" Emmy bit her lip. "Kate, you told me the unit was paying for travel and living expenses." Emmy ducked her head, looking down at her chickens. "I told you that alumni were donating money." "And you're an alumna? That's pure sophistry, Emmy, and you know it." There was a world of difference between being bankrolled by an anonymous group of donors and having her expenses paid by someone she knew. "Why did you assume I couldn't pay? I'm not a pauper, Emmy. My family aren't paupers." "I know that," said Emmy, a little too quickly. "We're not poor, Emmy," Kate said fiercely. But of course they were to Emmy, with her Fifth Avenue mansion and her camp in the Adirondacks and her cottage in Newport that was bigger than most apartment buildings. It didn't mean anything to Emmy that Kate's stepfather, the police officer, could put meat on the table or lace curtains on the windows. Those were inconsequentialities to Emmy, these things that to Kate and her mother had seemed so monumental and miraculous. "I have a job. I had a job." Emmy looked at Kate with wide, childlike blue eyes. "Yes, but why shouldn't my mother pay our way? The cost wasn't anything to her. She spends more than that each week on stamps." "No, it's not anything to her." The air stank of chicken excrement. Kate's boots were sticky with mud and feathers. Emmy mistook Kate's words for agreement. "And you know she's always liked you, Kate. She wanted you to be her secretary." "And I said no." Emmy's forehead wrinkled. "I never blamed you for that. I know my mother can be a bit—" "It wasn't because of your mother." Kate rather liked Emmy's mother. There was something about her drive that spoke to Kate. She would have loved to be Mrs. Van Alden's secretary, to travel with her around the world, helping her to write strongly worded letters to the editors of all the major papers. "I said no because I didn't want to be beholden. I was your friend, Emmy, not your project." There was a horrible moment where Emmy was silent, the only sounds the clucking of the chickens. "Wasn't I?" "Of course. You know I would never have got through Smith without you."
That's why I wanted you here so badly. I knew I couldn't do this without you, and I knew that you might not have the money to spare, so I thought that if it were all paid already...
You shouldn't have assumed.
Maybe I shouldn't have, but when I started to tell you about the unit, you looked so skeptical, and I knew you were going to say no.
And there had been that room, that depressing, cabbage-scented room with its paper shades and fraying coverlet, the very picture of poverty. Kate pressed her eyes shut, fighting hard to keep her composure. You might have given me the choice. In a very small voice, Emmy said, I was afraid if I did, you wouldn't come. She seemed so small, which was ridiculous since Emmy was a full head taller than Kate, but she did. She seemed so small and so vulnerable. Kate's heart twisted. But then Emmy ruined it all by saying,
And you did have a choice, didn't you? You had the choice to come or not come. I didn't want the money to be a factor. I knew that you'd be brilliant at it. And the truth is, I didn't know if I could do this without you, Kate. You make everything manageable, even algebra.
But it wasn't a choice, not a true choice. Kate's throat locked. She struggled to find the words to explain, but Emmy was still talking, faster now, as if determined to get it all over with.
I know it was wrong to lie to you, Kate, I do. It was just, I needed you so badly.
Emmy looked at her appealingly. Kate knew that expression so well. It was Emmy's hapless face, the one that got people to do things for her. She didn't do it on purpose. It was just part of who she was.
You're not sorry you're here, are you?
Constantly wet and freezing. Never enough sleep, never enough time. All those different personalities to manage, the challenge of it, never the same from day to day, always a new obstacle to be surmounted, a new battle to be won, a broken truck to be fixed, a reluctant bureaucrat to bully. It was alarming to realize how much she'd come to love it, this strange life here. One could say many things about it, but it was never dull. Kate never felt, as she had in Boston, that she was wasting her time and her energies. It was maddening and rewarding, and it suited her as nothing else had. No, said Kate slowly. I'm not sorry.
I was so worried at first that you were miserable and I'd done something terrible by bringing you here, but then you seemed so happy. You don't dislike it here, do you?
Kate's lips felt numb. No, I don't dislike it. On the contrary, she was terrified of losing it, of Maud finding out and deciding she was hardly a real member of the unit at all. When had she come to love it so?
Just think what you would have missed if you'd never come.
Emmy leaned forward earnestly.
And you wouldn't have come if you had had to pay, would you?
Kate could feel her stomach drop, but she couldn't make herself lie. No. Emmy's face lit up like 1,000 candles on a Christmas tree. She clapped her hands together, bouncing on the balls of her boots.
You see? Oh, Kate, surely you must see how much the unit needs you, how much you've done. And you seemed so unhappy at that school in Boston. So it all turned out for the best.
But that's not... Kate's throat felt scratchy with frustration and chicken feathers. You can't just sweep in and decide you know what's best for me. I'm not one of your settlement house girls, Emmy. Emmy grabbed Kate's hands in hers, squeezing them affectionately.
But it was what was best for you, wasn't it? And for the unit. They've made you assistant director. That says something, doesn't it? What does it matter who paid for what? You're here, and that's all that matters.
Kate stood frozen, her hands caught in Emmy's, feeling like she'd never known Emmy, or that Emmy had never known her. No, it's not. You've made me into your debtor, your hireling. You've made me beholden. Kate saw relief in Emmy's face and knew she'd entirely misunderstood.
Is that all? You don't need to pay it back. I never wanted you to pay it back. It really doesn't matter, Kate. Can't we just forget it? You can pay your own way going forward if it makes you more comfortable.
Thanks, said Kate flatly. How big of you? Emmy looked at her in confusion, like a kicked puppy, and Kate felt a moment of guilt. But this was her life Emmy was playing with. This was the job she'd given up and the trip she'd taken overseas and working in a war zone, all under false pretenses. Emmy had blatantly, openly lied to her because she knew Kate would mind, but she'd gone ahead and done it anyway and kept on lying. Kate couldn't quite get her head around it, the selfishness of it. Did you never stop and think of how this might make me feel? Emmy twisted her hands together.
I was hoping you would never find out. And then it would all be all right. Mademoiselle Moran!
Zélie came running up, breathless, barreling between them. She stopped in front of Kate, too full of her news to notice the tension in the air.
2 camions, anglais, and a billet for Mademoiselle Aimée.
Zélie glanced a little nervously at Emmy. She was still wary of Emmy after that incident with the ball back in September. She was Kate's own special assistant, and it was foolish and childish to be grateful she was here now as a sort of shield. Thank you, Zélie, said Kate, taking the note from her and handing it to Emmy, holding it out from the edge so that their fingers wouldn't touch. Emmy took it, casting a long, searching glance at Kate before dropping her head to the paper.
It's from Captain DeWitt.
Emmy looked up, her whole face lighting.
He sent us 2 loads of duckwalk, proper duckwalk, and 8 Tommies to set it out for us. He says he'll come by later to see that they've put it down properly. The Tommies, said Zélie. The Tommies, they ask that you tell them where the walk is to go.
You'd best go then, or we'll have those camions blocking our drive all day. Liza can't drive, so I need to take Dr. Stringfellow out. Some of us need to earn our keep, apparently. Realizing she was being horrible, Kate added stiffly, Please give Captain DeWitt the thanks of the unit.
I will. And Kate...
Emmy paused and turned back, clutching the note like a holy relic.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but I'm glad you're here. Mademoiselle Moran?
Zélie was tugging at Kate's arm.
Mademoiselle Moran, is there anything else I can do?
No. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. That wasn't an apology at all, because Emmy didn't think she needed to apologize. Kate felt sick with anger and grief. It had all worked out as Emmy wanted it to work out, and therefore it didn't matter that she'd done violence to Kate's deepest sensibilities. Maybe she thought Kate didn't have any sensibilities. What was pride to the poor?
Mademoiselle Moran?
Kate looked down at Zélie with regret. I'm sorry, Zélie. My mind was elsewhere. J'étais distrait. The girl looked so disappointed that Kate added, I have to drive to En Bleu today. Would you like to ride along with me and the doctors? It was some distraction, listening to Zélie talk about life before the war, but never her brother. She never talked of her brother, who had been killed by a mine in a field, and Kate was very careful never to ask, and to watch her wonderment as they detoured to Noyon, which Zélie swore was so big it must be bigger than Paris. They let her help hold the bandages, and she felt very grown up and important indeed, and Kate took a moment from seething to be soothed by the thought that at least she had made someone happy. At least someone saw her as a person and not a project or a pawn. Not that Emmy really saw her as either of those things, Kate knew, not consciously. But she couldn't get past it, that Emmy believed she'd done nothing wrong, nothing other than being found out, that was. Emmy had wanted her here, and so Emmy had arranged it, and never mind how Kate might feel about it. And what if Kate had been miserable in Boston? It was her right to be miserable in Boston. Yes, she was happy here, but not at the cost of her self-respect. She hated that she'd been the recipient of Emmy's largesse. It didn't matter that she hadn't known about it. She ought to have known about it. She ought to have known Emmy well enough to guess. Maybe she had guessed on some level and had chosen not to know, which made it worse, because then she was complicit in her own beggaring. They didn't want to pauperize the French villagers, Mrs. Rutherford had insisted. They were to sell, not give. But that was just what Emmy had done to Kate. She'd forced her charity on her. And maybe, just maybe, Kate might have forgiven her if she'd been properly horrified, if she'd broken down and apologized and acknowledged she was wrong. But to stand there and insist it was for the best? It made Kate furious just thinking of it. The rain, the endless rain, dripped down. Even the mud was covered with mud. Nothing was ever dry. The best they could hope for was an acceptable level of dampness. The green twigs they poked into their stoves popped and smoldered. The Canadians explained to them that they were meant to dry the wood on the top half of the stove and then burn it, but there was never enough time, and so their meager fires smoked and never gave off near enough heat to dry their stockings, much less anything else. Tempers ran short, particularly Kate's. It didn't help that Emmy watched her constantly, darting anxious glances at her, as if trying to make sure she was enjoying herself. It soured everything. It made every triumph, every moment of joy, or even mere content, feel like an admission. And she couldn't admit that Emmy had been right, because she wasn't, not about what mattered. When the Canadian foresters invited the unit to their camp for Thanksgiving, Kate would have much preferred to beg off, but she was still, despite it all, assistant director of the unit, and her presence would be expected. If it hadn't been for the Canadians dropping off loads of wood for the unit, they would have frozen long since, or chopped off a few stray limbs trying to chop their own wood. They couldn't afford to offend them. So, grudgingly, Kate put on her cleanest and driest shirtwaist and got back into her despised rubber boots. It was an eerie trip through barren fields marked with barbed wire and desolate forest with the mist rising from the ground. Like something out of a fairy tale, Kate thought, and almost said as much to Emmy before remembering she wasn't speaking to Emmy. She saw Emmy glance at her and looked away, turning to determinedly chat with Miss Ledbetter, who only wanted to tell her all about the history of the forest and the chateau at which the Canadians were quartered. Because it was a castle, a proper castle with a moat around it, not in ruins like Greycourt, but an uncannily preserved remnant of an earlier time. Beauty and the Beast, Kate thought. She and Emmy had read Madame Leprince de Beaumont's fairy tales together at Smith. But there were no beasts here, only good, honest Canadians who served them an incongruous supper of lobster and apple pie in a gray-paneled salon trimmed with holly and mistletoe. Kate made an effort to chat cheerfully. They'd gone to such an effort, these Canadians. They'd even made menu cards for each place, decorated with a jaunty American flag. But she felt tired and lonely. All the more lonely in the midst of a crowd, and her hand hurt. She'd scraped it a week ago trying to fix the Ford truck when it had broken down on them outside Canizee, and despite cleaning and wrapping, it still felt as raw as it had that first day. Worse even. "Don't forget your dance card," the man next to Kate reminded her when she rose from the table. He flipped the menu over to reveal a dance card. "We're starting with a Virginia reel." "I'm afraid you'll have to roll me through the reel after all that pie," said Kate, and escaped as they began pushing the tables to the sides and sprinkling the old parquet floor with boracic acid for dancing. She couldn't leave until the others did. The truck was waiting to bring them back, but the candles were burning her eyes, the noise too loud. She wondered if she might not be a little feverish. Possibly. Or maybe it was just the exhaustion of being angry all the time, of going and going and going, because if she stopped, she would have to accept that Emmy was never going to understand why she was upset. And if she couldn't, what did it mean for their friendship? Or had they ever really been friends? Kate wove her way across the room, passing Maud, who was holding forth to a group of 5 foresters. "Our doctors may be all right delivering babies, But as general practitioners, you're better off with a medieval barber surgeon. Liza and I got into their records, and can you believe, for a case of cancer of the stomach, they prescribed soda mints? I ask you.
If that's doctoring, I have a degree too, one of the men said with a grin.
Kate paused. She had been there that day. She knew the woman Maud was talking about. Turning, she said, "They gave her soda mints because she was too far gone to do anything else." There was awkward silence and shuffling of feet. Kate felt like an utter heel, but she couldn't have just left it. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Dr. Stringfellow and Julia were doing their best. "Well, I wouldn't want them to doctor me," said Maud loudly, and turned back to her audience. The conversation resumed, with Kate on the outside of it. A wave of bone-deep fatigue hit her, making her sway on her feet. Usually, Kate enjoyed the rest of the unit. Even Maud's antics were entertaining in their own twisted way, but tonight she had no energy for any of it. She just wanted somewhere dark and quiet. It was so hot in the gray salon, with all the bodies, people galloping up and down the dance floor, a fire blaring in the great hearth. The Forresters had no shortage of wood at their disposal, it seemed. Kate escaped through a lightly gilded door into a room that seemed mercifully unoccupied. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, she could just make out the shape of furniture and golden lyres molded onto the panels of the wall. Her hand was throbbing terribly. Kate peeled back the bandage, wincing as the scab stuck to the linen. "What's wrong with your hand?" demanded a voice out of the darkness. A shadow detached itself from one of the settees. "Julia." Kate clutched at the bandage. "What are you doing out here?" "I don't like dancing." Julia hadn't danced at the luncheon for the engineers either, Kate remembered. She'd disappeared as soon as the music started. "Show me that hand." Kate put her hand behind her back. "It's just a scrape." Julia leaned against the carved back of the settee. "It's festering, isn't it?" "I cleaned it. It's something in the soil. Cuts don't heal properly. The soldiers call it boche bouton. Don't ask me why. Come to the dispensary tomorrow and I'll dress it for you." "There's no need." "There is if you want to keep your hand." Without changing tone, Julia asked, "Why aren't you and Emmy speaking?" Kate stared at her, startled. "We're speaking." They sometimes exchanged as many as 2 sentences in a row. Julia let out a short, harsh laugh. "I went to Miss Porter's for 2 years. I know not speaking when I see it." "We've had a disagreement." Julia raised her eyes to the ornate ceiling. "Because no one has ever had one of those before." "Never mind," said Kate, turning to go, but her knees felt like rubber, and she had to grab the edge of the settee to steady herself. "No, wait." Julia wiggled herself up straight, her voice changing, becoming almost serious. "Emmy is the nearest thing I have to family. As opposed to her usual air of sickening cheer, she currently exudes misery. I want to know why." As Julia sat up, Kate caught a strong whiff of spirits. "Did you get into Alice's sherry?" "That rubbish?" Julia raised a silver flask. Even in the gloom, Kate could see that it had a coat of arms on it, old and elaborate. "This is brandy, my child. Want a slug?" "I'll pass," said Kate dryly. No need for Julia to know that she already felt dizzy and that a sip of brandy might put her under entirely. "Suit yourself?" Julia waited a moment and then asked, "What happened?" It was too much trouble keeping it to herself, and it was dark, and the thump of feet and tinny din of music echoed from the next room, adding to the general feeling of unreality. Kate lowered herself onto the other end of the settee, folding her hands carefully in her lap. Her fingers felt as though they didn't belong to her. "Emmy's been paying my board without telling me." "Is that all?" Kate's head felt very heavy. She lifted it just enough to glower in Julia's general direction. "What do you mean, is that all? She had no right—" Julia shrugged. She likes to do things for people. Kate shifted against the surprisingly lumpy cushion. What if people don't want them done? I know you think I'm Emmy's charity case, but... Julia lowered her flask. Emmy's what? Charity case, said Kate tightly. Those were your own words. That's what you said. To Nick Peniston, in Newport. You called me Emmy's latest charity. Oh, yes, said Julia after a long moment. I'd forgotten that. I hadn't, said Kate bitterly. It felt very real just then, that long-ago moment, coming down the stairs to find those two golden heads together. Why did you hate me so much? Was it because you thought I was sponging off Emmy? I wasn't, you know. I never took a penny from her. Not then, anyway. Or it was something she had always wondered deep down. Was it because of Nick? Next door, they were playing Blue Danube. The sickeningly romantic strains floated through the room as Julia spluttered on her brandy. Nick? You thought I was jealous because of Nick? Why not? Or was I not important enough to be a threat? Just another Bridget, Irish and poor. Good Lord, Nick, said Julia reminiscently. He was a decent enough specimen of his kind, as male creatures go. Utterly spineless. Pleasant, but spineless. No, I didn't hate you because of Nick, said Julia in a detached, cool tone. I hated you because I was jealous of you. She said it so matter-of-factly, as if it ought to have been blindingly obvious. What on earth could I possibly have that you don't? Julia sat up straighter. The right to earn your own living. A scholarship, a proper scholarship, free and clear. That's just because my family didn't have the money to send me. Kate had been so grateful for that scholarship and worked so hard to justify it. Free and clear were never words she would have used to describe it. Did you think mine had? Demanded Julia. Do you know what I had to do to go to Smith? Beg. You want to talk about charity cases? You're looking at one. Kate blinked at Julia, trying to make the world stand still again. But your family doesn't have two beans to rub together, said Julia, with a certain grim satisfaction. My father lost it all on the stock market in '93, poor sap. Then he killed himself. They put it about that it was a hunting accident, but it wasn't really. He just didn't have the nerve to face my mother. I don't blame him. Well, I do, really. But I can understand why he'd rather face a bullet than my esteemed mater. But wasn't your mother married to a French count? It had been mentioned a time or two, or 10. Oh, yes. This was his. Pretty, isn't it? Julia waved her flask, the silver glinting in the sparse moonlight. He thought he was getting a rich American. My mother thought she was going to be Marie Antoinette without the whole guillotine bit. Both of them utterly washed up. He was a wonderful old wastrel. He didn't have a sou, but that didn't stop him from buying me rafts of toys and then tearing up the bills. She finished cynically. He had a theory that aristocrats shouldn't have to pay. Unfortunately for him, that was a little too ancien régime for these democratic times. His creditors caught up with him eventually. I don't think we ever bought anything we couldn't pay for, said Kate wonderingly, even when they were terribly, terribly poor. Her mother had a horror of credit and of the pawn shop. We went without when we couldn't afford it. That, my dear, is because you are poor but honest, said Julia mockingly. But Kate knew, somehow, in this strange half-dream state, that the mockery wasn't for her. Not a washed-up aristocrat with delusions of grandeur. I refer, as you may have gathered, to my stepfather. My mother hasn't delusions. She's just a venal witch. Kate thought of her own mother, her work-worn hands turning the pages of a library book as she read to Kate. She must have been so tired. That was before her stepfather, back when her mother was scrubbing houses to keep them fed. but she had always taken the time to read to her. "That seems a bit hard," she said cautiously. "Does it?" Julia gave a humorless laugh. She tried to sell me off. They tarred it up by calling it marriage and making it sound honorable, but my debut was really just another sort of auction. I was meant to be the last great hope, snag someone suitably plump in the pocket and rescue my mother from the indignity of paste jewels. My mother was furious when Aunt Cora agreed to pay my tuition and board at Smith, but she couldn't do anything about it. Darling Auntie Cora holds all the purse strings, so she just had to wait and bide her time. Every moment I was at Smith, I knew I was on borrowed time. You want to know why I hated you? I hated you because you were so free. There you were, off to do whatever you wanted to do. This was not the way Kate remembered it. She felt as though she was being told an entirely different version of her past. Teach French to spoiled society girls? Julia shrugged. Chacun a son goût. Maybe you liked it. Whatever it was, you didn't have someone on at you about how you owed it to her to marry the first wealthy boor who crossed your path. In her usual bored drawl, she added, "Apparently she gave up her figure for me, and that means I'm meant to keep her in Paris frocks for the rest of her life." Kate said the first thing that came to her head. Wouldn't a strong corset be more to the point? Julia raised her flask to her. Touché. In any event, that summer I was hanging about because I needed to persuade Aunt Cora to front me the money for medical school. Horrible old fraud. Big ideas, big plans, big speeches, but I don't think she'd know a good deed if it bit her. She gives speeches about women's education, but when it comes down to it, it's like squeezing blood from a stone. But a scholarship? Do you think anyone was going to give me a scholarship? You must be joking. The worthy poor, yes. Julia gestured elaborately in Kate's direction. But never Livingston Van Alden's niece. Oh, thanks a lot. I would trade in a heartbeat. With a shock, Kate realized she meant it. I had to beg for the money to go to Smith. The only reason my uncle gave it, and it was he, not Aunt Cora, was because he wanted to annoy my mother. They've always hated each other, my mother and my uncle, since they were children. It's because they're too much alike. And because my uncle actually managed to marry money, and my mother will never forgive him for it. All the feuds were making Kate's head spin. Whatever her own family was, however apart from them she felt, they all liked each other. They might not always understand each other, but they liked each other, and they meant well. You make me feel like my own family is relatively uncomplicated. Everyone's family is complicated, but some of them are nicer than others. My family are vipers. Emmy accepted. But that's probably why she's quite so holy. It had to balance out somehow. I'm a viper. I've had to be. It's bite or be bitten. I always thought you had the world handed to you. That's what everyone thinks. That's what they're meant to think. It's miserable being proud. We're all rotten with it, though. Even Emmy. In her own sweet way. In her case, it takes the form of noble self-abnegation. Emmy's odor of sanctity always makes me feel like a louse, added Julia frankly. But she does mean it, you know. It's not a put-on, like Aunt Cora. I know. That was what was so miserable about it. When Emmy said she meant it for the best, she did. She genuinely felt she was helping Kate. But what if Kate didn't want to be helped? As if she could read what Kate was thinking, Julia said, "She can't help herself, you know. She just likes to give things to people. She thinks it will make them like her. I wish she wouldn't." Julia turned her flask this way and that, admiring the sheen. Maybe that's why she likes you, because you're not looking for anything from her. But she'd been given it all the same. All right. How would you feel if you found out someone was paying your way? You dear innocent child. How did you think I got here? My mother disowned me. I'm a medical student. It's all I can do to keep myself in stockings and shirtwaists. Kate sat up a little straighter, feeling her head throb with the movement. Is Emmy paying for you too? No, Dr. Stringfellow is. One Smith doctor to another. And you don't mind? I'm here, aren't I? There was silence for a moment as laughter and music filtered from the next room. Kate could barely hear Julia's voice when she spoke. Do you know what I've learned? You take what you can get, and you don't ask too many questions. Scruples are for people who can afford them. When you want something, you do what you have to do. You mean like ask your aunt for money? Asked Kate skeptically. Do you know how I paid for medical school when Aunt Cora said no? I sold my pearls. My mother raised the biggest fit, but there was nothing she could do, other than disown me, that was. Best day of my life. I took that money and I paid my tuition and I worked hard, so hard. I lived on bread and milk. I studied harder than any of the boys. But none of them will ever admit that I might be a real doctor. Our doctors may be all right delivering babies. I'm sure they don't all think that, Kate said, because it was the sort of thing one said. When we went to the hospital at Neuilly, Dr. Blake stroked my arm, said Julia flatly. They all think that way, all of them. To them, I'm just a piece of flesh, because an educated woman must be a whore. Just a whore they don't have to pay for. Kate felt very cold all of a sudden. She'd been so wrapped up in her own misery, she'd forgotten about that day in Amiens, Dr. Stapleton and Old Lang Syne. Not all of them are Dr. Stapleton, said Kate quietly. There's some decent men out there. Her stepfather, for one. He'd tried so hard with her. It wasn't his fault that she'd never forgiven him for not being her father. It must, she realized, have been as hard for him as for her, having a sullen 8-year-old on his hands. But he'd tried, and he'd never called her anything but daughter. I'll believe it when, how does the line go? When they make men of some other matter than earth. In the voice of one determined to be fair, Julia added, Nick was a good one, as they went. He was sweet on you, you know. Kate's eyes were burning. Her voice came out in a hoarse whisper. He was? I don't know if he'd have had the guts to do anything about it. His mother slept with the social register under her pillow. But he was sweet on you. Julia gazed into the unlit fireplace, her voice sounding very far away. He died, you know, about a month ago. He was shot down. No, I didn't know. Kate was shivering. She couldn't seem to stop shivering. The chills racked her bodies. Sometimes I'd look into the sky and wonder... Kate? Julia swung her feet to the ground, her voice changing. She sounded, suddenly, remarkably sober. Kate felt the back of Julia's hand against her forehead. You're burning up. I thought... Kate's teeth were chattering, and her head felt like there was a vice around it. I thought it was just hot in here. Idiot, said Julia. Come on, I'm looking at that hand whether you like it or not. Chapter 16. The history of Courcelles is one well known within the annals of chivalry. Across these fields the Merovingian kings fought their battles. From this castle did the Lord of Courcelles sally forth on crusade with his retinue of knights. And it was here, as legend has it, that the Demoiselle of Courcelles, the first of that name, Lady Melisande, brought the blessed Dame of Orléans, none other than Jeanne d'Arc, and besought her lord to follow the saint into battle for the glory of France. Today, the proud banner of Courcelles no longer flies from that storied castle. It is well known that in these recent hostilities, the present holder of that title, unwilling to bow to the yoke of the German invader, consigned himself and his castle to the flames, bringing to their deaths a number of German officers in the finest tradition of his house. The German repercussions were swift and sure. Nothing now remains of the noble chateau or its accompanying village but the saddest of ruins. From A Chateau in Picardy, Sketches of France at War, by Miss Ethel Ledbetter. December 1917. Grécourt, France. Madame Lepenasse's hand was limp and cold in Emmy's.
Madame Lepenasse?
Emmy tried to rise up on her knees to look at the woman's face, but she had been kneeling by the cot for so long that she couldn't feel her feet anymore. Dusk had fallen, leaving the sad room in shadows.
Madame?
No answer. Outside, through the great hole in the wall left by German explosives, indifferent snowflakes drifted by against a charcoal sky. The little fire, no use against the bitter winter cold, cracked and spluttered.
Madame, wake up. It's me, La Dame Américaine.
The cat, crouching on top of the pot-bellied stove, gave an unearthly yowl and jumped down to stalk over to her mistress, butting her head against her mistress's limp hand. Mon seul souvenir, Madame Lepenasse had called that cat, the one thing left to her after the Germans had departed. Emmy felt the tears start to her eyes and blinked hard. It was important to stay strong, they had all agreed. It was important that the villagers see them competent and cheerful, but Emmy couldn't help it. There was no one here but the cat, just the cat and the shadows of all the people who weren't anymore, dim daguerreotypes of a husband shot by the Boche, children gone away no one knew where, all gone, 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 and Madame Lepenasse, always so full of life, full of stories told in so thick a Picard dialect that sometimes Emmy could hardly understand her, gone too. Emmy lowered her face to the older woman's cold hand, pressing it to her forehead in apology and shame. She hadn't even known Madame Lepenasse was ill. It had been nearly a month since Emmy had made her appointed rounds in Courcelles. A month. Oh, there had been reasons. First, there had been Miss Luz, who needed to be shown all the animals, and who had been terribly nice about it and tried not to tell Emmy she had done everything all wrong, but had cheerfully gone about fixing everything. The roosters, the useless roosters, had been distributed at a cut-rate price to the people of the villages and had been replaced with actual chickens, who didn't look all that different as far as Emmy could tell, but that was just the problem, wasn't it? She hadn't been able to tell, so she had wasted the unit's funds and cheated her villagers of the fresh eggs they might have been eating all this time. Miss Luz's hens laid beautifully. The villagers had not only eggs, but also 3 goats, who provided both milk and entertainment. Kate's Zélie had become unofficial goat girl and could usually be seen trotting about running errands, followed closely by Minerva, the smallest of the goats, who seemed to be under the misapprehension that she was actually a dog. Then there had been Liza. It wasn't clear whether it was something wrong with the way the break in her collarbone had been set, as Maud loudly claimed, or if the fault was with Liza for refusing to follow Dr. Stringfellow's orders and stay still, as Julia countered, but Liza's collarbone just wouldn't heal. In the end, there was nothing for it but to send Liza off to Paris for surgery. Maud, of course, had gone with her. So Emmy had volunteered to take over the store. She was half mad with anxiety at that point. It wasn't that Kate wasn't speaking to her. She was speaking to her. She just wasn't saying anything that mattered, and all of Emmy's attempts to broach the topic, to talk it out, only seemed to make matters worse. Everyone else seemed so busy and useful. Anne Dawlish had her carpentry classes, Nell Baldwin was starting a lending library, and Ethel Ledbetter had the older students in hand, which left very little for Emmy to do. Emmy organized games on the lawn once a week, but the children of the Basse-Cour and the neighboring villages didn't need that anymore, not as they had. They were playing on their own now, playing like children again, and it filled Emmy's heart with joy, but also made her feel decidedly out of it. But the store had been an unmitigated disaster. Maud, it seemed, had had a talent for convincing people that what the store had was what they wanted. The wrong sort of sabots? But these sabots were so much better. And she would sell whatever it was and go away with an empty truck, and the people would walk away feeling as though they'd got a bargain. Emmy, on the other hand, would apologize profusely, take copious notes about the right thing, often entirely contradictory, and then give them the offending item as a gift to make up for it. By the end of the first week, the store was deep in arrears and running days behind schedule. They were supposed to have been in Courcelles by then, but Emmy had made it to only 8 villages in 5 days, not the 18 they were scheduled to serve. "We need you on the Christmas party committee," Alice had told her, but what it really meant was that they wanted her away from the store. So Ethel Ledbetter had taken over the store, and Emmy had been sent down to the cellars to sort out Christmas presents for the women and children, a new suit of clothes, candy, and a toy for each child, and a practical present and candy for every adult. It would all be fine, Emmy told herself as she stood in the freezing cellar, digging through boxes, checking her lists and matching up gifts with names, if only they had their trucks again. Then she could do what she was really here to do, social service work with the outlying villages. But the white truck was still in Paris, waiting for a hard rim to be put on, a simple job that was meant to take a week and seemed to be taking a month. The Ford truck had given up the ghost and was in Noyon for parts. Only the jitney still worked, and that sporadically, when coaxed. The sous-préfet at Nell, feeling sorry for them, had loaned them a horse and cart, but Tambour, the horse, had been around since roughly the days of Miss Ledbetter's beloved Merovingians, and deeply resented being asked to cart around muscular Americans. It took 2 of them to move him, one to drive and one to poke him with a stick. He moved at a rate of 2 miles an hour, when he deigned to move at all. Kate, undaunted, had worked out a schedule, allocating use of the jitney and tambour between the store, the doctors, and the social service department, with trips doubled up whenever possible, even though the doctors complained about riding with the store, with the rakes and hoes poking them in the posterior, and Miss Ledbetter complained that all those passengers were taking up room needed for goods. "What about Courcelles?" Emmy had asked that morning, coming up to Kate after the others had gone, grumbling, on their way. "You don't have Courcelles on the schedule." "Yes, I do," said Kate, looking harried. A giant shipment had just arrived from the Red Cross, everything from rice to mattresses to women's winter coats, and needed to be signed for and sorted. "It's there for the week after next." "But that's not for ages." Emmy stared at Kate in dismay, wondering if this was because of their fight, if Kate would have found a way if they hadn't argued. Which was silly, she knew. Kate wouldn't be so petty. At least, she didn't think Kate would be so petty. Then she also hadn't thought Kate would mind so terribly about having her board paid. "I can't conjure trucks out of thin air, Emmy." Kate had always been slight, but since her bout of fever, she looked like an ivory carving, all thin lines and hollows, burning up from within. As if trying to make up for it, she added, "There's an English Ford for sale in Amiens. I'm going to try to get it for us." "How long will that take?" Kate grimaced. "How long does anything take here? I'll do my best." "I know you're doing all you can." Emmy hurried away before either of them could say anything more, anything they might regret. It had been like that ever since Thanksgiving. There were days when they would seem almost normal again, if somewhat wary of each other, and then Emmy would say something entirely innocuous, and Kate would close up, and they'd be back to the beginning again, with Emmy in the wrong and still not entirely sure why. Kate wasn't the only one being paid for by someone else. Maud was funding Liza. Nell Baldwin's bills were paid by an aunt. It didn't make them any less members of the unit, but when Emmy had tried to point that out to Kate, Kate would only say it wasn't the same. She was so good at all this, Kate. Emmy just wished she could make her see it, how much she was needed, how much she was valued, what a very good thing it was she was here, no matter how she'd got here. Emmy only wished she could be half as useful. On her way to the cellar, Emmy passed Dave, the Red Cross driver, Disastrous Dave, Nell called him, or Dave in the ditch for his habit of crashing his truck against their gates, finishing unloading the last of the bags of rice. And that was when she had her grand idea.
"Do you think you could give me a lift to Courcelles?" she asked. "I need to do my rounds and we haven't any cars."
She paused only long enough to stuff a few supplies in her haversack and scribble a note for Kate. Gone to Courcelles with Red Cross Dave, back by supper. It was heaven getting away from Greycourt, away from the cold water dripping down the cellar walls, the stench of the animals in their little farm. The sky was an opaque gray that signaled snow, but it wasn't snowing yet, and the clear, crisp air felt glorious against Emmy's cheeks after weeks of rain. The ruined houses and barbed wire had become just part of the landscape now. She was used to them. Army camions rumbled past them on the road, taking a convoy of French soldiers to the front. They waved their caps at her, and Emmy waved back.
"Mademoiselle Emmy! Mademoiselle Emmy!"
The children had come running out before the truck even stopped in Courcelles, in what had once been the village square before the Germans had got to it. Little hands waved up at her, grabbing at her hands, her skirt. Emmy sank down into the fray, delighted. Miss Ledbetter, much more efficient than Emmy, had made it to Courcelles once a week with the store, but when asked if Pauline had had her baby yet, or if little Léon's cough was better, Miss Ledbetter waxed poetic about the Merovingians and went off on tangents about the Crusades. But here she was herself, with Léon's mittened hand — she'd brought the mittens last month, donated by members of the Chicago Smith Club — in hers, tugging her to see the new school building, which now had benches and 5 books, 5 whole books, and wouldn't she like to see them? Why, yes, she would. And she needed to see Blondine's missing tooth, proudly displayed with a hideous pulling back of gums, and the new mattresses that had been delivered by the Red Cross man, the one who didn't speak any French. Wait, said Emmy, laughing, as her arm was half tugged off in one direction by a 6-year-old, her skirt pulled by a toddler.
"I've treats for you all. Let me just get to my haversack."
Monsieur le Commandant had slipped them 700 francs for bêtises, as he called it. Get yourself some scented soap, he'd said, some fresh hair ribbons. So Emmy and Nell had gone to Amiens and indulged in an orgy of shopping. Picture books for the lending library, whatever chocolates could be had, dolls and tops and hobby horses.
"This one is for you."
Emmy dug in her haversack and produced a doll, a real doll with a porcelain head for Blondine.
"Mind you don't let your little brother get at it."
It was such joy to make her rounds and see everyone, well, not well settled, but better settled. There was canvas stretched over gaps in the masonry, new mattresses donated by the Red Cross and distributed by the unit, little pot-bellied stoves replacing open fires. It was cold, bitter cold, but the children all had warm coats and mittens and mufflers, admittedly a somewhat motley collection, knitted by eager, if not always expert, alumni, but warm, all warm. The milk had been delivered, Emmy was assured. The new storekeeper, she liked her history, eh? They'd made up stories for her and sent her away satisfied. What made up? Contested Blondine's grandmother from her habitual mattress. It was all true. Pauline, whose baby still hadn't come, rolled her eyes at Emmy. Emmy promised Pauline she'd see the doctors visited within the week. Not that there should be any trouble, this was Pauline's 6th, but all the same. Family by family, Emmy made her rounds, checking off names, taking notes, making lists of items still needed. She saved Madame Le Parnasse for the very last. Although the older woman was a gregarious soul, she lived away from the rest, up the hill in the ruins of the castle. She'd started as scullery maid and risen to cook in the castle. She'd lived there most of her life, and she'd not be leaving it now, she'd told Emmy, when Emmy had urged her to move down to the valley, to live with her cousins in the village. She had her cat for company, and her memories, and that was enough. It was starting to snow as Emmy trekked up the steep path to the castle. Thick, beautiful flakes, like something out of a Hans Christian Andersen story. Her haversack was lighter now, most of her gifts distributed, save for a packet of tea and some precious DeWitt's biscuits for Madame Le Panas, who did so love to put the kettle on and have a good gossip, telling stories of the glory days of the castle, of Count Sigismund, who sounded like a lovable old autocrat, and his daughter Aurélie, filching food from the German invaders to feed the village, like a French Robin Hood. Madame Le Panas never spoke of the deformed fingers of her left hand, broken one by one when the Germans had questioned her about the whereabouts of Aurélie de Courcelles, who had escaped during the Great Fire that consumed the castle, or of the husband who had been shot by the Germans in retaliation. It was only the happy stories she told.
Madame?
Emmy was out of breath by the time she reached the summit. This was why no one from the village ever visited. The hill was steep, the path treacherous, the road that had led from village to castle purposefully destroyed by the Germans. The castle was beautiful from below, less so at close range. Even 2 years on, one could smell the soot from the fire that had consumed 1,000 years of history in one go. Madame Le Panas lived in what had once been a guard room, a stone box with narrow windows, which had the benefit of retaining most of its roof, a luxury most of the houses in the village didn't boast. Madame's cat met Emmy at the canvas flap that served as a door, bumping the backs of her legs to push her inside. The stove was cold. The room was freezing. Usually the stove would be crackling, a rushlight lit, Madame Le Panas sitting in her chair sewing. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, Emmy finally spotted her on her mattress in the corner of the room, huddled under a blanket.
Madame Le Panas!
Emmy rushed to her side, grasping her cold hand. Madame Le Panas tried to sit up, which was a mistake. She fell back against the pillows, coughing and coughing, a cough that shook her whole frame.
Hush, hush, don't trouble yourself. Here, let me get you some water. I'll make you a cup of tea. You'll feel better after a cup of tea.
Emmy tried to pretend she hadn't heard the dreadful rattle in Madame Le Panas's throat, the rattle that meant pneumonia. How long had she been sick? How long had she been here like this? A day? A week? Had Ethel even known to come up this way? Probably not. It was Emmy's own fault. She ought to have told her. She ought to have been here herself.
Don't worry. I'll have you warm and comfortable in no time.
Murmuring useless nothings, Emmy tucked the blanket around the other woman and poked at the stove, which had gone out entirely. There was an old-fashioned flint sitting next to the stove. Emmy hadn't the faintest idea how to use it. With a surge of relief, Emmy remembered the matches in her haversack. Emmy made a fire as Mrs. Rutherford had taught them, sticks layered, little spills of paper to catch the flames, struck a match, and set it alight. The kettle was bone dry, so was the ewer. There was no water in the house. After checking on her patient, who called her Aurélie, and grabbed at her hand, Emmy extracted herself and found the castle well. The Germans hadn't bothered to poison it. It was too far away from the village. She held a cup of water to Madame Le Panas's lips, got her to drink a few sips, wiped away the spill. By the time she had made the tea, in the broken Limoges teapot Madame Le Panas had salvaged from the wreckage, Madame Le Panas had lapsed into unconsciousness, her chest rising and falling with difficulty, her breath still showing in the air. Emmy stoked the stove, throwing in whatever she could find. The snow fell harder and harder, drifting through the makeshift doorway. Emmy tried to pin the canvas down with a stone, but the wind howled through the edges. On her thin mattress, Madame Le Panas stirred and whimpered, calling for Vincent, for Aurélie.
I'm here,
Emmy told her, kneeling by the cot, and Madame Le Panas seemed comforted, at least a little. Emmy stayed by her, frozen in place. She tried to pray, bits and pieces floating through her head. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. It was dreadfully shadowy here. He maketh me to lie beside green pastures.
There had been green pastures here once. It was horrible to think what had been done, all the waste of it, so much lost, and why. She couldn't even remember why anymore, only that here was a woman who had once had a home, a family, and lived now in a ruin with only a cat and a stranger to hold her hand, to sit by her in the valley of death. Emmy didn't know what time it was or how long she had been there. There was no way to measure time in that little room, with the old wooden shutters barred, the canvas pinned down, the only light the feeble glare of the stove.
Madame Le Panasse,
Emmy whispered, but the only sound was the stove, and the hand in hers had gone limp.
Madame, wake up. It's me, La Dame Américaine.
She wasn't going to wake up, not ever, and Emmy knew it, had known it as soon as she had walked through that door and seen her lying there in that icebox of a room, forgotten, abandoned. Emmy lowered her face to the dead woman's hand and cried hopeless tears as the cat licked the salt from her cheeks. Why hadn't she thought to ask Dave before? Why hadn't she taken tambour? Why hadn't she done something?
I'm so sorry,
she apologized, but the other woman didn't answer, couldn't answer. She had survived the Germans, had survived torture, and succumbed to winter, to a cough.
If I had been here...
If she had been here, she could have... What would she have done? Tried to shore up Madame Le Panasse's poor little hut to keep the heat in better. Boiled up one of those blasted roosters to make her soup. Done something. Never mind that they lost more people to pneumonia than anything else. They shouldn't. That was what they were there for. It was winter. It was cold. It had been Emmy's responsibility to look in on Madame Le Panasse, to look after her. It had all seemed so reasonable at the time. They hadn't the trucks. Everyone was taking turns. But in the meantime, Madame Le Panasse had been here, alone, sick. Outside, the sky had darkened from silver to charcoal. Dusk. Emmy's limbs felt stiff. She struggled through the snowdrifts down the hill, slipping and sliding, her skirt dragging at her legs, bumping into fallen stones obscured by the snow, too cold and numb to feel the pain, although she knew she'd have a nice set of bruises later. The mayor received her with surprise, a baby on one hip and a toddler holding on to her skirt in the half-destroyed stable she called home. Yes, they would see to the funeral arrangements when they could, but the snow, and it was dark already, and the way up to the castle treacherous. Can anything be done for her? If it were summer, the mayor shrugged. In the cold, she would keep. And Madame Le Panasse hadn't been of the village. She had risked her life during the occupation to help smuggle food to the village, but she wasn't one of their own, not really. The mayor had children of her own. Of course she wasn't going up to the castle in the dead of night. And who else would go? Emmy knew the census of Courcelles by heart. The elderly, the infirm, children.
Someone needs to feed her cat,
said Emmy helplessly, knowing that no one was going up there after a cat, not now. It was full dark and still snowing, light in different flurries that didn't care whether they fell on the living or the dead. A broad swath of light suddenly swept the square. Emmy turned and squinted into the glare, which resolved itself into a Ford jitney, which groaned and rumbled its way through the snow, stopping in front of what had once been the town hall. A small, well-wrapped figure swung down from the truck.
"There you are," said Kate with relief. "We found your note when you didn't come in for supper. What were you thinking, Emmy?"
"Kate."
Emmy clutched her friend's gloved hand.
"We need to bury Madame Le Panasse. Madame Le Panasse. She's all alone up in the castle, and she was sick and alone, and I thought with a little warmth and a hot tea, but she's dead, Kate. She's dead, and we can't just leave her there. Do you have a shovel?"
Chapter 17.
We've had our first taste of real winter weather here, and I don't mean just the water freezing in our pails. We're used to that by now. We had our first snow this week, and it took us all by surprise.
The inhabitants say they've never known it to start so early, and they hadn't thought they'd see us again until spring. But nothing stops these women from their appointed rounds. Nell Baldwin staggered off to Esmery-Hallon and came back just before supper looking like a walking icicle. Our assistant director had to take our one working truck and go off after the Van Alden girl, who had, it appeared, spent all day in a miserable hut to make a dying woman as comfortable as possible. Pneumonia, in case you were wondering. We have a great deal of pneumonia here. As for yours truly, this morning, Dr. Prine and I arose at 5:30 and started for Ambleu with the horse and cart. I use the term horse broadly, lent us by the sous-préfet. We got a little more than halfway and found the snow in such drifts that we had to abandon the cart entirely and walk the beast the rest of the way to Ambleu. I think it expected us to carry it, but we were already carrying half a medicine chest on our backs and had to decline. If the snow keeps up, we are going to be in a very bad way indeed. Our villages cover such a large territory. Dr. Ava Stringfellow, class of 1896, to her husband, Dr. Lawrence Stringfellow. December 1917. Grécourt, France. Emmy. Sick with relief at finding her, Kate grabbed Emmy before she could go herring off for a shovel. We can't just bury this, whoever it is. She'll need the last rites. We'll tell the commandant. He'll send a priest when the snow lets up, she added with a grimace at the road, which wasn't much of a road at the moment. Emmy looked down at Kate with stricken eyes, making it impossible to be upset with her. But we can't just leave her. Her cat will eat her. Kate wasn't quite sure cats ate people like that, but she knew that once Emmy got an idea in her head, there was no budging it. Which one is the mayor? She asked resignedly. The mayor, unfortunately, was no more excited than Kate by the idea of hiking up the snow-covered hill to fetch a body. Also, Kate was interfering with her children's bedtime and letting the cold air in. 5 minutes later, Kate returned to Emmy with the best compromise she could broker. She says the Germans used the old bathhouse as a morgue. If we get Madame Le Panasse down, we can put her there. And that was how Kate found herself, in the dark, the ruins of a medieval castle looming over her, carrying a body down a hill, with Madame Le Panasse's cat hissing and spitting irritably from the depths of Emmy's haversack. She was also liberally coated with snow from having fallen while carrying said corpse.
I feel like Victor Frankenstein,
commented Emmy, her teeth chattering uncontrollably.
Remind me not to consider a career in body snatching, panted Kate as Emmy edged backward ahead of her, holding the corpse's feet while Kate grasped the body awkwardly beneath the arms, the head bumping disconcertingly against her chest.
Do you think we've become hard?
Emmy asked anxiously. They were carrying a woman's body down a snow-covered slope in pitch darkness so her cat wouldn't eat her. The idea of Emmy becoming hard would have made Kate laugh if she'd had the energy to laugh.
No, can we keep moving, please? I can't feel my feet.
Finally, Madame Le Panasse was safely stowed in the makeshift morgue, and her cat with the mayor, whose toddler had been delighted and immediately tried to pull its tail. Emmy looked anxiously over her shoulder as she climbed into the jitney.
Do you think we should try to go straight to Amiens to get them to send a priest?
Wrap yourself up in that lap rug, ordered Kate as she vigorously turned the crank, her breath steaming in the cold air. And no one will come tonight. We'd best get back to Grécourt and send word in the morning, if the roads are clear enough.
They weren't clear now. The lamps of the jitney glinted off an entirely unrecognizable landscape, softened by snow, the barbed wire and broken buildings all turned into something pure and lovely.
It looks like gingerbread,
said Emmy dreamily. In the light of the car lamps, her lips were a distinct blue. Kate could practically see the veins through her skin.
A gingerbread world, all frosted with sugar.
"When's the last time you ate?" Kate asked.
Breakfast?
Emmy stirred a little, pulling herself upright.
I guess that would explain why I've been feeling so lightheaded.
"Yes," said Kate resignedly. "Yes, it would." This was the problem of trying to be angry with Emmy. One just couldn't, not for extended periods of time. Emmy was so busy giving and giving and giving that she never thought to care for herself, so that, inevitably, someone, that someone being Kate, had to step in and do it for her, and you just couldn't stay angry at someone who didn't even remember to eat. Emmy fingered her haversack.
I've some DeWitts in my satchel. I brought them for Madame La Panasse.
And that was just like Emmy, too. She'd set the biscuits on the woman's grave as funeral offerings rather than eat them herself. As gently as she could, Kate said, "I'm sure she wouldn't begrudge them to you."
No, she wouldn't. She liked feeding people. She'd been a cook, you know, up at the castle, and then, during the war, she helped feed the village.
Emmy clutched her haversack with both hands.
She wasn't even that old, about the same age as my mother. In her 50s, maybe. I keep thinking, if only I had come sooner.
Kate felt a brief stab of guilt. She'd made out the rota for truck use as fairly as she could, and Courcelles was so far, on the outer edges of their rounds. It used up so much essence, and essence was in such short supply. You weren't to know.
But I should have known. If I had been doing my job.
Emmy squirmed on the bench seat.
She had no one, Kate. Just us.
More sharply than she intended, Kate said, "There are 2,000 people here who need us. Many of them have no one. You can't let yourself get too attached."
Too attached?
Emmy stared at her in horror.
They're people, Kate.
So are we. Kate's shoulders tensed as the jitney wobbled in the deep tracks left by some larger, heavier vehicle. She had never been so aware of her own frailty, her own limitations, just flesh and blood and force of will. "We're only people, Emmy. We can't be in 50 places at once."
"If we changed the schedule,"
Emmy began. "How?" They'd come to a crossroads. Kate swung the truck east toward Greycourt. "There are only 15 of us, 13 now with Maud and Liza in Paris. I wish we could do more. I wish we had trucks that worked, Emmy, and people to drive them, but there's only so much we can do with what we have."
"What if I learned how to drive? If we had another driver?"
The thought of Emmy at the wheel was so horrifying that Kate turned her head for a moment to look at Emmy. A mistake. Ahead of them on the road, a dark shape loomed up, large as a woolly mammoth. Breathing in sharply, thinking all the words her mother had told her never to say, Kate braked hard, feeling a sickening lurch as the truck swayed and spun. For a moment, she thought she could feel Nick Peniston's hands on her shoulders, hear his confident voice saying, "If you lose control of the machine, drive into the spin." Blindly, Kate turned the wheel in the direction of the skid, feeling the truck finally, mercifully stop, just short of a snow-covered hedge. She sat there, breathing hard, a cold sweat prickling beneath the linen and wool of her uniform.
"Well,"
said Emmy weakly, picking herself gingerly up from the floor of the truck. She rolled one shoulder, wincing.
"If that's how you feel about my driving."
Kate pointed a shaking finger. "That's how I feel about their driving." Blocking the road was an overturned army camion. A slow anger churned in her stomach. The idiots! They could have at least pushed it to the side of the road. If we'd hit that...
But we didn't.
Emmy bumped her shoulder against Kate's in a quick gesture of affection, and Kate felt her chest tighten because it was so like Emmy. Always these fleeting touches, as if she were afraid she'd be pushed away.
"Thank goodness you're such a smashing driver."
"I'm trying not to smash, thank you very much." Kate drew in a deep, cleansing breath, feeling the cold scouring the back of her throat. She'd have had no idea what to do but for Nick. Had Nick taught her that? She didn't remember it.
Her memory was of endless sunshine along Bellevue Avenue, but he must have. Otherwise, how would she have known?
Nick Peniston showed me what to do.
Well, thank goodness for Nick, then,
said Emmy with feeling, and Kate tried not to glance around her shoulder for the shade of a man in goggles and scarf. The dark and cold were making her fanciful.
How can we get around them?
We can't.
Forcing herself to focus, Kate took a deep breath, flexed her shoulders, and readjusted her grip on the wheel.
I'm going to back up until we can turn. We'll have to find another way. Get that map out, will you?
Very, very carefully they backed up, retracing their own tire tracks. But the snow had knocked down rotten signposts, and those that were still standing were so blurred they were hardly legible. They backed up and turned again, burning match after match from Emmy's haversack, trying to read the tiny print on the map.
Cookie?
Offered Emmy as they came to yet another illegible signpost. Kate shook her head.
We'd best ration them. We might need them later.
If the cold didn't kill them first. I haven't the faintest idea where we are. Emmy peered at the sky, which still had that overcast aura, as though it were contemplating snowing again.
Could we navigate by the stars?
Like Vasco da Gama?
Kate didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Emmy contemplated.
I think he used an astrolabe.
Yes, well, we don't have one of those either, said Kate. They had two choices, both unpalatable. They could go on and risk going the wrong way, getting farther and farther from Grey Corps, possibly even blundering into hostilities, or they could stop for the night.
I'd say we should stop for the night and reconnoiter in the morning, but if we do, we might freeze.
I'm in favor of not freezing,
said Emmy. With the echo of her old optimism, she added,
surely we'll find someone sooner or later.
So they went on roads eerie in their emptiness. Usually the night was the safest time for troops to travel. The roads were generally thick with army camions, with French or English troops on the move, supply trucks, ambulance drivers going back and forth from the front, the air lit by the flashing lights of airplanes overhead. But tonight, with the storm, the roads were abandoned, unrecognizable. Even the planes weren't flying. Kate began to go from annoyed to afraid, genuinely afraid that their petrol would run out, afraid that they wouldn't find shelter before the cold claimed them. She drove on, grimly, wondering how long it would be before they would have to stop and rinse their feet in snow water to ward off frostbite. Her toes were dangerously numb. Emmy was buried so deep in her muffler that Kate could hardly see her. In a very small voice, she said,
"Thank you for coming to get me."
I was hardly going to leave you roaming a war zone.
It sounded so grudging, put that way. Kate tried again. You know I wouldn't leave you there.
You've been so upset.
Emmy's voice changed. She jerked upright.
Kate! Kate, over there! To the left. I mean the right. Do you see the light? Is that?
It's a house. Kate felt lightheaded with relief. A house! And an army camion in front of it. No, 2 camions. Maybe they can tell us where we are. Emmy was already straightening up, adjusting her coat, fussing with her mittens.
I was afraid we were going to run out of essence, she admitted. And freeze.
I'm sure it wouldn't come to that,
said Kate, even though she had been thinking the exact same thing. She spotted a man detaching himself from the side of one of the camions, a cigarette tip glowing red in the darkness. Look, there's a soldier guarding the camions. We can ask him where we are. The soldier pitched his cigarette to the ground, grinding out the stub.
Qui va là?
Les dames américaines,
said Emmy eagerly, half falling out of the truck.
Sorry, we're a bit frozen. We've lost our way. We're trying to get back to Grey Corps, but we haven't the faintest idea where we are.
The soldier looked at the jitney, and then back at them.
All by yourselves?
There was something about the way he said it that Kate didn't quite like. If you could just show us on the map, she said coolly. We'll be on our way. He could do better than that, the soldier said, suddenly very helpful. He could escort them as far as if they were willing to wait an hour. He and his comrades in arms were just having a bit of supper. Would les dames américaines, he essayed an exaggerated bow, care to share their repast?
Oh, yes, please,
exclaimed Emmy, before Kate could decline on their behalf.
How kind of you. Isn't it terribly kind?
Yes, said Kate, wondering if the cold had just addled her brain. Here they were, looking for shelter, and they'd found it. But there was something making her uneasy. I'm not sure, though. Emmy jostled her with her elbow.
Food and heat. My fingers are icicles. Either that or my icicles are fingers. I can't tell which.
Welcome, said the soldier, throwing open the door and speaking in rapid French to the people inside. Kate caught the words women and alone.
Oh, lovely,
said Emmy, and plunged inside, Kate following more slowly. After the outdoors, the room was smotheringly hot, the air shimmering with steam coming off an iron range, a pot bubbling on the top. Some 7 or 8 French poilus were sitting around a table in their shirt sleeves and braces, being served bowls of soup and thick slices of black bread by a woman who seemed to have forgotten to do up all the ties of her blouse. Another woman sat on the lap of a soldier, removing herself, none too speedily, as they came inside. Behind them, the door slammed shut. Kate turned, frowning, and the guard made little swooshing gestures, urging them forward. He was grinning in a way she didn't at all like, showing teeth stained by cigarettes.
Goodness, it's lovely and warm in here,
exclaimed Emmy, happily oblivious as the woman at the stove surreptitiously did up a button.
I can't tell you how grateful we are to have found you.
7 men stared at her. One of them, with black hair slicked back and his sleeves rolled to the elbows, pushed back his chair and stood. But who are you? He looked to the guard. Pierre? Pierre shrugged. They just drove up, in a truck. One of the men gave a guttural chuckle. One doesn't look at the bridle of a gift horse. No, just the legs, retorted another, and they stared at Kate and Emmy in a way that made Kate put her hands on her collar, even though it was already buttoned as high as it would go. Emmy, whose French wasn't nearly as colloquial, smiled uncertainly at them, aware that there was a joke, but not sure what it was. Kate didn't at all like the way the men were smiling. We, she said crisply, are with the American Red Cross. These men might not have heard of the Smith unit, but everyone knew the Red Cross, and Americans. Red Cross, eh? The men all exchanged glances. The leader, the one with the black hair, smiled back at them, showing too many teeth. We love the Red Cross.
We do what we can, said Emmy, pleased. We're so happy to be here to help.
Oh, I have some ideas for how you can help,
called out one of the men.
Really? We're always looking for ways to improve our services,
said Emmy gamely, and looked confused when that raised a great laugh. Kate edged closer to her. Emmy, I don't think... But Emmy was resolved to be pleasant.
We can't tell you how much we appreciate your hospitality.
Kate could see her determinedly ignoring their discarded jackets and the fact that they made no effort to put them back on.
What regiment are you with?
There was a sudden, charged silence. The woman at the stove concentrated hard on her soup pot.
Oh, you wouldn't have heard,
said the black-haired man smoothly.
I told them,
said the guard standing behind Kate,
that we can take them as far as after we have our supper. Ah, yes, after supper.
The black-haired man banged the table.
2 more bowls of soup. Come, sit, eat.
No, thank you, said Kate, grabbing Emmy's sleeve to keep her from going to the table. There was something about the way the man had said after supper that raised her hackles. She thought, without being sure why, of Julia and the man who just wanted to share his notes.
until he didn't. We just need someone to show us where we are on the map, and then we'll be on our way.
But Kate, there's soup.
Emmy had eyes only for the tureen.
Besides, it would be so rude to say no now that they've invited us, and I've only just started to feel my toes. It's already so late. Surely another hour won't make any difference.
The serving woman slammed 2 bowls down on the table, slopping soup over the sides. Kate didn't like the way the men were looking at them. She didn't like the way the guard was standing between them and the door. I don't think we should stay, Emmy.
Why are you standing there?
The black-haired man came around the table. Sizing them up, he slung an arm companionably around Emmy's shoulders.
Come, sit. Take off your coat.
Thank you,
Emmy said breathlessly as the man's hands went to the buttons of her coat.
That's very kind of you.
Oh, we are all very kind,
said the man, showing too many teeth as he propelled Emmy toward the table. Emmy grimaced at Kate over her shoulder, more bemused than alarmed. Kate felt frozen, terrified, and helpless. Pausing, one hand on Emmy's shoulder, the black-haired man said quietly to the serving woman,
"The room upstairs, it is free, yes?"
Kate's paralysis broke. She grabbed Emmy's hand, pulling hard. "Emmy, we're going now." The man grabbed Emmy's shoulder, equally hard.
"Oh, no,"
he said, and he wasn't smiling anymore.
"I think she stays."
Kate didn't waste any more time. She hit him right in the nose with the full force of her 5'1" and 102 pounds. She did it the way her stepfather had taught her, striking up with the flat of her palm. Her hand hit his nose with a sickening crunch, sending him reeling backward into the table, men yelping, chairs toppling, soup and bread crashing down. Blood spurted through the man's fingers as he sprawled on the table. He stared at it with disbelief, and then he lifted his head, and Kate saw murder in his eyes. "Quick!" Grabbing Emmy by the hand, Kate ran for the kitchen door, not looking back, ignoring the angry cries behind them, her fingers fumbling on the door handle, knowing every second counted, every second gave them a chance. Kate was never quite sure how after, but somehow she got Emmy through that door and into the jitney, turning and turning the crank with all her might, praying it wouldn't break down, praying the men wouldn't catch them before they could start, knowing that she'd be no use against all of them. Any one of them could break her arm with one hand tied behind his back. She wished she had a gun like Maud, a knife like Julia, anything. "Go, go, go," Kate muttered to the jitney, and nearly sobbed with relief when the engine caught. Every instinct screamed speed, but she forced herself to go carefully. If the truck broke down, they'd have no escape, and the retaliation would be dreadful. Light arced across the snow as the kitchen door swung open. The motor hiccuped, and Kate nearly cried, but then it caught again, the truck jerking backward out of the clearing as the man in the doorway shouted curses, his shirt stained with blood and soup. Kate swung the truck. The road was dreadful, rutted and icy, but she clung grimly to the wheel and kept going, away, away, just away. She had no idea where they were. The only important thing was to put as much distance as possible between them and those men. "But what?" Emmy was twisting back, staring over her shoulder. "You hit him!" "Not nearly hard enough." The full realization of what had almost happened swept over her. A room upstairs. Be kind. Alone. Emmy's voice seemed to come from very far away.
Do you think we ought to pay for the damage?"
The truck bounced over a pothole. Kate was shaking so hard she could barely hold the wheel. "The what?" Emmy was twisting and twisting her fingers. She was missing her gloves, Kate noticed, probably dropped in their flight.
"The damage to that inn."
"Pay for the damage?" Kate knew she sounded hysterical. She couldn't help it.
"Well, yes,"
said Emmy, sounding mildly bewildered, and Kate nearly ran the truck into a ditch.
We did make rather a mess.
Through determined effort, Kate wrenched the car back onto the road, managing not to kill either of them. You do realize what they meant to do, don't you?
Give us soup and take us to Om?
Said Emmy wistfully. Do you really believe that? Kate wasn't sure whether Emmy was being willfully obtuse or whether she was really that naive. Or maybe it was just that Kate had gone mad. But she didn't think so. She remembered the way that man had looked. She remembered Julia. They were never going to take us to Didn't you hear that man asking about a room? They were going to take us upstairs. He was unbuttoning your coat.
It was warm in there,
said Emmy, but she didn't sound entirely certain.
I think he was just trying to be helpful.
Helpful? Kate's voice went up. They meant to rape us, Emmy! It felt very strange to say it. There was a moment of silence as the truck bumped along, and then Emmy said,
You mean like the Sabine women?
As if rape were something that happened only in ancient Rome. Kate found it entirely infuriating. Like all those women with the Bosch babies. How do you think that happened? It certainly wasn't out of pure and lasting affection.
But those were Germans,
said Emmy, as if that made all the difference.
These were Frenchmen. They're our allies.
They're men, said Kate, thinking of Julia and that doctor. He was meant to be her colleague, and look how he'd behaved. I'm pretty sure these were deserters. Didn't you see how they looked when you asked after their regiment? They were men with nothing left to lose. And we're women, alone, in a war zone, in the middle of the night.
But...
She could see Emmy struggling with it, fighting it, and wanted to shake her.
Everyone's been so helpful.
Yes, to the Smith unit. But tonight we weren't the Smith unit. We were just two women alone. You can't just assume that every man you meet is going to help you. But Emmy did assume that. In Emmy's world, everyone was there to help. And why wouldn't they? She was Emmeline Van Alden. Doors magically opened for her, and courtiers threw down their cloaks in the mud. It was like being Queen of England without the responsibilities. The engine gave a strange hiccup, but Kate barely noticed. She was too busy being upset. We should never have been there in the first place. But no, you had to up and go to Courcelles by yourself in the middle of a snowstorm. Emmy curled herself into a pretzel on the bench.
It wasn't snowing when I left.
It wasn't snowing. That was all she had to say. They were in a war zone in the middle of the night. She had no idea where they were or how much essence they had left, and somewhere was a group of French deserters. Kate was reasonably sure they were deserters who wanted them dead. And all Emmy could say was that she hadn't known it would snow. Do you ever think of anyone but yourself? Kate demanded. I told you we'd have a new truck soon. She broke off as the engine made a strange sputtering sound and then went alarmingly quiet. Kate managed to turn the wheel, steering the truck to the side of the road before the jitney stalled out entirely. Emmy's voice was full of trepidation.
What happened?
We're out of essence. There ought to have been another can in the truck, but there wasn't, because she hadn't bothered to check before she went running off after Emmy, convinced Emmy was lying dead in a ditch somewhere between Greycourt and Courcelles. We could try to walk, but I have no idea where we are. We're going to have to camp here until morning. Here being the side of a road, which could, in the snow, be just about anywhere. They were surrounded by barbed wire, stunted trees, and the ruined remains of houses, which could have been anywhere between the Somme and Switzerland. With the headlamps of the jitney dead, it was pitch black, the true darkness of the more horrifying sort of fairy tale. And it was cold, bitter, wretched cold. In the darkness, Kate heard Emmy fumbling with her haversack. A hand emerged right in front of Kate's face, and a small voice said,
Biscuit?
Kate thought about saying no, on principle, but she was hungry. Without a word, she took the biscuit from Emmy. They crunched in silence for a moment, and then Emmy said,
I am sorry.
When Kate didn't answer, she went on, stumbling over her words.
I meant to leave Courcelles by 2 at the latest, but then Madame Le Panasse was so ill, and I couldn't leave her.
So really, it's not your fault at all, said Kate, knowing she was being unfair, but unable to help herself because she was cold and scared and really not at all looking forward to freezing to death. Nothing is ever your fault. It's always Saint Emmeline off to save the world, and never mind who gets hurt along the way because you always mean well.
But I don't know what else I could have done,
said Emmy helplessly. You could have not been there. We should never have taken Courcelles in the first place, but that was another one of your impulses. You had to have Courcelles, and then poor Margaret had a nervous breakdown. Admittedly, Margaret would probably have had a nervous breakdown anyway, but Kate was in no mood to be reasonable. Being reasonable didn't seem to have gotten her anywhere. She had tried to be reasonable, but Emmy had gone running off on her own, and here they were. And never mind that we have a schedule designed to keep everything running properly and everyone safe. You have to go running off to the edge of beyond. She could feel Emmy stiffening on the bench next to her.
There was nothing for me to do at Greycourt.
There's always something to do. There were parcels to sort, and children to teach, and letters to write. You could have found something. You could have helped Florence with the animals, or Nell with sorting books. You just didn't want to because it's so much more fun playing Lady Bountiful among the peasantry. Kate hadn't meant to say it. She hadn't even known she was thinking it. But there it was. The words hung in the cold air, ugly between them.
I don't...
In a very small voice, Emmy said,
I was just trying to help.
I know. Kate could feel the cold seeping into her bones, the cold and the weariness. She should have felt vindicated, but instead she just felt drained, because Emmy was trying to help. You can't just do whatever you want whenever you want to. You've been so sheltered, you have no idea what's out there.
Like those men tonight?
There was a moment of silence, and then Emmy asked,
Do you really think they meant to force themselves on us?
Yes. And if they were deserters, possibly also kill them, but Emmy sounded upset enough that Kate decided not to mention that. Emmy, I know you didn't know.
But that's no excuse, is it?
Emmy sounded frantic.
You're right. I got us both into this. I made you come here. If you hadn't hit that man...
Thank my stepfather for that. He taught me. I never thought I'd use it, though. Next to her on the bench, Kate could feel Emmy shivering, and not just from cold. Feeling thoroughly chastened, Kate scooted a little closer until they were side to side. We'll get out of this, Emmy. We will. They sat in the dark, huddled together for warmth, listening to the tree branches crackle in the wind.
Do you know what time it is?
Asked Emmy. They used one of Emmy's precious matches to check the watch pinned to Kate's jacket. 9:30, said Kate, wanting to cry. She'd thought it was well past midnight. It would only get colder throughout the night. Their hands and feet were already dangerously numb. At least 9 hours to get through before it would be light enough to venture on.
We could do calisthenics to keep warm,
suggested Emmy. Or we could sit as still as possible so we don't attract wolves.
Are there wolves?
I don't know, admitted Kate. But I feel as if there ought to be. What was that?
It sounded like hooves.
Emmy clutched Kate's hand, or maybe Kate clutched Emmy's hand, and a voice, in English, called out, Hello? Anyone there? Americans? Asked Kate in a high-pitched voice she hardly recognized as her own. Even better, Canadians, the voice responded, and the clopping noise resolved itself into 2 sets of horses' hooves. Kate shielded her eyes as an ever-ready flashlight blazed in her face. Sorry about that. Miss Moran? And Miss Van Alden. Now her eyes had recovered. Kate could see them properly. 2 Canadians with the distinctive badge on their hats showing a beaver and 2 crossed axes. "You're the Forresters."
"Guilty as charged. What are you doing all the way out here?"
"We got lost in the snow, and then—"
Emmy broke off, looking at Kate uncertainly.
"We had a spot of trouble with our truck," said Kate briefly. It seemed best not to go into the rest of it. "We were visiting one of our villages, got turned around in the snow and stalled out here."
Fortunately, they seemed to think that an entirely sensible story. There was a murmured conversation between the 2 Canadians.
"You'd best come back with us.
We've our housekeeper there as chaperone," added the shorter of the 2 men hastily, turning a little pink about the ears.
"She can give you assurance as to our honorable intentions."
"We never doubted them," said Kate gravely. They had no idea.
"Thank you. We appreciate your hospitality."
"Oh, it's nothing at all. Happy to share the old chateau. Can you ride pillion? It's too far to walk. We'll send someone to fetch your car in the morning."
"Poor old Jitney,"
murmured Emmy, patting the truck's side.
"Do you really think you can fix her?"
"She looks like she's had a time of it,"
said the shorter Canadian cheerfully. Kate thought she might have sat next to him at Thanksgiving, but she wasn't entirely sure. She'd been too loopy with fever to pay much attention.
"But we'll do our best. At least we can offer you a warm fire and some hot soup."
It would be soup, thought Kate madly. But these weren't French deserters. These were their Canadian friends. They were back through the other side of the looking glass, the one where everyone was a friend. They were the women of the Smith College Relief Unit, due every courtesy. Not just women alone. Easy prey.
"Soup would be lovely,"
she managed. Emmy made a choking noise, covering her face with her hands. The Canadians clearly thought that was a perfectly reasonable reaction to being lost in the cold.
"You look done in," the taller one said sympathetically. "If I can get Bucephalus here close enough, do you think you could use the running board as a mounting block?"
Chapter 18.
Merry Christmas to all at home. Your very own Smith unit is exhausted with merrymaking. I never thought I'd be sick of parties, but you try having 10 of them and see how you feel. Think about having 2 Sunday school parties a day for 5 days, and that's about the shape of it. We started out with our own private party for the unit, then one for the unit's friends, aviators and Quakers and engineers and foresters and doctors and even a few odd Brits. The only one who didn't make it was the partridge in the pear tree. Some of those men came 4 hours to spend 30 minutes eating plum pudding with us, but they said it was worth it. Probably more for the plum pudding than our dubious charms. Most of us haven't had a proper wash in weeks. Florence Lewis claims the dirt keeps the warmth in. Then it was back to work with parties for all our villages. Just imagine the mercury well below 0 and all the roads clogged with snow and us in our little trucks, with Ethel Ledbetter dressed up as Père Noël in a red bathrobe. Then back to Greycourt to pack more presents and do it all again, and again the next day. We're all terribly grateful that Christmas comes only once a year, even in the sum, where terrible things happen all the time. It was so cold in those military barracks we're using as village halls that one little girl froze her toes and had to stick her feet through a hole in the wall to be washed with snow. We had to organize a running around game to keep everyone from frostbite, which got rather more exciting than planned when 2 stray dogs decided to join in the fun and bit Ethel, who promptly fainted and had to be